What is good, YouTube? What is good? Please like, sub, hit the bell, and we are gonna crush it. I'm feeling it. What is up, bud? What is going on? Oops. Oh.
It's real simple.
Clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose. Beautiful song, come on. Beautiful fucking song. Let's see. Yeah, I saw that. Greg told me to look at this, so I'm gonna look at this real quick. It's going. I have my TLP. Ooh. $8.2 days. Alright, it's the 6th-ish. Failure delivers. Yes. Can I look at this for? I mean, I can do this while that loads. Never mind. Is it SMMP? I just have numbers. Now, keep in mind I haven't like really fucked with it, but I just see numbers. FTDs. FTDs he wants. Let's see. What's 90 days before today? September 15th. So we did just get through these. You don't have many FTDs at all. And what else do you want? You wanted short interest? 15.4. 90.4 utilization. Why the fuck isn't their website coming up? Got you. Ooh. See, I wish I knew more about this company. It's not many more. Good thing I don't give a fuck about analysts. Alright, does this just look like a stock website to you guys, or what? This looks like a like an automatic generated fucking website. It looks like trash. What is the fucking market cap on this company? Oh. Oh, okay. That makes sense. GSA's word. But I don't know. This is just a fucking bogus website. It's got to be. Social media entertainment and technology company dedicated to fulfilling the media needs of today's kids and their families. The company has evolved considerably over the last year. It has morphed from a family-owned social media provider for kids under 13 into a small but global organization that champions creativity, intellectual property, development, and premium family entertainment. Founded in 2012 by a 12-year-old. After his parents discovered he was on social media without their permission, Zach's vision was to create a social opportunity exclusively for kids. Today, he invites parents and guardians to play an active role in monitoring their kids' activities. Now he's playing an active role in getting that paper. Nickelodeon alumni. This looks like such a fucking bogus website. What is up, Mike? How you doing? Catch anything or what? Maybe that's why I popped yesterday. Finish an offering. That a second offering right there? What the fuck? Am I tripping here? No, it's the same one. Feline festivities. This has fucking like, oh man, this just has a fucking like a penny pusher like written all over it. Son of a bitch. What up, DJ? One perch, nice. Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, please like, sub, hit the bell. Last night was dope, yeah. No, I have not. I was on fucking MMTLP calls all last night. I did not see those things though. Now I'm just seeing a bunch of numbers here. LP. Yeah. The space call was literally fucking 5 o'clock at night till like 1 in the morning. That was a nice crowd, though, that we had. Although, if they're going ahead and they're fucking cutting TikTok, this might actually get some steam. Now that I think about that. I didn't think about that aspect. I mean, I still think it's probably a fucking pump and dump. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it up top and see if it catches my eye in session. Fucking MLGO. Wild. Did it fucking move heavy in it? Damn it. What am I doing? No, I really didn't. I thought I was gonna fucking move heavy there. Nope. I'm surprised Coinbase didn't hop over 40 yet. MMat down to 134. Dollars sub 104. Boil. Got its fucking teeth kicked in. I'm still bullish on it though, long term. Not long term, I should say fucking throughout the winter here. For the most part. I am going to say not financial advice a little bit more than I usually do. Just because, you know, people got hit with shit. So yeah, I will be saying that. Even more often than I already do. 529 on Coinbase on the levered ETF. The fuck is this shit? I never had the fucking crosshairs on, so it pissed me off. Nope. Nope. Yeah, does anyone know how to shut this this thing off? The crosshairs? I never had this shit on. It's weird. Well, alright, I gotta catch up. Lots of good speakers, some assholes. We had a lot of good speakers. A lot of good speakers. Felt good to get in front of like that many people though. I felt like saying something about Matt Kors, but I felt like that wasn't the time. Just because he was listening. You wanted to smack her? Oh, you're talking... Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It was pretty sizable before it got... I mean, it was sizable like on both ends of that, but we lost some, you know, we lost some larger speakers when she did that. There's a Forum 4 about SoFi. Somebody acquired. What the fuck? Revlon. I have it on my watch list, and I saw that it was like either halted or suspended or something yesterday. It was one of the two. Enough to make me look at it. And then I saw in pre-market it was doing pretty well. I forget what it is though. I know that I did look it up. It was a FDA play, and then I didn't like really dig into it further, just because I don't want to chase anything. We had an increase in revenue right there. Muln pop. Alright, give me 1 second. That was 3, right? 3.7. Up 18%. Whoa, whoa. Alright, hold on 1 second. I gotta fucking look at this real quick. 16 days. Alright, so end of November. $109 right there. Oh, what's the short interest on muln? Down at $354 million market cap. 14%. 18.5 on BBIG. $15.14 on mmat. Not showing me Costabaro though. Saying 200,000 shares on mmat. $18.5 on AMC. $6.6 on 8. 74.5 utilization though. GameStop 22. Mullen partners with Loop Global to deploy EV charging stations. Thank you very much, Mike. Yeah, it's a long hold for me too, though, Mason. Absolutely. Carvana showing 52.8% short interest. Well, fuck. Obviously not financial advice. Being that this is coming down to a double bottom, I might have to buy it just for technical reasons. Like, it would pretty much go against my trading plan if I didn't take this. It's a double bottom off the lows. And it's high short interest. We had short score. I really didn't fucking feel like buying this today. Alright. I kind of wanted to fucking wait until after the Fed talked, but oh well. The low was 537. Wow, 74 days. Mullen, give me 1 second. What is 74 days earlier than today? This is going to be underwater until about 8:20. What was 90 days before today?
September 15th, 20.
So September 15th, failed to delivers. Low FTD count though. Very high short score. It's got to be like top 10 in the entire market. 5th in the entire market. Ooh, Estig's up here. Interesting. One's moving nice. All right, 1 second. Ooh, ooh. Hold on. This is pretty important. Class action now. Bear with me. What's the cap? Noted. Noted. Have fun, Mike. Have fun. I hope you bring some Vaseline. I'm just fucking with you, dude. Futures are just off a bunch. They're slightly down. You don't have to buy? Yeah, I do. Well, I don't have to, but I'd like to, I think, at some point. I just don't know when. Don't know when. I just like it on the technical double bottom. Guys, I gotta pull it up real quick. They also have warrants, but the warrants aren't until 11:50. I already drew this. Look at that fucking wedging out. Like, I feel like I have to. I don't know. Again, please like, sub, hit the bell if you've not already. Nation's largest public fast charging network. So if we're going to go ahead and we're going to spend all this money on the infrastructure, they have the largest network. EV Go and Lyft. All right, that's oh wow. That's brand new. That's brand new. Subaru. They have one with Tesla and shit too. Here's Tesla. Ooh. Class 8 electric fleets. Alright. Who's that with? Here, I want to see if there's a specific company mentioned. MHX. Who the fuck is MHX? Please be public. Nope. MHX. What was it? LLC, right? I'm just gonna look just for shits and giggles. Yeah, nope. Not public. I'm gonna make a video on this. Yeah, I'm gonna do a video on this for real quick. I've been slacking, excuse me, with my videos. Muln broke 23 cents? Fuck. Chilling at 23. Give me 1 second. Let me just go ahead and do this video super quick. What was the high? 1959. Okay. Oh, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Hey, yo, as you guys know, I'm not a financial advisor, as you could read. We are going to talk about EVgo. Please like and sub, by the way, just for the algos, because they're fucking rough. So, it was what, $350 million cap? Look at the short score on this, 94. Looking at 32.39 on short interest. Now, I'm going to make this very, very quick because muln's moving right this second. But EVgo just announced a partnership with Lyft. They have a lot of partnerships. Here's one that with Subaru. We have one down here with Tesla. I mean, the list goes on and on, guys. Obviously, do your own DD. But here's the chart. So this is a daily from the highs, which were like 1959, and now we're looking at like a technical double bottom. I don't know, but like I said, you guys do you. Best of luck to everyone, and we are live if you want to come hang out. Later, guys. Appreciate you. Good enough. Good enough. Let's do this up real quick. What am I doing? You're up 25% in holding? Word. Yeah. EVgo announces another Bear with me, guys. If you go, I got Tesla already. Yeah. Subaru. Enough. Almost done, I swear. I have to catch up to you guys. Give me 1 second. Let me finish this and I will. The fuck? Why isn't my shit coming up? What the fuck? Am I shot? Bear with me, guys. I just gotta see what the hell's going on here. There I am. Alright. Beautiful. I'll throw a photo on this for my computer. Alright, cool. My bad, guys. Good, we didn't miss much. Alright, muln. Now you can go. Alright, I gotta change the photo though, quick. Alright, cool. Alright. No doubt. Oh, absolutely can move. I'm just saying from what we've learned tonight. You mean tomorrow? Or yesterday? Jesus. You got me fucked up with time now. I'm assuming that you meant yesterday. Hope they run out before... I'll run out of money before product release. Got it. It's a wonderful day in the neighborhood. It's always a wonderful day here. If only the Mafia wasn't everywhere these last... I mean, yeah. Busy, busy, bro. Busy, 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 busy. Spy's trying to twist up. NASDAQ futures are down 0.2. S&P are down 0.17. And Dow is down 0.11. You think? We were looking at that yesterday. Decent volume. You did? I'm kind of worried fucking around with these like little penny bangers though. After I saw those people get shit from the SEC, even though I don't like pump something, like I'm always like weighing to like the side of caution just because I want to be sure of every trade I make. But those people got hit from the SEC yesterday, so kind of a little bit more alarming. And they got hit on like penny stocks. What have we been playing? Penny stocks. So I kind of want to stop. Maybe slide back towards mid caps a little bit. But not too far, because at the same time I feel like, and obviously not financial advice, I feel like they're most over levered in the pennies, in the small to mids. IDEX is up 4%. It's so beat up. Muln, maybe top runner. Don't they have that? There's something tomorrow for muln. I'm almost positive. I just remember like knowing it was the 15th. Also, remember that tomorrow the SEC has a closed door meeting. I think that's very fucking relevant. Very relevant. Good news, good news. 2 good PR days in a row for muln? Odd. Whoa, wait, whoa. What the fuck am I reading right now? I missed this? I did. No, I remember it coming out. I guess I never asked the question, why the fuck are we getting batteries from somebody else? Does anybody know? Like, why the fuck do we get batteries from someone, or why are we planning to get batteries from someone else? That makes no sense. Okay, well, they fucking should like focus on it. What the fuck is this? Hopefully they're talking about the bankruptcy of that. I think they are. Yeah, okay. It's a very weird way to fucking list that. Panasonic making Lucid's batteries. Panasonic doesn't make that good of batteries though. They're behind. Yeah, I saw that. They were like around like $8, weren't they? $802. I'm 24% short. Is it? Almost 5.2 in FTDs. Whoa. 120 million. Holy shit. What's the float on this? Wow. Alright, that's a pretty big borrow. Definitely worth noting. BlackRock just added just over 1 million shares here on the 30th of November as well. You know, I heard something about Rivian, but I don't know if it's true or not. Somebody said that Amazon was going to go ahead and they were going to, I guess, like, take some of their fleet and, or I guess use it for deliveries. Which I could believe because of how much they already have invested. Like, Rivian definitely needs a fucking a shot in the arm. Look at that difference in revenue. Like, that's a big step up. Like, a very, very big step up. CRKN? Alright, hold on one second, guys. I'll hop over there in a second. I'm just, you know, digging around here. Peers. No peers. That's odd. Alright, IDEX. And which one? CRKN? It's up here somewhere. Good morning, though, Brett. Long time no see. Dollar's sliding a little bit. What the fuck is this? CRKN. Wow. Motherfuck. Yeah, she's getting some lift. I'd say so. There is a gap underneath it, though. I gotta, like, focus on execution right this second. That's what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at execution. Rather than, you know, hopping in as many of these fucking plays as possible. Because then I just won't execute properly. I almost think that they're gonna, like... So I think that they're hitting these, like, the Chinese ones, right? And then they're gonna go ahead and work their way into small caps and mid caps. And as we know, they're already doing the Chinese ones. I just wonder if they're going to go ahead and, you know, dive right into small caps and mid caps. Because, again, I just feel like, you know, it's my opinion that that's where they're, you know, fucked the most. Just because they're, you know, probably levered so tight. Absolutely my speculation, though. Look at fucking Coinbase. Or CONL, excuse me. Good shit. I gotta look at Novavax real quick. NVAX. This is probably like one of like the largest cap companies that I'm fucking in right now. Of my active stuff. Of my active. Just under 31% short on 99.61 utilization. They are growing in employees as well. The reason why I'm so interested in this is not only just the short interest, guys, but take a look at this. Oops. So obviously broke my downtrend, moving sideways. Coming up on the MACD right there as well. Little tiny gap. It kind of filled right there, but there's actually like a little bit left. And then this is where the big one is. Looking at 43-ish to anywhere around 57. I put 55 just to be safe, but yeah. What's in store? Mayhem. I don't know if it's gonna be good or, you know, bad mayhem, but I think that there's gonna be fucking mayhem. What do you think's gonna happen today? Look at these price points. Fucking over $300. 331.68 is where it topped out. In all reality, I'm just playing this first gap. As of right now, I don't know if it's gonna, you know, I don't know what's gonna come of it, but things might change. It's the stock market, everything's fucking dynamic. Give me your pipeline, where are you? The fuck is their pipeline? You think it's a day of twists and turns? Yeah. I'm gonna have to be very, very careful with what I say. I feel like I've been very, very careful, but like anymore, just like after they went ahead and filed that shit, kind of want to take that a little bit more seriously now. Malaria and Ebola. I know about this. These are like really common diseases, guys. They're phase 3 for infants. Nano flu combination candidate. Phase 1 to 2. Nano flu, whatever the fuck that is, in phase 3. Interesting. It's got backing. Vanguard, oh, but never mind. Vanguard and BlackRock are the number 1 and number 2 holders. And then State Street. The big fucking 3. $56 days ago. When was that gap? It's August 8th-ish. Yeah. I'm gonna do a video on this real quick too. I need to fucking step it up. I've been slipping. Like, I'm seeing nothing but good news here. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and just do it. Hey yo, as you guys know, I'm not a financial advisor. Please like and sub. We are going to talk about Novavax. $1.35 billion company. 78.25 million shares on float. As you can see, this is kind of what interests me paired with the other data. But there's a nice little gap here from mid 40s to mid 50s. I mean, this has gone up to like 330 on the year, or not on the year, all time. 52 week is 236. I don't know if I'm gonna really play that just yet, like towards moving back up. I think I'm just kind of focused on this gap, but that's just me. Now this is pretty interesting right here. Just under 100% utilization. We are looking at 30.92% short. Quick little look here. I mean, I'm just seeing good news. I could be wrong. Seeing good news. Here's a pipeline. So authorized, phase 3 in progress, phase 1 to 2, phase 3, phase 1. Like, these are like diseases that people get very, very often. I mean, I wouldn't say, Ebola and malaria here in the States, but elsewhere, I think so. Again, not financial advice, just a quick little, insight. And again, disclaimer, I'm already long. But you guys have a good one, and we are live if you want to hop in. Later, guys. Cool. I gotta be a little bit more frequent with posting. Novavax. That'd be a fucking huge ass short squeeze if it was one. down in a second, guys. I promise. NVAX. What time's Fed? Powell speaks at 2:30, but it starts at 2. Well, the data comes out at 2. I mean, let me confirm that, but that's what it usually is. I'll post this and I'll look at that in a second. I have to change that picture again. Alright. Let me see. Yeah, 2 o'clock is when all that shit comes out, and then Powell speaks at 2:30, I'm assuming. Yeah, press conference. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ooh, what was that? Look at this on the 1 hour, guys. Double bottom on the 1 hour, maybe? Heads up on Novavax, guys. Just saying. Alright, I just gotta change that picture real quick. Forget pictures, there you are. Cool, that works. Someone has already suggested Alan prep it for a movie script. What? Wait, what? A movie script. It may get like to a point where, oh, actually, it may be actually at that point, but it may be a little bit like in that area of like not exactly what you were expecting. You know, like being a little bit bigger than what you were expecting. Look at CRKN, Jesus Christ. Congratulations if you hopped in that. God damn. Yay. I mean, if one person thinks that, I'm sure that more than one person is going to think it. You know what I mean? I still think that these small and mid caps are gonna feel it pretty good. Wild. Fucking wild. I honestly forget what this company does. Crown Electric what? There's a meeting on the 22nd though. I don't know if it has to do with like any kind of deficiencies or anything. I want to look at AGFY real quick. AGFY. I'm just happy that we're getting data again. $14 days, all right. And in November. $111-ish. So the shorts have control of this to like 111, give or take. What up, RP? Boyle. There's pros and cons to having this big of a list when I'm trying to find something in specific. The pro is that I get to go ahead and I get to check things that I really haven't like paid attention to. I mean, I guess you could call it that. It just kind of like grinded down though. Like it wasn't like a definitive move like how it was right here. It just kind of like grinded down. And then again, this is a stock pivot line. This isn't, or stock support line, I should say. This isn't something I drew. I mean, I could see it, but what do we got here? Let's look at the 4 hour. You know what? Wait, what was that level at? That was at about 37, give or take. Peep that though. Kind of like finding a hard bottom at around 35. This goes actually all the way to 32-ish, but I wonder if we're gonna fill this gap. I wouldn't be surprised if we filled this gap and we'd be like right at this bottom right here. All I know is it's fucking cold in Pennsylvania. 25 degrees out. Yeah, there's a Form 4 about SoFi. SoFi has never been my play, though. The thing is, I just have to focus on my execution at this point. Like, I don't know. I don't want to just, I don't want to overtrade. Because I know that if I overtrade, I'm going to lose. That is, like, I'm pretty sure a surefire number one. for like fuck ups that like even people that have been trading like a while make. So I just have to like focus on where I've done my DD and smoking those trades as opposed to searching everywhere. Wait, you're doing what, Alan? What's going on? Yeah, he did. They filed the Form 4. I don't know if it was the CEO, but I know it was an insider. I think somebody posted that in Mafia chat yesterday. You're probably too busy talking on calls. Does anybody know off the top of their head what Mullen has tomorrow, or should I just look it up? Because I'm pretty damn positive that they have something going on tomorrow. Sean's looking. Or, oh no, you're probably talking about that. He purchased a good chunk, a good chunk. Oh, whoa. Oh, sorry, that's direct. I thought that was gonna say dispose of. My apologies. So he acquired a good amount right there. Do you have a calendar or no? I'm like 90% sure that they have a fucking like the event happening on Friday. Is that the reverse split date? -- 23rd at 9:30. My bad. So the 23rd is when they're having theirs. No, that's the vote. I don't know if that would immediately go into effect. I could have swore that there was something on fucking like on the 15th. Maybe I'm just getting my dates fucked up with the SEC the SEC meeting that I mentioned earlier. No, you're good, dude. You are good. Also, I do want to go ahead and remind you guys that reverse splits don't always have to be bad. Like, they've been, like, a little bit rough, but they don't always have to be bad. And if you want an example, go look at GoCo. Alan, we gotta get your book published, dude. GWH is all the way back up to 280. Dow futures are on. S&P is down 0.09 and Nasdaq is down 0.15. APCX is feeling it. What is this about? They might be getting bought out by somebody. Never mind. Somebody's buying $10 million worth though. No, sorry, $2 million. MSGM. MSGM. I don't know. I didn't get greedy on it. I got out. I have to look at it. 100% utilization. 4.3 short. Low cap. Low float. COSM. Is that another fucking buy? Hold on a second. There might be another buy on this. It's already 9. Jesus. COSM. The CEO just keeps fucking buying more and more and more. He acquired 1.1 million more. I don't like this. I have no data for 2022. All right, so I believe that's the CEO. He owns almost 26% of the company. And the short on it is 16.87%. Utilization's up to 87%. So, I mean, it's off of what it was 7 days ago, just under 100%. Cost of our average is just under 45%. Where is cosm? SoFi, what you just mentioned, was up 3.16. What the fuck is this? Cosm's down to 27 cents. Low turnover. 702,000 in volume. Oops. I mean, this could basically bounce whenever. I'm waiting for it to go, really. Shit. So, like, the risk reward right here, in my opinion, is a little bit blurred. I mean, you lose this level right here where this just bottomed. I mean, you could come right back down. Or you could go ahead and grab some support because you did volume and you filled this gap. I don't know. Not my trade anymore. Maybe it should be. I don't know. I don't know. This was on a Sage Rock. You're gonna say what the fuck is Sage Rock? It's a fund that BlackRock holds for their high net worth individuals, but it's not a public company. And what I did a little while ago, it was a couple months ago at this point, was I went ahead and I looked at all of their holdings, and I made it like a watch list over or like about it, and this is one of them. How do you have a fucking 0.49% of somebody? Or whatever the fuck. I got dropped the market cap. I think that this was a SPAC or something. Do I believe the Fed is going to be dovish? I think that they're going to come out with a 25. If I were to guess. Again, though, that's me guessing. What'd you hit on that? Oh, you're just talking about it. You got me fucked up, dude. Got me fucked up. Sticks. SGX. It's AI. Alright. Now we're talking. Alright, see, this is up my alley. What's the float on this? Wait, which one are you talking about, Antics? You're talking about that JZXN? That's a Chinese special, just so you know. I mean, good luck to you if you take it, but just want to let you know. Do they have a deficiency notice, though? STIX, deficiency notice. Is that in the NASDAQ? Which one is that? Yeah, it's in the NASDAQ. I don't want to just take this without fucking knowing. to have an investor relations page. Am I fucking blind? Valued at $1 billion, and it's well off that. Brazil's first SPAC. Peeps yours. Give me 1 second. I gotta look at this a little bit more. PBLA. Jesus. Again. CRKN is up 120%. Alright, so this is Sage Rock. Well, this is what people invested in with Sage Rock. This is actually how I found GBTG. The fuck is this? NOGN? Let me look at this real quick before I switch. NOGN. Acquisition by the director. Acquisition by another director. People are buying NOGN pretty aggressively. Go ahead, show me your partners. Kenneth Cole, Justice Hurley. Let me scroll through you, fuck. Nope. It integrates with Facebook, Feedonomics. What else? Shopify. Those are like the two big names. Alright, that's interesting. This is gonna go to the top of my thing. NOGN. Oh shit. Alright. If we let Finner decide, it would be $25 only imposed on the normal people. Wait, whoa. What are you talking about? What would be $25? You got me, like, really confused with that. Alright, we'll see an insane small and mid-cap rally if we do 25 points. I think so too. Yeah, I also agree with about SDIG. I've already looked at cores. The thing is, I gotta focus on, like, I shouldn't have even been looking at these companies that I just pulled up. Like, I gotta worry about what I'm already doing. I just don't want to, overwhelm myself and then not be able to capitalize. That's all. Spy's hunch. Just shy of 18,000 on Bitcoin. MNTS still under $1. Yeah, and please like, sub, hit the bell if you are new. I'd appreciate it. Is anyone having problems with TLP? Just out of curiosity? I got mine just fine. I'm just curious if anybody's having any problems. She wants to go. She wants to. It's all the way down to 158.62. Wolf is up 8.7. Boyle is down 11.3. 36.90. It might be on the double bottom. Damn close. We don't get data till like 2, bro. The only thing that we just got was import prices. I hope LiDAR fucking just rips. I'm so confident with my DD on it. I just have to wait. You know what? I haven't looked at it in a minute. I say that, but it's been like a couple weeks since I looked at it. I'll do it real quick since we're about to open. Smart infrastructure, automotive, trucking, rail, aerospace, and defense. Let's make sure that nothing changed as far as holders go. Grom. Yeah, I was looking at that before. The website looks like it was done by AI completely. I don't know. It just looks like a pump and dump. And I don't want to be, like since those people got charged yesterday, I don't want to be anywhere near what could be categorized as like a pump and dump. All right, so the target price has been coming down, and it's still 576 expected. It's supposed to go up to like 575. Now, I don't really, trust what analysts say though. But I mean that could be a decent ballpark. Holders. GM. Intel is now 5th. Vanguard added on the 31st. So they are now the 4th largest. BlackRock's in there as well. State Street as well. It's kind of loaded. And that was the first active AI publicly traded, I believe. I'm like 99% sure about that. Mullen. Dow futures are up. NASDAQ and S&P are just low. S&P is pretty much on. NASDAQ's down 0.11. Little double bottom off the VWAP. Maybe. Again, please like, sub, hit the bell, guys. I'd appreciate it. AMC 579. GME is 2098. Still shy of 18 on Bitcoin. I should have bought that fucking Netflix put yesterday. Dropped the ball there. Just want to make sure that nothing's like ripping that I'm missing. I don't remember seeing IIN or IINN up 13.7. That's a low float, low cap, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not going to take it. I'm just, throwing that out there. Remember, MVST just got that that government contract as well. They're under $2 right now. Mullen showing life. Sava's up to 44.74. Mullen up to 23.09. Mullen. I gotta get my blocks up. What are we doing? I'm gonna get AMC blocks up. And I think we're gonna leave Mullen up. About 30 minutes till open. Alright, I want 34 cents. Yeah. I want 34 cents on one. Thank you for that, Ron. But, yeah, that website kind of fucked me up. Alright, guys, remember, I'm not a financial advisor. Obviously, read above. I'm going to say that I'm not a financial advisor a lot more than I usually say just because of what happened yesterday. I apologize in advance. But make sure that you guys have your own trading plan. Make sure that you follow your own trading plan, because if not, then, like, what's the point of fucking making one? And please don't follow me into any trades. Please do not do that. $1.2 up on AMC. There's like 4 creators that got charged by the SEC. Yeah, so I just gotta be like extra careful. That's all. $5.80 on AMC. Today's gonna be turbulent. Let's fucking go. SPY 401.60, 401.58 right this second. Bitcoin 17,950. And we are good. SPY's green. $103 on VRM. Just shy of 18 on Bitcoin. VIX is at a 22.6. Qs are pretty much unch, coming up on unch. Tesla's moving. Novavax 17-ish, 1697. Fucking PBLA, Jesus. Coinbase is up 2.6 already. SFT unch. Ape is up to almost 88 cents. Carvana up. IDEX is up 3.18. IoT hanging out of green. $5.67 on Amy. RSI is 24.50 though. 21.30 on GME. Mullen just shy of 23. Low turnover, though, for something that's only 23 cents. And it's traded almost 31,000 times. Or a million times, excuse me. That's not that bad. BBIG at 57.25. I'm not even gonna draw it. I mean, you guys see that. SPY 402.60. RSI is getting a little bit hot. 67.80. Bitcoin 17,935. AMC coming up to unch. Damn close. Interesting. SPY. We might see some fucking whips on today. Remember to breathe, guys. Remember to breathe. AMC blocks at 570. Holy fucking Vlon. PBLA, yeah. I saw that. You're a talent agent now? Alright. Alright. $16.78 on Novavax. MLGO's halted. Coinbase is up 4%-ish. Blocks coming through on AMC. AM up 13. We've seen that get jumpy. More blocks on AMC. Ooh, Vana. Hello. Come on, don't do me dirty. Don't do me dirty. CVNA. This was just off 53 when I was looking before. $52.83. Sorry guys, I'm just balls deep in this. I gotta watch it. Low turnover. SPY is 403. SPY is jumping pretty nice here. 404 is a key level. Definitely want to take that. 575 on AMC, 2150 on GME, 5715 on Big. Just off 23 cents on Mullen. VRM 103.5, 80 yen still sub 2. Bitcoin just grabbed 18,000. Trying for 23 cents on Mullen. Looking for fucking CRKN. Heads up, super trend up as well. Just shy of 17 on Novavax. Again, that was 31% short when I was looking before. Boil. Alright, one sec. Sorry. Rig 415, bet. Oh, we're starting to get a high reading on AGFY again. Boyle coming up to the 2. Rig up. Word. $507 on Vana. 508. Down to pivot on Vana. So we have a gap here on Vana at $6. Yeah, fuck, what was that too? Sean, wait, what is that? I'm sorry. I have no idea what that is. That gap on Vana is up from about 6 to about 636. 650-ish. Mullen. Oh, from Pedro. All right. Bet. Last 403 on SPY. Trying to hold 403. VIX at 22.6. Q's green. Tesla green. If you like the market up, Might be worth looking at TSLL. Also CONL. If you think that crypto's gonna, you know, keep going. That's a must read. Word. It's worth looking at that, guys. What Sean just posted, definitely worth the read. CRKN is fucking cranking. Brett, congrats, bro. SoFi's up 6. Antics, did you take that or no? $4.17 on rig. Down to 13 on NWTN. CRKN is just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. 170% up. Yeah, we did. I don't even remember what they do. I see it's electric something. I think that it might be like battery components or something, but I don't want to speculate. I mean, I'm obviously speculating all day, but I don't want to speculate too far. CONL is up to 565. I look at Coinbase real quick. Oh wait, what the fuck? This is the one that was with Sage Rock. Smart glass, word. I remember it wasn't CRKN, but I think that people like consider different types of glass smart and other ones not. When somebody says smart glass to me, I'm thinking like, you know, something where you go ahead and pull up you know, whatever online right on the screen. But that one company that we were looking at, I think it was View. I think that View just, it was about like tinting the windows. You know what I mean? So I would definitely want to double check that before I went like heavy into it. I mean, it'd be like fucking like really, really dope though if you could like advertise from glass. You know what I mean? Something like that. It'd probably be like more like an augmented reality type situation though. Muln 2325, 8.5 up. AMC is down to 565. Having trouble capturing 403 here. Trying to keep 18,000 on Bitcoin. Blocks on AMC. Go ahead. Spy push. Spy push. Go ahead. Having a tough time here at 403. Coinbase just off 40. Just under 6% on SoFi. AM off of its highs. MMAT 134.5. Tops Unch. Boyle 37.35. Oops. Under $5 on Vana. Snap 9.45. Low turnover on Snap though. Mullen holding on to 23 cents. $402.60 on SPY. Hellbiz is? Word? I forget where the fucking Hellbiz is. I'll just bring it to the top. I forget where their warrants are exercisable at. Do you know off the top of your head or no? The fuck? It does look nice. No? $112 and $14.36. No, warrants were. No. 2026. And they are... what the fuck is it? $2 per share right here. It seems like they're all over the fucking place now that I read that. PBLA up 60-some%. Coinbase just off 40. It does not like 40 to 42, guys. OTIC was showing red before, now it's up 13%. Rig 417. Comms is down another 5.8%. Cosm is down 6.8. 1280 on NWTN. LIDAR is sub 85 cents. Vana 503. CONL 552. Remember, that's 1.5 times Coinbase performance. GSAT's at 158. Slap in the ask at 566 on AMC. BBAI is at 95 cents. GWH is at 260. Bear with me, guys. Whoa. One sec. One sec. Come on. Sorry guys, I got to trade too, you know what I mean? Cool. 403.5 on SPY. Beautiful. Want 404 though. So full transparency, I just bought GWH. IWM slightly up, Qs are up. VIX is at a 22.6. Bitcoin's still putting in volume above 18. SPY is pushing. Right back up. Fuck. I hate her, but AOC. I mean, who knows? Maybe she, like, really needs fucking support. You know what I mean? %180 up on CRKN. Coinbase about to hit 40. Heads up on Coinbase, guys. My exposure to this is CONL. She can stir a pot. She could give me a fucking headache, too. She could definitely do that. Dollar strength still under 104. MMAT is at 135. DocuSign is 60. Boyle 37. tblt is Unch. Vana 506. Looking to spin here. Vana, volume above the VWAP. I want a Vana. I want a Vana. Oops. Mullen just lost 23. VRM 102.5. SPY just under 104. 403. 73. Blocks on AMC are coming in at 569. BBIG 56.8. Tesla's like $1 down. Vana 512. Little cup and handle. Well, cups it up. Let's see. I'm gonna come down on the VWAP first. 8.9 up on muln. What up, Khalid? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just remember, though, they have their meeting next week. 403.90 on SPY. Although, reverse splits don't have to be bad. Little double bottom. Reverse split might happen. I think it's going to happen. I think it's, you know, like all but like written in stone. Muln. I saw that. Coinbase has 40. AGFY chilling at fucking all the way down to 82 cents. As mentioned, DocuSign has 60. Won't be needed if we... yeah, well. It needs, in order to go ahead and like clear us on that rule, we need to stay above $1 for 30 consecutive days. 420 in rig, bet. 508 on Carvana. Yeah, so that wouldn't... The meeting's on the 23rd. There's not enough days. Alright. Sounds good, Alan. Yeah, there's not enough days. Do I wish that it was able to happen? Yeah, absolutely. That's just kind of the situation that, you know, we're dealing with, though. I see, I wouldn't even mind that. I would not mind that at all. I just have a feeling people are going to fucking act very, very bearish towards it when they really don't have to. Like a perfect example would be GoeV. It's absolutely ripping now. I think it needed like a minute in order to go ahead and like kind of solidify itself after the reverse split, but now it's... I mean, it's pretty much space case in the last couple of days. The last couple sessions, I should say. Coming up on 404 on SPY. Just shy of 23, I'm on. Tesla's at 158.50. AMC blocks at 565. Pushing towards 404. Come on. What is Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin's at 1840. XRP's green now. Coming up on 1340 on ETH. GME 2120. 8 cents down on AMC. It was kind of fucked up last night. After, you know, everybody found out about the people like getting in trouble for pumping and dumping penny stocks, I saw people trying to fucking pump and dump CEI. Like, I'm not fucking hopping anywhere near that trade just because it was talked about like that. But it's just fucked that they're, you know, they're doing it right after someone gets in trouble for doing it. Like, people do not give a fuck. Hellbiz is off of its highs, still 5% up though. Coinbase dropped 40 yen. ML Go trying to hold on to 5. Jojo might go again. HLBZ partnership with Mr. Beast. Well, okay then. AVXL Mike is chilling at 877. Low turnover. SoFi is running. SoFi looks really strong right here. Antics, if you grab those, congratulations. Because, I mean, your chances are your fucking IV's jacked to hell already. Those were only $2 to start the day. Wild. OTIC. OTIC looks jumpy. Looking jumpy on OTIC. SMMT down to 390. Or excuse me, 369. MMat 167. Or 167. 137. Sorry, late night last night. Tops just off 140. Cosm down 8. Comms down 9.8. tblt 213. Probably low volume. Yep. Vana 510. Vana looks really healthy right here. Vana. Ooh, AMC blocks. Sean, does it say what that deal consists of or no? 404 on SPY? Close. More blocks at 569. $18.50 on Bitcoin. ETH is almost at 1340. Qs have 290. Tesla about $2 down. Muln 2320-ish. Heads up. $56.5 on BBIG. 404 on SPY. Adding his burger to their app. I don't know what his burger is. SPY 404.17 13. Trying to break this red. MNTS still sub $1. 159 on Tesla. They offer ghost kitchen stuff through their app. Okay, I have no idea what that is. I don't know what ghost kitchen is. Muln's cooking. Give me 1 second. SoFi's up 480. Dollar strength still sub 104. Pound strength 123.8. Boyle 37.13. LIDAR 85 cents. Vana 5.19. Hold on 1 second. Vana. Muln is at 23.60. Vana is at 5.22. Intraday high right here. Muln 23.64. Do they? See, Carvana for me is more of like a fluid trade, where Muln I'm just like, I'm more of like a long-term investor on it. So like, I have to pay attention to Carvana more than I have to pay attention to Muln. Like, yeah, I want it to go up, of course, but I'm not. It's not like I'm gonna sell it just yet. Not at these levels. So with that being said, I gotta be ready for Vana. $4.22 on rig, bet. $4.31 on Vana. Vana's cooking. So is Muln. My portfolios are feeling pretty fucking nice right now. Just shy of 24 on Muln. Carvana looks like she's about to go parabolic though. Yes, I know. It's hard not to click on it. Carvana's fucking going though. Go ahead, babe. 404.20 on SPY. Intraday high. 12% up on Muln. VRM has 103.5. Remember, VRM has pretty much the same exact business model as Carvana. More room for capitalization, though. $5.44 on Vana. Bird a tweet? What did he tweet? Twitter. Thank you for sharing that, Greg and Alan. Well, I'm pulling up John Berta right now. Look at fucking Carvana. Let's go. More evidence of FINRA fraud. Scroll down to see what they are using. Likely same actors that listed MMTLP. Similar info. Market cap info is even correct. Based on 165 million shares. Unreal. Great find. He tagged fucking Joe Rogan, Holly from Missouri, and Charles Payne. Holy fuck. Yo. They have a 500 trillion torchlight tokenized securities. What in the fuck? We just lost 24 on muln. This actually looks pretty healthy. It's slowing down right now because the RSI is hot. Trying to hold above this line. See what happens. There's MACD. I hate this shit. That signal might cut up. muln just shy of that 24 mark. Yeah, I saw that, Greg. I saw that. Help is off of its highs. Novavax green, sitting at 1725. Coinbase has 40 again. muln's trying to hold on to 24. $0.83 on AGFY. APE is under 87 cents still. muln. Mmat is green as well. Just under 140. Has 140. Fighting. Pound is just off 124. And dollar strength is still hanging out under 104. Rig 424. Boyle 3758. NWTN 1315. LIDAR's at 86. I gotta click on Vana real quick. 540. Sorry, I don't know what the fuck's going on with this MACD here after I downloaded it. Or downloaded the update. 404 on SPY. muln 24. It's still fighting at 24. Go ahead. Show me the fucking gusto. Let's go. AMC 573. 24 on muln. 540 on Vana. 105.5 on VRM. Just shy of 420 on SPY. Bitcoin still putting in volume above 18. For 425. Go ahead, you fuck. $545 on Vana, 544. Just shy of 24 on muln. SPY 404.10, trying to hold on to 404. I'm down as long as I keep fucking pounding volume above 404. MNTS just below 98 cents. We dropped to 108 on TLT. Vana, intraday high. Tesla is still down. Fauna. Fuck yeah. Low turnover as well. 3.2 turnover on Vana. This was 53% short as well. Swear, it looks like muln is riding on Vana. Well, alright, so, like, you know, in 2008, like, the reason why all that shit happened was because of, like, they were trading baskets of NBSs, right? So, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to argue that there's a lot of stocks. I mean, you look at mmat, for instance, and AMC. I mean, that was kind of a comparison that we were talking about last night during a space call. They're bunching together stocks and trading them very, very, like in a very, very similar way. I'm sure that there's other things that are moving just like muln and Vana as well. 577 on AMC. Yeah, I mean, it's just like the whole basket trading. How much you want to bet that there's fucking traditional firms out there that are doing kind of like what SBF was doing with FTX? Just because there's no fucking, like, there's no audit trail right this second. I mean, it makes sense. And I think that all the tokenized shit, he's responsible for. See, SPY trying to push. Pivot is at 405.27. CEI's unch. I'm not touching it just because of like what was said on Twitter last night. I do not want any part of that. I don't care how much it goes up. I don't want any part of it. Coinbase 41.13. Heads up on CONL. He's playing the same fucking game all the big banks have been playing. Exactly. He gave the admins and hedgies a way to get out of their infinity squeeze. Then someone fucked up at Alameda. Yeah, I agree. Just so everybody knows, I did take the L on CNXA. The only reason I did was because I needed to get into GWH. SoFi is 10% up. I just don't want to, like, you know, have you guys thinking that I'm still in that. Not to say that it might not, you know, or it's not going to jump, but I'd rather just be fucking transparent. LADAR 86. Snap is at 965. Remember, Snap has a lot of gaps in the chart. Had Alameda played the smart long game rather than trading like a bunch of buffoons. Well, they got fucking over leveraged. Also, I don't know if it was other people that were like running into those tokens and kind of like taking or using those as leverage, and they over leveraged using those. But someone fucked up. The thing is, if they didn't fuck up, we wouldn't have known. CONL is up 9%. That was an easy trade. Coinbase does not like 40 to 42. So when this was over, like way oversold, it became like a pretty easy trade. Can't forget to take the layups, guys. I like hitting the homers too, but we can't forget to hit the layups. Like, Kramer actually put out a fucking tweet that said that he liked Coinbase all the way to 475. It's at fucking 40. Like, he must really like it now. 23.30 on muln. 106 on VRM. Wait. We don't believe in stop losses. I mean, I don't believe in stop losses either, so, I mean, it is what it is. But if you're trading, you know, with that kind of money, I think that's important to have a stop loss. She only had 18 months of trading experience when she moved to the company. What? And she's trading with that much money and no stop losses? Wow. When's her day in court? I'd love to watch that. Do we actually know her date in court or no? I hope that this isn't Head and Shoulders. When you're trading on $8 billion worth of customer funds. Exactly. There's no, you don't need risk management at that point. It's kind of like, ah, fuck it. Like, no. That's like, see, that makes me upset. Not like upset, like it's gonna like piss me off all day, but like, yeah. Makes you feel a little bit indifferent. Ellison disliked common trading safeguards such as stop loss orders in a way of capping losses and reducing risk. Honestly, and this is not financial advice, if I had that kind of money, I'd probably just sell fucking calls. Now, at this point in time, I'd probably just be going long. Obviously not financial advice. I want to be very, very clear about that. I would probably be, you know, buying, like, DCing the shit out of value. But prior to this, for a little while, I probably would have been selling calls. Signing up for infinite risk is a scary fucking game. Although, you know what, I guess it's really not that scary if, you know, you have Finner on your side. I use a lot of elementary... Wait, whoa, okay. I think those aren't necessarily great risk management tools. I use a lot of elementary school math... Arithmetic Wow, okay. She admitted that she didn't set out to become a trader, adding, what do math majors do? I guess I'll apply to some internships with some trading firms. I mean, I will give her this. She got her degree in math. And, you know, she's actually doing something that requires math. It's not really, you know... I don't know. By you saying elementary arithmetic, it's kind of like a slap in the face. CJJD, what are you doing? If this fucking slow grows, I'll piss myself. $8 billion worth of the... Yeah. It's what it is. I do want to know when her court date is, though. We gotta look that up later. SoFi is... on a very, very nice trend here. Again, do never, ever draw these trajectory lines. This is not how you're supposed to draw at all. Now, when is this going to break, though? MMat, 138.5. Pound strength is at 124. 103.80 on dollar strength. What is up, low? U.S. to add over 30 Chinese companies to trade blacklist. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. So there was a like an update tweet that I got late last night, and it was the finance minister from China, kind of criticizing the fact that they did that. I think it's worth noting. AMC blocks at 576. Rent is up another 10%, almost 9.4. AVCT 104. GSAT 155. VRM 106. SPY 404.20. Bitcoin still doing volume above 18. XRP is ever so slightly green. ETH is up at 1338 as well. Muln 23. Rig Launchpad. FIE nearing daily average volume. Word. Are you still in that position? AMC. EMAs are straightening out on AMC right here. And we are just above the 200. Alright, word. Looks like we're trying to confirm 23. Coming back up towards the 48. Just lost 404. Trying to hold on. Tesla. Not doing so hot. I'm going to buy TSLL all the way the fuck down, though, if it comes down to it. And obviously not financial advice, yada, yada, yada. Oh, Elon gave financial advice last night, I think. I mean, I took it as financial advice. And he said, and this is from him, not me. He said, invest with like a long-term point of view and avoid leverage. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to be a little bit more precise maybe with the leverage I put out. But I'm going to stick to DCAing the companies that I like and then just picking my spots with leverage. $17.44 on Novavax. Novavax looks nice too. This kind of look like fucking AMC. Alright. Picture this chart in your head. Hold, 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 hold. See, like a double bottom kind of, right through the 200, coming back down. Novavax is a little bit more space there, but same kind of structure. $17.49 on Novavax. See, like look at that shit. That looks really, really close. I mean, it's not as steep of an increase right there, but still. AGFY 83.5. SFT just under 22 on SFT. SoFi off of its highs. AM almost unch. MMat 139. DXY 103.80. Pound strength just lost 124. It's fighting there. 61 on DocuSign. Where is Nirvana? Alright, off of its highs. 3.5 up on GameStop. Rig. Low turnover as well. What's this doing? CRKN heads up. Coming right through the VWAP. This looks fucking space worthy. FFIE just off 48 cents. AVXL 890-ish. Ape still under 88 cents. MMat still under 140. Tops 138. Boyle 37.58. NWTN 13.10. LIDAR 86. Snap 964. Vana 526. AMD still holding on to 71. Rent is having another killer day. 10% up. GoCo down for the first time in like 3 days. BBAI is only at 93.5. As soon as I fucking jumped on this, it just stopped moving. DWAC is down to 2017. FOA 136. MVSC just got that government contract. It's at 188.5. GWH 261. My entry was at 260. Works had a couple of nice days. Like last week, I think it was. It's at 52 cents right now, chilling. Revlon, off of its highs, still has 84%. MicroStrategies is up 2.5%, about 207. MindMed down 269.5. Tesla 157.75. I might buy TSLL. Gotta look. Obviously not financial advice, yada yada yada. Not getting rid of that, not getting rid of that. I don't want to take profits on Coinbase yet. Not selling Ape. Not selling BBIG. Son of a bitch. $18,040 in Bitcoin. SPY just under 404. AMC 574. 2154 on GameStop. Mullen, what do we got? At the 200 right now. Descending channel though. I'm just going to draw an approximate. Big 55.50. AMC's at 570. 403.63 on SPY. NASDAQ futures are up 0.56. S&P are 0.5 up, and Dow are 0.45 up. Let's see how this is looking. I know you guys don't want to chart Bitcoin. I don't want to either, but it is what it is. Watch for a bounce around 25. Just might get it right here off this shit. Low turnover on GameStop. Trying to get some support off the VWAP. There's a super trend on that previous candle. It got snuffed right up by the VWAP. $403.68 on SPY. VIX down to a 22.13. TLT sliding a little bit, 107.50. 290 on the Qs. 157.10 on Tesla, approximately. Yeah, please like, sub, hit the bell if you have not already. I'd appreciate it. $17.55 on Novavax. Remember, guys, this does have gaps. And they traded down off good news. PBLA off of its highs, if I'm not mistaken. Coinbase 4040. AMC blocks at 572. SoFi headed back up. Novavax with a little bit of a candle. And MMT 139 still. 123.9 on pound. 103.79 on dollar strength, so that's slipping a little bit. 61.43 on DocuSign. 140 on tops. Cosm is down 7.6. Comms is down 8.7. Novavax. Novavax, go ahead. Get out of here, bitch. 86.50 on LiDAR. 968 on Snapchat. Crude oil inventories up big. Okay, so that might be bad for oil or mid cap. Well, I guess all oil stocks. If the inventories are up, then that should say that there's like a decent supply. I mean, fuck. The energy market's ripping though, so I mean, I don't know. And we're gonna have to sell a lot of the oil as well, so we gotta, take that into account. Rent 333. Fantastic, like last 2 weeks for rent. Fucking fantastic. Saab lost 44. Tilray is down. GWH 261 still. AMC 573, GME 2157, muln just shy of 23, VRM 103.5, SPY 404, 404.10. The average volume on Novavax is only 510. Sorry, 5.1 million. We are just under 1 million still. But 31% short. 1860 on Bitcoin. Go ahead. Very, very strong growth. There we go. 1775 intraday high. Back down to 1771. I have to pull up Vana though. Boyle 38. LiDAR has 87. 971 on Snap. 532 on Vana. Vana. 2163 on GME. 574 on AMC. Blocks coming in on AMC. TLT just went green, 107.89. Tesla 157.20 off of the lows a little bit. Most of the large caps are looking pretty good right here. My med just went green. SOXL up another 1.7. I'm half tempted to like hedge myself with an SOXS call. I don't know if I'm going to though. Just because my portfolios are mostly like tech. I mean, I have a lot of like different things in there, but SOXS would kind of work the other way. 404.20 on SPY. It's looking all right. I know that the like the boom booms are definitely fun to look at, but they're not nearly as stable as some of these things that like grow in a healthy manner. Tesla's through its lows. Bear with me, guys. Bear with me. Come on, you fuck. Let's go. I just bought more TSLL. $21.74 on GME. $22.70 on muln. SPY 404.20. I just don't think that SPY is going to continue to grow, but like that type of foundation, and Tesla's going to get, you know, continuously knocked on all day. I just don't see it. Tesla coming up to trend. Go ahead, you fucker. Get up there. $104.5 on VRM. ADN still under 2. 404.25 on SPY. 21.83 on GME. 1870 on Bitcoin. XRP still green. Just off 1340 on ETH. TLT pretty much on. I mean, it's 9 cents up at 107.78. I think Netflix is getting towards my danger zone. No, it's not. Never mind. My danger zone is like 333. Rig. 1 second. Tesla. Go, touching my trend. Yeah, Rig has 430. She's looking nice. Go ahead. $17.78 on Novavax as well. Coinbase about 40.50 approximately. FFIE down 13.7. Slapping the ass on AMC. SoFi 1070 up, 1060. Slapping the ass on AMC. Pound 124. Still under 104 on dollar. 61.31 on DocuSign. Cosm's down 10% again. Comms is coming up on that level. LiDAR 88 cents. Love it. 9.77 on Snap. Vana 5.33. Vana's trying to step up. Brent 13% up. Armed, another green day it looks like. AVCT 104.6. $5.35 on Vana. Sava 43.64. IoT green, AI's green. GWH 263. Muln has 23 back. Rig 431 bet. Spy 404.30-ish. Ooh. Gotta stop doing that. Spy's trying to solidify this 404 mark. Mullen did break trend. Off the 2. This actually looks like a double bottom off the 200. Just shy of 157 on Tesla. Trying to break this trend that I have. Q's at 290 and change. Line, what is up? Good luck. I hope you're wrong. Revlon is up 94%. Tesla has 157. Rig 431. Novavax 1788. Honestly, we're gonna want to see the reaction after the Fed. Like, this is great and all, but a reaction out of the Fed could wipe it all in like a matter of like 30 seconds. 490 on SoFi. Boyle, where was that? Boyle's 38.12. NWTN just shy of 13. 980 on Snap. 536 on Vana. Here's Snap. Fuck. Here's Snap looks really fucking strong. God damn. Okay. Snapchat looks really, really strong off of a double bottom here. Vana. Kind of strong. Again, please do not draw trajectory lines like this. Don't do that. %14 up on rent. CONL 566, still up 7% ish. AVCT 104. Saba 43.5 ish. IoT slightly up. AI pretty much lunch. Not pretty much, it is lunch. I'm really hoping on fucking FOA. I have a pretty penny there. Let's see. Tusk up another 4.7. Tusk and Kirk have just kind of hung in there pretty well. AMC blocks at 577 still. Microsoft's up 1.5. Facebook's up another 2%. 156.20 on Tesla. Just shy of a buck on MNTS. Literally a thousandth of a penny. 404.19 on SPY. Mullen dropped 23. 21.71 on GME. And 576 on Amy. And 55 on BBIG. Coming back down to 404. No bueno. Novavax is still looking strong. Again, not how you're supposed to draw at all. Very, very far from it. PBLA, 10% up. 14% down on FFIE. AGFY 84.40. Ape sub 88 cents. SoFi broke the strong trend that it was on. Still up 10.5 though. Kind of looks like a cup and handle right here. If this handles, don't be surprised if it gets like on this side of the line. It happens kind of frequently. Rig 431. CRKN is up 151%. AMC blocks still in that 577 to 578 area. 40.5 on Coinbase. CNXA up 3%. As mentioned, I did sell that though. $103.77 on dollar strength. And pound strength has 124. Cosm. I'm just looking at this because I know that a lot of you guys have it. Hoping for a double bottom right there. Again, the market doesn't run on hopes and dreams though. Just remember Comms' earnings is the 19th. SPY might start to turn back around. tblt 217. LiDAR has 90 cents. Snap 977. Vana 536. I just have too much money to not keep clicking on this, guys. Sorry. Yeah, I saw that. Just in time for me to, you know, I sold my shit already. No big deal. 16.6 up on rent. CONL up 6 almost 7%. I mean, I just took mine out though, which kind of sucks. Like right before. I could have waited 5 more minutes and I would have done a little bit better, but I mean, it's all right. I don't like go after these fucking momentum plays with like good money. Like the momentum plays, I'm like a few dollars here, a few dollars there. You know what I mean? It won't break me. Vlon up 85%. Watching NRPI, by the way. Yeah. Did you look into their like contracts and shit? Like, did you see what I was seeing? Here's another penny stock that I have. It's 36 cents. BRGC. I'm way up on my BRGC though. That was actually like a penny stock that I absolutely smoked. The name of it is Bright Rock Gold Company. SPY. Yeah, but I'm more so focused on the fact that they have a contract with NASA. And the whole Constellation Vault like deal. Let me look at BRGC. My entry on BRGC, my net cost basis was $17.69. It's trading at around 35 cents right now. And it's like it kind of like solidified up to there. 579 blocks on AMC. SPY. Healthy growth. Remember, pivot is at 405.27. Mullen just shy of 23. 21.75 on GME. 54.40 on Big. Hellbiz stock low-key pisses you off? Yeah, me too. That's kind of why I stopped hitting it as much as I was. Like, for a while there, it was just getting fucking good news nonstop. And it was trading down off good news. I mean, I could argue, though, that there's a few stocks that have been doing that. Like, tblt. And then goev. I don't think that they've posted bad news. They have a deal with fucking Walmart and the U.S. Army. Almost 291 on Qs. Yeah, WONDF. That's down, though. AMC blocks. I mean, I understand why it would be down with all the FTX stuff, but at the same time, I don't think that a lot of people are realizing that they just made an acquisition in order to handle stock slices. Mullen has 23 back. $404.70 on SPY. Liverpool, what is good? I mean, I'd like us 25, but are they really going to do what makes sense? I mean, that's what makes sense to me. Or are they going to, you know, be a little bit off and then try to, like, slam people? We'll have institutions slam people either way. If Goldman's hinting something, I don't believe it. Now, that's my opinion. But if Goldman's hinting at something, I'm not believing whatever Goldman says. Coming up on 18.1 on Bitcoin. Heads up on Tesla, guys. Looks like she's trying to curl here on the MACD. Could be gearing up here. 584 on Amy. And where's my Vana? 432 on Rig. Novavax 1786. 166 up on CRKN. CNXA starting to go a little bit. 5.5. AGFY 81.35. SoFi just under 10% up. 9.5 now. AM 9.5 up. Tesla. Boyle's 37.85. Glidar 89 cents. tblt 217. Snap 980. Vana 531. Rent still has 14.7 up. GSAT 156. AI is now down. I really want AI to slide. If AI slides, I'll probably sell a little bit of my Carvana in order to pick some up. I don't really want to get rid of Carvana, but at the same time, I think that AI could really go bang. We have 18.1 on Bitcoin. SPY has 404.30. RSI on Tesla is just under 42. 2159 on GME, 579 on AMC. Bitcoin looking all right here. How do you? Muln 2340-ish. Muln trying to make it through VWAP. Here we go. Crossing the MACD as we speak. A little bit hot on the R side. Well, getting to hot. It's 67, 16. $54.18 on BBIG. Out of there. Down to the 48 on Mullen. Again, please like, sub, hit the bell if you have not already. It will totally help me out with the algos. These algos fucking hate me. 1781 on Novavax, breaking off my trajectory line. Remember, this is 31% short. Here, actually, you know, let me just look at it real quick. 52.98 on Vana. Novavax. Let's see. 579 blocks going through Amy. Shorts on Novavax. 30.92. Coming back above trend. Well, trying to. 434 on Rig. Probably my favorite low to mid cap oil company, or energy company, I should say. Blocks coming through AMC, 580, 579. CNXA, son of a bitch. Oops. Oops. Congrats if you're still in it, though. Going for a gold cross right now. When we were looking at it the other day, it was moving almost effortlessly, just because the float's so low. And the cap's as low as it is. It just seemed like somebody like took off like a weight off the top, and then it would just like fucking like raise instantaneously. AM 11% up. MMat 139.8. Pound just lost 124. Dollar strength is sliding a little bit though, 103.71. Tops 143. SWN is probably like right below Rig, in my opinion. Comms is down 11.4. Cosm is down 12.2. Boyle just under 38. Snap still at 980. 525 now on Vana. A little bit of a slip. 10 million off average volume on Vana. Trying to catch ourselves at VWAV on Carvana. 586, 585 on AMC. Tesla's all the way down to 156.5. Huge rally possible. I could see that. 587 on AMC. So one of my coworkers' son is a portfolio manager at Goldman Sachs. Okay, tell him that he's a douchebag. Ask him to get you in contact so we could pick up his brains over LP. I just really hate Goldman Sachs that much. I mean, that'd be sweet if you could, you know, like run it by him. I'm sure that he knows all about it though. Like, if I were to guess, he probably knows all the fuck about it. No, I agree with you. It'd be fucking awesome. Like, it'd be really cool. It's my opinion though that he already knows about it. I personally think it's the most complicated play on the street, or it was, I should say. So I'm sure that like a lot of the large portfolio managers know about it. Greg, new high of the day. Word. Ooh. Low turnover as well. Look at these people slapping the ass. I'm gonna do this again. Novavax has 18. Coin 4040. PGY chilling at 70 cents. CNXA is now 9% up. SoFi is up 10.3-ish. Ape still under 88. AM up 12. MMat 139.7. Pound still has 124. Dollar is at 103.80. Boil 37.5. tblt 215. LiDAR 88. Snap 986. Vana 524. What's rent at? Rent's 15% up. 583 blocks on AMC. Sava just shy of 44. Low turnover. Low volume though too. Fuck, I told somebody that I was gonna look into what was it? An NDM. I didn't. If you're in here, whoever asked me to look into that, just remind me in after hours and I will certainly do it. 266 on GWH. Slapping the ass on AMC right now. Revlon is 97% up. Fucking ridiculous. I kind of want to pull that up real quick. Ooh, and it's traded down all day too. Was that a gap up or was that just a fucking strong growth? Okay. And gap over here. Tiny little gap. Let's see. MindMed Unch. WONDF is Unch. Facebook is 2.8 up. Netflix 1% up. Google almost 1% up. Amazon about 0.5%. 1.5 on Microsoft. Tesla's at 157.20. 30. Let's see. Trying to curl right now on Tesla. Above the 48. 182 on IWN. Excuse me. Let's see. MNTS is now down on the day. 96 cents. 1880 on Bitcoin. SPY 404.30. Mullen 23.31. 583 on AMC. 21.75 on GME. About 55 cents on Big. Oh my god. I don't know why this is fucking doing this all the time now. Alright, what do we got? SPY's is trading very, very tight. $21.76 on GME, $5.81 on AMC. Just shy of 18.1 on Bitcoin. Gary's on the hot mic.
The Division of Enforcement and the Office of the General Counsel.
That
Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you,
that
Renee,
meeting's tomorrow.
Sean, Jessica, and of course all the teams. Commissioner Peirce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to Renee, Sean, and Jessica for those presentations. While this rulemaking is more prescriptive and restrictive than I would have preferred, I support it for likely doing more good than bad. It should help insiders to trade without fear of liability while making it more difficult to misuse 10b5-1 plans.
Bear with me, guys.
Evidence cited in the adopting release suggests that some executives may illegally trade based on MNPI and try to cover their tracks through 10b5-1 plans. For example, insiders might try to game Rule 10b5-1 by selectively canceling overlapping plans to avoid a lousy trade. Much of the Commission's solution to this problem is reasonable. Most importantly, the rule imposes a cooling-off period for entering and exiting plans. The rule also limits overlapping plans, but allows them, if they facilitate sales, to cover tax obligations related to the vesting of a compensatory award like a restricted stock. Further, in response to commenters, the final rule is improved over the proposed rule. Among other improvements, the final rule drops the unnecessary and likely unworkable changes to 10b5-1 plans for issuers. It improves the definition of non-10b5-1 plans. I question the need for quarterly disclosure about these plans, but the definition is more precise than the proposal's expansive and confusing one. The final rule also reduces the number of disclosures. It contains fewer costly disclosure requirements. For example, the rule will not require directors or officers to disclose pricing information about their 10b5-1 plans. And the tabular chart about certain forms of equity compensation is more reasonably scoped. While I generally support tailored 10b5-1 plan reforms, the new regime in the final rule is still unnecessarily restrictive. For example, the final rule imposes a longer cooling off period than is necessary, even though it is shorter than proposed. Many commenters reasonably called for a period as short as 30 to 60 days. A longer period could discourage the use of 10b5-1 plans. It also conditions the availability of the defense on acting in good faith with respect to the plan. The final rule provides that the individual relying on the plan must have acted in good faith with respect to the plan.
Has that gone so far?
Although better than the language, the ambiguous uprighted in good faith language that was in the proposal, this condition, I think, is still unnecessary.
Short double bottom.
The inclusion of the condition could create unnecessary concern for insiders in the execution of their duties. The final rule also includes unnecessary disclosures around options. The final rule, like the proposal, requires companies to prepare a table relating various material events with the issuance of options and similar instruments. Some disclosure may be merited, but the rule's granular tabular requirement could be more noise than signal. It could suggest a non-existent relationship between the material events and options grants. The rule's narrative requirement for companies to discuss policies and practices on the timing of awards would suffice, I think, to address any concerns about this type of compensation. The final rule also requires publication of insider trading policies on EDGAR, or companies have to explain why. If they don't have insider trading policies, they don't have them. The Commission, I think, should have just allowed companies to publish those policies on their website, which would have reduced costs and made it easier for companies to update their policies and would be easy for investors to find those policies as well. It also applies unreasonable deadlines for bona fide gifts for Form 4 reporting. The rule requires as you heard, certain executives to publicly report those gifts
49 cents
or
on
more within 2
MJXL.
days of the reportable transaction, while the current lag is too long. The final rule, I think, the reporting deadline is too short. And then the final rule also lacks a financial hardship exemption. Insiders with legitimate reasons for trading and no MNPI may avoid trading anyway for fear of an SEC investigation. And it fails
Mullen.
to allow individuals to rely on a 10b5-1 plan if they were aware of MNPI when they entered into the plan, but knew that MNPI would become public.
Yeah, 404.65.
Before trading under the plan could begin. Although also true of existing regulations under 10b5-1, we could have revisited this requirement as part of imposing a certification requirement on directors and officers entering into Rule 10b5-1 plans. But despite these concerns with some of the details of the
Bitcoin
new
up to
rule, addressing the kind
18,132.
of regulatory gaps that may have enabled the abuse of 10b5-1 plans is an excellent example of what should occupy the Commission's rulemaking agenda. While I disagree with some of the policy choices, I am pleased that my colleagues were able to settle on a final rule
Up
that
to
I
the
could
VWAP and the
support.
2 on Tesla.
Instrumental in getting to this point were staff across the Commission, including Corey Clemmer on the chair's staff, numerous staff in the Division of Corporation Finance, Dorothy
Ford
McQuaid, David
Launchpad.
Lisitsa, and Bryant Morris in the Office of General Counsel, the Division of Economic and Risk Analysis, the Division of Enforcement, and others across the Commission. I do have one question. As I noted in my statement, the final rule provides that the individual relying on the plan must have acted in good faith with respect to the plan. What does that mean? And
Interesting.
is the language targeting bad behavior, is this language targeting bad behavior sort of duplicative? Since it seems to
Rig
me
looks
that,
so
that
fucking
we
nice
already
right
have
now.
the ability to address the kinds of conduct
Yeah,
that
this
we're
lady's
going
fucking
after
hurt my
with that
ears.
active in good faith.
Jesus.
Thanks. I'll be happy to address that question. Just with respect to the term good faith, the term good faith or the requirement to act in good faith is already part of Rule 10b5-1 as it was adopted in 2000. So that term is not a new term with respect to this rule. So it should already be well understood by officers, directors, and their attorneys. But generally speaking, good faith has been defined as honesty in a person's conduct or honest dealing. And with respect to the rule, acting in good faith with respect to the plan includes any trading under the plan. And it means that insiders should not be attempting to evade the prohibitions of the rule. And we have some examples in the release.
144 on tops.
That an individual should not be using their influence to affect the timing of a corporate disclosure, for example, to occur before or after a planned trade under the trading arrangement. And if they were to do so, that may not be acting in good faith with respect to the plan. And that's just one example that's included in the release.
Well, thanks, Renee, for clarifying. Yeah, it was the acting in good faith with respect to the plan that I'm trying to discern what that means. And so
CON now looks like it's trying to get over the MACD.
The example you mentioned and other examples in the release are already things that we could pursue. Am I wrong about that?
I think the point is just to clarify that the good faith requirement applies not just at the time of the adoption of the plan, but also during the duration of the plan, and that any attempts to evade the restrictions of Rule 10b5 or Rule 10b5-1
C3 has the 13 over the 200 on the 4 hour.
Benefit from the affirmative defense in those instances.
Okay, thank
Has a
you,
gold
Renee.
cross
I
on
don't
the
have
1
any other
hour.
questions.
Has a gold cross on the
Back to
2.
Commissioner Peirce, Commissioner Crenshaw.
DUX now
Morning.
running.
Thank you. A lot of this you'll have heard already from my colleagues, but by virtue of their positions, executives and certain other corporate insiders are routinely exposed to material non-public information. Unpublished financial results, advanced merger discussions, unannounced business risks that may have materialized. Trading on that information ahead of the public undermines confidence in our markets. In light of that, but also with the understanding that there will be times when executives need to sell some portion of their holdings for personal reasons, roughly 20 years ago, the Commission allowed for what are known as these Rule 10b5-1 plans, which enable corporate insiders to establish a formal plan
Oh my god.
setting forth a pre-established formula that would trigger stock sales. If this plan was established while the
Going for
insider had
405?
no material non-public information, the rule would provide an affirmative defense for the planned trades against allegations of insider trading. Once those plans were put into place, however, under the original 10b-5 rules, they could be modified with ease and without public disclosure. Because the plans were so flexible, executives could avail themselves of the affirmative defense while at the same time amending their plans in advance of corporate announcements that would likely move stock prices. As written, those rules have ceased to provide appropriate investor protection, and data show have been abused. As I noted in March of last year, it's well past time to revisit these insider trading rules. So I'm pleased that after data-driven, deliberative process, including a proposal in December, that we are doing just that. Today, the Commission adopts new rules for insiders that prohibit single trade plans, with a limited exception to provide for unexpected liquidity needs, that prohibit overlapping plans, that require a cooling off period and officer and director certifications, that establish an amended good faith condition, as you just heard a little bit more about, that mandate new disclosures of the registrant's policies and procedures, of certain options awarded to named executive officers, and of the plans used by officers and directors.
5405,
that also finally require a checkbox on Form 4 clearly indicating when transactions are made pursuant to 10b5-1 plans. These protections should help limit the scope of 10b1 plans to situations where insiders are truly trading without the unfair benefit of material non-public information, and protect against opportunistic trading. And in doing so, they should help bolster confidence to the public and the market that the proverbial deck is not stacked in favor of the House. As always, thank you to the staff of the Division of Corporation Finance for their hard work and many, many late night hours.
Again, please like and sub if you have not already.
Thank you to Enforcement
Everyone
for
helps.
their counsel and advice on this one. And of course, last but not least, the Office of the General Counsel, the Division of Economic and Risk Analysis,
Novavax.
exams, and my fellow commissioners and their staff for their hard work on this rule and dedication to the public and the markets. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Crenshaw. Commissioner Ueda.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Gensler. The Commission initially adopted Rule 10b5-1 under the Securities Act of 1934 in the year 2000 and has not revised it since. In the past 22 years, thousands of public company employees, directors, and officers
SFT might
have
get a
entered
bid.
into written plans designed to satisfy Rules 10b5-1's affirmative defenses. These 10b5-1 plans have received much scrutiny because of concerns that corporate insiders have claimed reliance on the affirmative defense while possibly trading on material non-public information. Today's amendments are intended to address these concerns, attempting to strike the right balance between eliminating opportunistic behavior and providing a rule that can be implemented on a practical basis. While I support the final amendments, which have been reached through discussions among the commissioners, individually, not in violation of the Government Extension Act, through our staffs, I hope that market participants will provide the Commission with feedback on whether the right balance was struck.
CONL,
As noted by some
7% up.
commenters, having a 10b5-1 plan as a
580
viable
on
option
AMC.
for trading is beneficial to public companies, their shareholders, and their employees.
2175 on GME.
By using 10b5-1 plans, insiders can spread their trades over time, which can decrease market volatility. In contrast, without 10b5-1 plans, insiders may concentrate a high volume of trades within a short period, such as during a company's trading
Tesla.
window.
157.15.
Equity compensation is an important component of employee pay packages and align the interests of employees with shareholders. 10b5-1 plans allow employees to monetize equity compensation while complying with the insider trading laws. However,
2370
making
on
it
muln.
difficult for employees to sell their shares of company stock means making that form of compensation
Just shy
less
of 405.
valuable. If so, equity compensation might increase to compensate for the increased liquidity risk. The final amendments provide a cooling off period for directors and officers
Q's coming up
that
on
will
291.
be between 90 and 120 days. The cooling off period is the most effective mechanism to
NASDAQ
ensure
futures
that
are up
an
0.5.
insider is not trading
S&P are 0.65, Dow's at 0.6.
An unnecessarily long period may discourage insiders from relying on 10b5-1 plans because of the need for more immediate liquidity. The final amendments prohibit, with limited exceptions, multiple plans that are overlapping, as well as plans designed to affect the purchase
Come down
or
to
sale
200
of
on E.
all securities covered by a plan in a single transaction. For the overlapping plan prohibition, the provision aims to address concerns that insiders are adopting multiple plans and
Healthy
selectively
growth though,
canceling
SPY.
the unfavorable plans. For the single plan trade plan prohibition, the rationale seems to be an academic study that found single trade plans consistently outperforming the market. But the final rule's use of prophylactic prohibitions to address both situations may unnecessarily restrict the use of overlapping plans or single trade plans established for legitimate
You the man.
reasons. The final amendments also introduced the broad concept of good faith for insider
Is it a
actions
TLP
with
call?
respect to 10b5-1 plans after adoption. Good
If it is,
faith
I might put
is
it on.
an inherently subjective determination. The potential uncertainty of whether a person's actions after his or her adoption
NVAX
of
down to
a
18.
plan will be deemed, in hindsight,
561 on
not,
EVGO.
to not constitute good faith may similarly render amended Rule 10b5-1 to be difficult to implement.
Coin 4064.
The final amendments require some of the new reporting to be made using structured data.
Blocks at 580
While
on
I generally
EMC.
support the use of structured data for material disclosure in SEC filings, which makes them far more useful than a static HTML or ASCII page. I am concerned
3684
about
on
the
Boyle.
lack of a plan to implement structured data, whether that be XBRL or XML, on a more thoughtful and comprehensive basis. Instead, the Commission's implementation has been largely random and piecemeal,
Carvana.
mainly for new executive compensation and proxy voting rules. However, the Commission has not given any consideration to what material existing disclosures ought to be prioritized for reporting as structured data, like management's discussion and analysis and the data contained therein.
Sobs is
Lack of an overall
4426.
plan or structured data is a shortcoming of the Commission and one that ought to be rectified. Now, with respect to today's amendments to item 402 of Regulation SK, this will be the third change to item 402 since I became a commissioner 5.5 months ago. The addition to paragraph X of item 402 is somewhat puzzling because the required narrative disclosure is already required by the Commission's existing
Mullen,
compensation, discussion,
2375.
and analysis rules, and the information required by the tabular disclosure is otherwise publicly
She
available.
wants it. 2420 is the intraday high.
The end of the alphabet for future subparagraphs of item 402, I hope that the Commission carefully weighs the effectiveness of executive compensation disclosure versus its costs. Despite these concerns, I support the recommendation and look forward to any feedback from
Tesla's
the
on
public
top of the
on the
MACD.
final amendments. I thank the staff in the Division of Corporation Finance,
She wanted
Division of
2,
Economic and Risk
420.
Analysis,
Wait, are you
and
talking
the
about
Office
SPY?
of General Counsel for their work, as well as Chair Gensler's
Or were
Corporation
you just
Finance
talking about
Council.
Mullen? Where was it at? Was it?
I would like to specifically acknowledge the efforts of Felicia, Sean, John, and Pearl.
Oh,
of
yeah,
Corp Fin's
242,
rulemaking
yeah.
office for the many
Gotcha.
hours they've worked over the last few days to bring this recommendation to a conclusion,
I'm with it.
and more importantly,
I'm just
to
afraid
make
of
sure
how
that
people are
we've
going to
got,
fucking
to the
treat it.
greatest extent possible, all of the very precise
I mean, I guess it really doesn't matter for me because I'm
details
holding it
that
long,
will need
but
to be implemented by companies, their councils,
it's a lot of money to just fucking see
and
going back
ultimately
and
the
forth,
persons
back
who
and
are
forth.
responsible for making their
Game is still
various
going? Yeah, I
filings.
saw that.
You know, this process started with a pretty detailed comment summary, which allowed me to fully understand the issues raised by commenters. This facilitated several
Blocks
fairly
at 577 on
conversations
AMC.
with staff from the chair, my fellow commissioners, as well as the Corp Fin staff and others in the commission.
290.90 on the
to outline
Qs.
a final rule that the staff
Tesla
could
coming up.
develop into a final adopting release. This process worked really well. And I've been sometimes critical on our rulemaking process in the past, but I think it's equally important to recognize when I think the rulemaking process has
Whoa.
performed at a
Whole
very,
lot of
very high
bids.
level. And I've seen a lot of rules, and this one, the amount of collaboration and discussion with the staff has been at the top. So I really kudos to all of those who've been involved in getting this to the finish line. Thank you, and I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Tesla.
Commissioner Lizardo.
Looks like she wants to go to the 2.
Thank you, Chair Gensler. Good morning. Today, the Commission adopts reforms designed to tackle insider trading.
So up
by
the ass.
corporate
There you go.
insiders. These reforms will strengthen investor protection and the integrity of our securities markets. The Commission first adopted Rule 10b-5 over 20 years ago. Since then, courts, several academic studies, members of Congress from both sides of the aisle, the
They said
SEC's
22-3.
Investor Advisory Committee, and other stakeholders have all raised concerns about flaws
At the
in
200.
the rule's original design that have enabled corporate insiders to trade securities opportunistically while enjoying the liability protections of Rule 10b-5.
The VWAP.
The common sense targeted amendments proposed for adoption today are born out of the 20-plus years of Commission experience with executive trading plans and are designed to fulfill the intent of the original rule to meaningfully prevent insider
113
trading by
on
corporate
Revlon.
insiders. Insider trading is not a victimless crime. It erodes trust in our markets, undermines market integrity, distorts shareholder value, and harms investors.
What about lack of
When
regulation?
ordinary investors see that corporate executives can legally manipulate the rules for their own benefit, and in
DUAC is
doing
up 8.
so, misuse
8.6.
material non-public information without consequences, it raises valid questions about whether these practices undermine fairness and transparency in our markets.
GSAT
Why
158.
would investors devote considerable time to gathering information about a company and investing in the stock
ABCT
market
104.
if they're having to compete against insiders who have access to a cheat sheet to correct answers? That is
CO1L
fair
567.
Closing some of the rules loopholes as we're doing today
Vana
will
516.
provide investors with the confidence that there's a level playing field. Overall, today's amendments are designed
36,
to
20 on
significantly reduce
Boyle.
opportunities for corporate insiders to misuse 10b-5-1 plans. The amended rule adopts
Tops,
new cooling off
147.
periods as a condition of using these plans.
Stepping up a little bit.
The later of 90 days or after the release of the next quarterly earnings for directors and officers, and 30 days for all other insiders.
10374
This will
on
deter
dollar strength.
insider trading based on material non-public information about quarterly earnings, as well as other types of material events such as mergers or acquisitions, management changes, or regulatory approvals. Cooling off periods by themselves aren't sufficient, however. To avoid situations where directors and officers can intentionally game the timing of disclosures
Coinbase is
after
still really
entering
tight.
into a 10b-5-1 plan,
Really tight.
corporate insiders are required to act in good faith. not
Again,
just
please don't
through
forget to
the
like,
entry
sub,
of
hit the
plan,
bell.
but through the life of the plan as well.
All the cool stuff.
The amended rule also provides for limits on multiple overlapping plans, which prevents insiders from selectively canceling unfavorable plans based on material non-public information. Similarly, the amended rule limits single trade plans to one every 12 months. Research shows that trades under these sorts of one and done plans may be particularly profitable, even if there's a cooling off period. Finally, the amended rule provides for enhanced disclosures of insider trading policies, the material terms of 10b-5-1 plans for directors and officers, and certain options disclosures that occur immediately.
Heads up
before
on
public
CRKN.
filings. The rule in place currently does not require disclosure of a company's use of 10b-5-1 trading plans.
What up, bud?
This information gap prevents investors from assessing whether corporate insiders may be using material non-public
Wait, thanks for
information
what?
for personal gain, which undercuts the
I have no
rule's
idea what you're saying
effectiveness.
thanks for.
To be clear, the confidential information of issuers belongs to the company and its shareholders, not to
2181
insiders.
on GME.
So investors have a right
Coming
to
up in
understand
24
how
cents
issuers
on
protect
muln.
material non-public information from being misused. I'm pleased
Yes,
to
sir,
support
what?
the adoption
I have
of
no idea,
today's
Alan, what you're
rule,
talking about.
and would like to thank all of the commission staff, particularly in the Division of Corporation Finance, for their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank
That's
you all
tab
four
405.
commissioners. I'm also pleased to support the new requirements because if adopted, I think they will close potential gaps in our insider
Okay.
trading regime. I have a longer statement that we'll post on the website, but since it's consistent with what my other colleagues have said, I'm just going to focus on a couple of things. Look, I think the core issue is that company insiders regularly have material non-public information. And so how, given that they have stock-based executive compensation, and that compensation is important. It's important to boards, it's important to shareholders, it incentivizes not only senior leadership, but also other executives and staff to be aligned with the shareholders, how to meet those different policy goals. And as you've heard, 20 years ago, our commission, or 22 years ago maybe, our commission tried to put in place an organization called 10b5-1 plans, or a way to have some safe harbors for them. I think what we found over those 20 years that there have been these affirmative defensive, as they're technically called, for corporate insiders and companies. There's been gaps and that. So I'm pleased at this point in time that we're addressing those gaps. And as Commissioner Lizarga said, that inside information is not theirs, it's the companies. And who owns the companies but the shareholders? And so it's a matter of fair competition and trust in our capital markets. The four ways that we're addressing
is there one tomorrow, or am I
cooling off
mistaken?
periods, I was comfortable in making sure that the senior executives still have to wait at least 90 days or until the next quarterly reports are out. So it could still be as long as 120 days, but that for other participants in the plan beyond those more senior folks, it's 30 days. And then making sure that there's no,
VWAP for Tesla?
as other commissioners call it, the one and done, but only single trade plans once every 12 months. That the condition also is that senior officers, or officers and directors more appropriately, will certify that they're not in possession of material non-public information, and that to rely on the affirmative defense that everybody is subject to this, the insiders, to the good faith condition. Today's amendments also establish a number of new disclosure
47 to 3 on
requirements
Coinbase.
about the officers and directors.
Remember, it does
The
not like
company's
40 to 42.
disclosures. They update the forms in ways that I think
Pull
are
the daily
appropriate.
chart, it'll show you.
And I think that these issues really do speak to the confidence that investors have in the markets.
For what,
You have
though?
so many commenters, whether academics, whether
do you
it's
apologize
members
for?
of the public, members of the press, members of Congress, commenting about why the insiders apparently be trading something based on that material non-public information. That lowers the confidence in markets, but actually on the margin also could also raise the cost of capital for businesses that are doing things right. I think with this
Coming
role,
up to
it
48
helps
on
lower the
Carvana?
cost of capital as well for everybody. We did benefit a lot from the public comment period. We did make some modifications.
22% up on, almost 23% up on rent.
Mentioned not only about the cooling off periods, but also not adopting the cooling off period for issuers and providing for some phased implementation for disclosures for smaller reporting companies. Tremendous amount of work goes into something like this, and my colleagues have talked about this team effort. We would be here too long if I had to read all the names, but they'll be on the public website. But the Division of Corporate Finance, Division of Economic Risk Analysis, the Office of General Counsel, for the public, those are generally the groups that always align when you have a proposal like this. But it takes a lot more than that. Division of Enforcement, the Edgar Business Office, all of the commission councils,
curveball by
the
Trump,
commissioners themselves, and coming to what
heads up on DWAC-W.
but it sounds like might be a unanimous vote. So I do really want to thank my fellow commissioners and thinking through this all together and trying to find where we can ways to find agreement. With that, how do my colleagues vote?
Yes.
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 Yes, the ayes being unanimous, the rule is adopted and will be sent to the Federal Register. I want to thank everybody I think if it's all right with my fellow commissioners, we'll move to the next rule, but please,
With Gary, really?
shoot me a text or email
That'd be
if you
awesome.
want to take a
Do you know what
break
time or
after
no?
the first of the next 4. Right now, we do have a 10-minute break scheduled after
Tops.
2 of the equity market rolls, but it's no shame if somebody wants to
Okay.
shoot me an email. We'll take breaks when people feel appropriate. With that, I will turn over to Hashang Zhu, Director of Division of Trading and Markets. Hashang, you'll be with us for 4 of these right now, but to introduce the proposal regarding
It's right here
disclosure
somewhere.
on execution quality. Over to you.
Good morning, Chair Gensler and the Commissioners Purse, Crenshaw, Ueda, and
Tops,
Lizarraga.
151. Yeah.
Today, the Division of Trading Market will present to you 4 separate recommendations. As the Chair mentioned, 3 of them are equity market
2 p.m.
structure.
Friday, word.
The 4th addresses best execution
We'll have
of
it.
all securities. Before discussing any specific recommendation, I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude
3569
to the trading
on
market staff
Boyle.
for the
71.
extremely diligent and thoughtful work over the last 18 months. I cannot be more grateful or proud to be part of this dedicated team. I also want to sincerely thank our colleagues in the Office of General Counsel and the Division of Economic and Risk Analysis for their legal advice and economic analysis every step
RSI
of the
is
way.
cooling off. It is
Our
a
appreciation also goes
69.13
to
right
the
now.
Division of Enforcement, the Division of Examinations, the Division of Investment Management, the Office of Municipal
3570 on
Securities,
Boyle.
the
Fuck,
Office
do I
for
buy more
Advocate
Boyle?
for Small Business Capital Formation, and the Office of Investor Advocate, among others, for their invaluable input. And finally, a big shout out to our colleagues in the U.S. Department of the Treasury for their constructive comments on the best execution proposal release. Now with that, let me turn to the first of the 4 recommendations. Chair Gensler and Commissioners, today, the Division of Trading Market recommends changes to update the disclosure required for order execution in national market system stocks under Rule 605 of the Exchange Act. Rule 605 was adopted in 2000 to facilitate the ability
52.7
of the
short
public
on
to
Vana.
compare and evaluate execution quality among different market centers. Rule 605 requires market centers to make available on a monthly basis
AMC
standardized information
is
concerning execution
18.7
quality
short.
for covered orders in national market
85 for
stocks
short score though.
that they receive for
GME.
execution.
Again, please go ahead and
Market
throw me a
centers
like
will
and a sub.
provide
I'd greatly appreciate it.
specified measures
GME
of execution quality,
is,
including effective spread,
let's see,
average amount
what's
of price
22?
improvement, number of shares
22.3.
executed,
89
and
for
the
short
speed
score though.
of execution, among others. In the 2 decades since its adoption, Rule 605 disclosures have provided valuable insight into the execution quality of market centers.
Heads up on Snapchat.
But the equity market itself has also evolved.
Down here
dramatically.
at double bottom, looks like
The
going for another
content
double
of
bottom
the
right here.
disclosure required by Rule 605 has not been substantively updated to reflect those changes. We are now recommending updates to broaden the coverage of Rule 605, as well as to add more information to the disclosure. There are 3 aspects of this proposal. First, we recommend expanding
Muln,
the scope
2374.
of activities subject to the rule.
VRM
The proposal
104.5.
requires, for the first time,
80 Enzo
that
for
broker
2.
dealers with a large number of customer accounts make available to the public monthly execution quality reports.
Carvana is swinging on the
Because
MACD.
605 reports prepared by market centers commingle orders from all broker dealers that send orders to the reporting market center.
18,125 on
Investors
Bitcoin.
may not be able to discern the execution quality of their specific broker dealers. The division therefore recommends amending Rule 605 to require large broker dealers
Tesla.
to make available monthly
Tesla's well over the
execution
MACD.
quality reports in order to provide visibility into these variations. Direct information about the execution quality of broker dealers would enhance transparency and competition by making it easier for investors to compare broker dealers based on standardized metrics of execution quality. We're also recommending amending Rule 605 to require separate reports for single dealer platforms, as well as for market centers that would operate qualified auctions,
UVXY
which
is
is
a
an
7
element
flat.
of a separate proposal that I'll discuss later today. Requiring separate reports would provide transparency into the execution quality achieved at
This
each
range
of
is
these
way too
market
tight for
center
Tesla.
types and encourage competition among market centers and broker dealers. Second, we recommend updating and requiring execution quality metrics
Spies
to make
fighting
them
trend,
more
yeah.
granular, useful, and relevant.
Useful. This is just way too tight
Our
of a range
recommended
for
changes
Tesla to
would
be in.
increase the available information for certain order types and sizes that now trade more with more.
It's gonna snap. It's just kind of
frequency,
guessing if it's
and
to
would
snap
also
up or
better
snap down.
reflect
I think it's
the
gonna go up,
increased
but
speed
what
of
the fuck do I
trading.
know?
There are many specific changes, but let me just highlight a few. We recommend changing the existing order size categories to base them on round lots rather than number of shares. We recommend including additional order size categories for fractional shares, allowed orders, and large size orders. We recommend requiring statistical measures of execution quality,
Thank you, Sean.
including average effective over quoted spread, percentage effective and realized spread statistics, a size improvement benchmark, additional price improvement statistics for market and marketable order types, and certain statistical measures that could be used to measure execution quality of non-marketable limit orders. There are many others. Third,
remember TSLL is 1.5 times Tesla.
Required reports by requiring all entities subject to 605, Rule 605,
Disclaimer, I'm already
to
long on it,
also
though.
make available a new
Saying.
summary execution quality reports. Requiring market centers and large broker-dealers to produce these summary execution quality reports would allow market participants and other interested parties to have more ready access to high-level, human-readable data that will allow them to compare some of the more significant aspects of the execution quality provided by specific market centers and broker-dealers. I will now turn this over to Lauren Yates,
Rent 22% up.
both in the Office of Market Supervision, who will discuss the proposal in more detail. Thank you.
Blocks on AMC at 576.
Thank you, Hashan. Good morning, Chair Gensler and Commissioners Peirce, Crenshaw, Ueda, and Lizarga. The division is today recommending several rule changes to update the disclosures required for order executions in national market system stocks under Rule 605. I will now highlight those recommended changes that would impact the scope of entities subject to Rule 605 and provide an overview of the proposed requirement for reporting entities to produce summary reports in addition to the more detailed
Vlon
reports.
122 up.
As Hashan previously discussed, the division recommends that the Commission propose amendments to Rule 605 that would expand the scope of entities that must produce monthly execution quality reports to include broker-dealers who introduce or carry 100,000 or more customer accounts. Under the proposal, a broker-dealer that meets
27?
or exceeds this threshold and is also a market center would be required to produce separate reports pertaining to each function. Currently, Rule 605 reports prepared by
on SPY.
market centers commingle orders from all broker-dealers that send covered order flow to the reporting market center, even though market centers may provide different execution quality to customers of different broker-dealers, and in some cases, this difference may be substantial. Expanding
Tesla?
the scope of reporting entities to include broker-dealers with a larger number of
159
customers
almost?
would increase transparency into these differences in execution
Tesla's
quality
gonna go for it, I
and
think.
increase competition among broker-dealers
Obviously not financial
that
advice,
accept
yada, yada,
customer
yada.
orders for execution, which could lead to faster executions, better price improvement, and a shift in order flow to those broker-dealers that offer the best execution quality for their customers. Further, the proposed amendments would require market centers that operate single dealer platforms to produce separate 605 reports pertaining to covered orders submitted to these routing destinations, and would also require market centers that would operate the qualified auctions that will be discussed later as part of another proposal to produce separate 605 reports pertaining to covered orders received for execution in such auctions.
AGFY 82
Requiring
cents.
separate 605 reports would allow
What's
market
that,
participants to assess the execution
AGFY?
quality of each market individually and avoid obscuring differences in execution quality that would not be apparent in blended execution quality statistics.
24.3 short. Cost to borrow on it is 226, and it's only at 59 utilization.
Quality statistics in a standardized format, with a focus on price-based information and execution speed. Current Rule 605 reports are contained in large electronic data files that are machine readable and therefore more suitable for further processing and analysis than for direct review. The proposed
Snap
summary
973,
reports would improve the
Vana
accessibility of Rule
518,
605 data by
MVIS
providing human readable
278.
information that market participants, and in particular individual investors, would be able to use to compare some of the more significant aspects of execution quality across reporting entities. I would now like to turn the microphone over to Kathleen Gross to discuss the division's recommended changes regarding what information should be reported under the rule.
Thank you, Lauren. Good morning, Chair Gensler and Commissioners. The recommended amendments would update both the scope of orders covered by the rule and the content of the monthly report. As Haushon mentioned, Rule 605 has not been substantively updated in over 20 years. Given the developments in trading over time, modernizing the rule would provide market participants and members of the public more insight into execution quality. For example, certain order types and sizes, including odd-lot orders and orders smaller than a share,
DUAC 2195.
in Rule 605 reports.
DUAC W 454 up 10.7.
The division is recommending proposed updates to the rule in order to better reflect the speed of the marketplace.
Tesla 159.10.
Of the execution quality metrics required by the rule.
GWH is at 268 green now.
First,
So far, I'm happy with my fill.
Expand the definition of covered order. Because 605 reports are intended to provide cross-market comparisons of execution quality, in order to provide apples-to-apples comparisons,
SDIG is
only covered
just over
orders
50
are
cents.
included in Rule 605 reports. Generally, this excludes orders with special handling, such as not held orders and orders that are submitted or executed outside of regular trading hours.
SPY just hanging on to
Definition would
404.
include certain orders submitted pre-market and post-close, certain orders submitted
2350
with
on muln.
prices, and certain non-exempt short sale orders. Second, the existing order size categories would be modified to base them on round lots rather than number of shares, and include
Tesla.
additional order size categories
look at this
for orders
MACD.
smaller than a share, odd lots, and larger size orders. This proposed change would better group orders of similar notional size and provide execution quality information about a large
Word.
Third,
Enjoy.
The proposal would modify how orders are categorized by order type. The current order type categories are market orders and marketable limit orders, as well as three types of non-marketable limit orders that are
Trying to
just
hold on to
outside,
404.
at, and inside the quote. The proposal would add a new order type category
55
for
on
marketable,
big.
immediate, or cancel orders. In addition, the proposal would replace the three existing categories of non-marketable limit order types with three new categories. Specifically, the proposed amendments would add new order type categories for beyond the midpoint limit orders, which would be limit orders priced better than the midpoint that do not fully cross the spread.
Just lost 404.
Executable non-marketable limit orders and
SPY.
executable orders
Just got
with
it back.
prices.
ETH is getting nice and tight, as was Bitcoin.
Executable for non-marketable limit order types would allow execution quality statistics to be measured from a point where an order could potentially be executed. And would
AMC
bring
is
them
getting
within
tight.
scope
It's
if
trading sideways.
inacceptable if they become executable during regular trading hours. In addition to the changes to the scope of orders covered by the rule, the division is recommending updates to the information contained in the reports required under Rule 605.
On VWAP right now with Mullen.
The current time to execution reporting categories would be eliminated and replaced with average time to execution, median time to execution, and 99th percentile time to execution, each of which would be measured in increments of a millisecond or finer. Because non-marketable order types would be within scope from the point they become executable, we are recommending that time to execution statistics
Check my
and
Twitter.
effective
You got
spread
it.
statistics be measured
Shit. I'll do it on here.
these orders become executable. Second, average realized spread statistics would be required to be calculated after 15 seconds and 1 minute instead of the current 5-minute time horizon. Third, the proposed amendments would require new statistical measures of execution quality, including average effective over quoted spread, percentage
1
effective
second,
over
guys. Let me see what he
spread,
tagged
and
me
size
in.
improvement benchmark. Fourth, for marketable order types, we
Looks like
recommend
it's possible that
adding
Rossville is
price
out
improvement
as
statistics that show
CEO
price
of
improvement
BBIG. Also
relative
possible
to the
Ericsson
best
is
available price displayed in the market, even if such
Wow.
price is a displayed odd lot price.
I would just want to know the
Finally,
source.
we're recommending additional statistical measures to help better analyze execution quality of non-marketable
That's the only thing
orders.
I would like to know. Yeah, but I'd like to know about like if there's a
The
source.
goal of the proposed rule amendments is to improve the ability of the public to compare and evaluate execution quality among different market setters and broker-dealers. And
18.1 on
in turn,
Bitcoin.
promote increased transparency of order execution quality, increase the information available to investors, and help promote competition among market centers and broker-dealers. Now, I will turn it over to Jessica Wachter, Director of the Division of
SPY.
Economic and Risk Analysis.
Off to 2,
to
coming
discuss
back
the
up.
economic impact of the proposed rule changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Chair Gensler and Commissioners. Current 605 requires the reporting of execution quality statistics of market centers, namely exchanges, market makers, and any other entity that holds itself out as willing to accept and execute orders in NMS stocks. So this required reporting includes statistics of execution quality relative to the NBBO, such as how much price improvement certain orders receive, and statistics relative to the midpoint at the time
Tesla's
of execution
just off
or shortly
160.
thereafter, the effective or the realized spread. These statistics are an important piece
Going
of
for Gold Cross
transparency in
on
today's
Tesla.
markets. However, up until now, a piece has been missing, and that's an important piece. And this piece is the execution quality at the level of the individual broker-dealer. Our own research, as well as research by outside
Greg,
economists,
434.
shows that the quality of execution differs between brokers, and that market center level execution statistics do not tell the entire story. The proposal, as you've heard, would mandate Rule 605 disclosure for broker-dealers, which
46 yen
with
Coinbase.
100,000 or more customer accounts. This is an important step forward in transparency in our financial markets. In addition, the proposed amendments would make a number of modifications to the reporting itself. Execution quality tends to vary by order
Dollar
size.
strength to slide and so.
It may be harder or easier
Cosm,
depending
new
on the
high of the
market
day.
to trade a
Word.
large
Let me
order
go ahead
than
and
a
find her.
smaller one. However, whether an order for a particular number of shares is large or small depends a great deal on the stock
Yeah,
price.
she's coming back.
The proposed amendments to Rule 605 would create buckets based on round lots, not number of shares. In a world where prices can differ by several orders of magnitude, this would more meaningfully categorize orders.
Key level here.
Also, markets are faster than they used to be. The proposed amendments would update timestamp conventions, as Kathleen described. They would shrink the time frame also used to
36.35
calculate
on Boyle.
realized spreads. The proposal, as you've heard, would include a measure of size improvement, which measures when a market center improves on the quantity at the best price. These measures would come with compliance costs.
Oh yeah, Alan.
For those reporting for the first time. We
I'm
believe,
sure Lowell
however,
could
that
just give
most
you his
reporting
number,
entities
but
likely already collect the
for some reason I couldn't get in touch
information
with
that would be
Berta.
required under the new Rule 605 amendments.
He needs to like okay the
In
messages.
closing, I want to thank my colleagues in the Division of Trading and Markets and the Office of the General Counsel, with whom we have worked closely during the development of these proposed amendments.
Thank you so much, Jessica, Hashang, Lauren, and Kathleen. Commissioner
DUAC
first.
W about 12%
Thank you,
up.
Mr. Chair, and thanks, Shang, Lauren, Kathleen, and Jessica. And thank you to the staff who worked on the release and the rest of the package of proposed reforms to the structure of our capital markets that we're considering today. The 4 releases in that package are here before us because a lot of members of the staff worked late, worked weekends,
Awesome.
and missed out on time with family and friends. I appreciate your hard work over the past several months on all these releases and your engagement with my office. And I hope that you'll all find some time to relax over the holidays before the comment letters start pouring in. As will become clear over the upcoming hours of discussion,
She's coming.
the reforms embodied in these 4 proposals are complex and will likely have significant overlapping and unpredictable effects on the way our markets operate.
Fucking
As will also
cosm.
become clear, I doubt that our markets require a significant overhaul now. They've weathered quite well several remarkable stresses over the past 3 years, and retail and institutional investors continue to experience unparalleled execution quality, particularly in our equity markets. There is no emergency in our markets that demands a comprehensive revamping of how broker-dealers and market makers handle customer order flows.
Fighting for
Commenters
28.
will struggle to conduct a thorough analysis of each of these voluminous and complicated proposals individually. An even more daunting task will be understanding and analyzing them as what they clearly are, a package of comprehensive reforms that will interact both with the existing
Q's
rules
290.5.
and with each other in complex and
Tesla's
likely
still chilling at
unpredictable
159.
ways. Moreover, the market data infrastructure reforms that we adopted 2 years ago have not yet taken effect, so uncertainties around those changes will affect the market.
Slapping the ass right now.
Wrinkle in our analysis. Of course, the Commission always should be open to making adjustments to its rules to address discrete issues that we or our market participants identify.
Bitcoin stepping up.
Regulation requires a good deal of prudence and humility on the part of the regulator. Our financial markets are complex. Our ability to comprehend fully how they function and predict the effects of significant changes is limited. Accordingly, we should not be overconfident about our ability to make significant market structure overhauls in a market that's functioning well, albeit not perfectly, for retail and other investors. We need to recognize that our efforts are not guaranteed to produce even marginal improvements. Indeed, the mere possibility of such improvements may not justify risking significant disruption to the market. Some elements of today's package, however, involve proposals to make certain fairly discrete changes that market participants have long discussed as possible ways of addressing particular problems in the market. I can support those proposed changes, and I expect that many commenters will too. Among these are the amendments to Rule 605, which you just heard described. Rule 605 was initially adopted in 2000 when the market was quite different, and its age shows. By most accounts, the current rule does not provide sufficient information to judge execution quality under current market conditions. The proposal would establish more granular reporting requirements. The largest broker-dealers would have to report order execution information that should make the statistics more useful for customers and others seeking to understand order routing decisions and execution quality across a range of market centers and broker-dealers.
CNXA went.
The proposal appears to be a reasonable attempt to address deficiencies of the current Rule 605, but the Commission will still need input from market participants to make a final judgment. I look forward to hearing whether the proposed amendments will benefit investors. I also look forward to hearing whether any benefits will come at the cost of being overly burdensome to the broker-dealers and market centers that will be required to report order execution data in more detail than is required under the current rule, and if those costs will then be passed on to investors. Of particular interest to me are questions like the following. Who will use the data? Are the required data elements relevant to these users? Does it make sense to make certain broker-dealers report these data, and has the Commission identified the appropriate set of broker-dealers to subject to these requirements? Are the monthly summary reports going to be informative to individual investors in a way that the more detailed data required under Rule 605
Cosm's supposedly getting news tomorrow.
Synthesized and made available by third-party providers.
Press release at 10:40 Eastern.
Will the monthly summary reports create a different impression of order execution practices?
It's fun to watch today.
By the more detailed order execution information
it's going to get pretty violent right around 2.
Will have the time to explain whether this rule taken on its own is a net improvement to useful decisions available to investors. I also look forward to hearing whether it would make sense to allow these changes to take effect before moving forward with some of the more fundamental changes we're proposing today. I do have a few questions.
I'm assuming that you're talking to Lowell, right?
How this rule is likely to affect the other rules being considered today.
I think so.
All are adopted at the same time.
I mean, as long as it's bullish.
Commissioner Peirce, I appreciate this question, and at a high level, all of these releases are aimed at promoting transparency, competition, and efficiency. And on the other hand, they all address slightly different aspects of market structure, and we do believe that they stand on their own and they deliver their own benefit. Because we have not talked about
still trying to hold on to 404
and also OCR. If it's okay, can I defer your question? I let my colleagues want to chime in already. I'll make sure to answer them once we present the additional 2 releases.
Sounds like a deal. I do have one question that I think you can answer now, which is, if these changes
No, I did not. What happened? That's not what you sent me, if that's what you're talking about.
Apples-to-apples comparison of execution
but we don't have a source on that, so like we can't confirm that without a legitimate source.
Or will the changes to the 605 reports make that cross-time comparison very difficult to do?
I can take a quick reply, and the staff, please feel free to weigh in, Kathleen and Lauren. So currently, the market has some statistics about the execution quality.
Mullen actually wants to cut the handle out of there.
But now the Commission, if the rule got adopted, the broker-dealers and market centers would have to put in, say, for example, all-out execution quality. So in that respect, it is possible to create a comparison that way.
AM still 9.3 up.
It's also about across market centers and broker-dealers. I think to the extent that broker-dealers would be incentivized 11.3 to up. More better execution quality because there's more transparency. We also believe that there will be benefit in that regard. But my colleagues
35.83 on Boyle.
The question is more because it's always hard to change a data reporting.
Snap
rule,
974.
because you wanna make
Ooh,
sure that
Vana 533.
the data that you got before you
Hold
put
on.
the rule, the changes
Hold
in
on.
place.
What is
the
up,
data
Carvana?
that you get after you put the changes in place, that you can still
Almost
do
an 80 on the RSI.
cross-time comparisons. And so, have you thought
$9
about
on
how that
RYAM.
particular aspect?
You got
will
a lot of
work?
messages.
I appreciate that some of the
Wait,
data will be brand new, and
I was
we
hoping
didn't
you
have
would
data
have.
about these large broker
Wait,
dealers.
I
and
do.
now, if this gets adopted, we would. But some of the data is just expanding what we already collect.
Right. So on this point, Commissioner, certain statistics, let's say one of them commonly used by the market is effective over quoted, effective spread over quoted spread. This is
and that's one of them I tweeted
but
it.
I think this is one that we'll see potentially some changes to the extent the market centers and the broker dealers would compete on that metric. And for the statistics that kind of in the existing 605 report and retained in the new 605 report, we do expect to see some changes as people compete on this metric as well. As it broadens the scope, competition would intensify in that regard.
Wow, look at that 4 hour. Talk about fucking strength.
Technical question of, how are people who will be analyzing the data, how can they make sure that there's no interruption in their analysis based on the fact that we're coming up with a new rule. So I hope we can take technical comment on that as well and think about that and take that into account as we adopt. I don't have any other questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Peirce. Commissioner Crenshaw.
Thank you. The equity market structures are a place where Americans can invest and grow their savings for everything from retirement to a child's education to buying a new home or taking a well-earned vacation.
Not in this market.
In order for the markets to serve this purpose, investors must have confidence in their trading venues and their market intermediaries. And this requires well-regulated, well-functioning markets that are efficient, competitive, and transparent.
Do you guys feel like this is a transparent market?
When investors lack confidence in the public equity markets, it may manifest in people seeking out other riskier investments, such as those offered in the more opaque private or over-the-counter markets, or involving non-compliant crypto entities.
I don't know for sure.
So the equity markets are complex and interconnected. Over time, new technologies, regulations, and other developments have caused the markets to change and evolve, sometimes in
537 on
unanticipated
Vana.
ways. In order for the SEC to fulfill its three-part mission to protect investors, maintain fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitate capital formation,
There's no fucking way that they
continually
think that it's a transparent market right now.
Regulation,
They have to know how bad it is.
making adjustments as needed to respond to changes.
540 on
I'm
Vana.
pleased that we're taking that responsibility seriously by proposing a package of new rules and rule amendments that's designed to improve outcomes for all investors and retail investors in particular. Public comment is vital to every commission rulemaking effort, but particularly so here.
Yeah, Nuke, I don't know what the percentage is.
Highly complex
I feel like
and
that's
technical.
like every single one is
The
different.
staff has spent months and in some cases years working on today's proposals, which are designed to increase competition, transparency, and integrity in the market.
Tesla 159.
I look forward to hearing from market participants about whether the approach we're proposing today is the optimal one to achieve those goals, and whether there are other changes to the approach or other approaches that we should consider. With that introduction, I'll now turn to the first proposal before
I see a
us
monster
today,
yup
which is designed
right
to
now.
update and improve the disclosures that market
Yeah, please
centers
like, sub, hit the bell. I'd
provide
appreciate
about
it.
the quality of their executions of investor orders. As you've heard, Rule 605 requires market centers, such as exchanges, ATSs, and broker-dealer internalizes, to make
Just
monthly
lost 404.
disclosures of standardized information concerning execution quality for orders in NMS stocks. This can help investors and intermediaries understand what happens to their orders after they are submitted for
Lost
execution,
159.
and how price and other execution quality measures compare across venues.
Rig 434 still.
Since its adoption over 20 years
Novavax
ago,
down
Rule
to 750.
605 has provided
Still up though on
valuable
the day.
information
558 on
about the
EVGO.
execution quality offered by different market centers.
4040
For many
on
years,
coin.
however, commenters have noted that the scope and content of Rule 605 reports have not kept pace with changes in the markets. The amendments we are
87
proposing today would
change on
modernize
8.
those disclosures by making a number of changes to the scope and content of the reports. I won't list them all, as the proposal has been summarized thoroughly by others already, but they include common sense updates, such as
Pound
the
strength,
inclusion of
looking good.
odd lots, which are an increasing proportion of orders in today's markets, and more granular timestamps to reflect the market's ever-increasing speed. Additionally, the proposal would expand the scope of Rule 605 reporting requirements to include large broker-dealers and would require all
8 of them got
reporters,
charged? Jesus.
to produce summary reports with aggregated execution quality information. The summary report should provide a more digestible source of execution quality information than the full reports, which are lengthy, detailed, and in some cases can be read only with specific processing software. I look forward to hearing from commenters about whether the updates we are proposing to make are the right ones, and if there are any things we should do differently.
AMC
For
blocks
example,
coming in at
only
573.
certain broker-dealers are scoped into the requirements. Should Rule 605 apply to all broker-dealers, as recommended by the Equity Market Structure Advisory Committee? Should the creation and formatting of the reports be standardized? Should
This
the
was like
reports be made accessible in
52.8,
a
I
central
believe,
location?
short. Like an hour
Are the
ago.
summary reports likely to be helpful to investors?
Sava has 44 still.
Thank you to the staff for their work on this proposal. As you've heard already from my colleagues, the staff in the Division of Trading and Markets, the Office of the General Counsel, and the Division of Economic and Risk and Analysis.
Okay, I have to read what you're saying.
Analysis have worked
SEC charges 8 social media influencers and $100 million stock manipulation scheme promoted on Discord and Twitter.
Of staff and exams and enforcement
John, whatever, the creator of the Sapphire Trading Forum, Edward Constantine, Zach Morris, a co-founder of Atlas Trading, YouTubers Thomas Cooperman and Gary Deal, podcasters Mitchell Hennessy and Daniel Knight, and Twitter influencers Stefan, whatever, well, Layback. What did I buy today? TSL, L, GWH.
To update the Rule 605 disclosure requirements for order executions in the national
What did I buy?
system stocks. Technology and market structure has evolved rapidly since the year 2000 when the commission last
I think I bought CO1L earlier too.
disclosures. Speed is now of the essence. As the proposal notes, orders may be matched, routed, or canceled in microsections, and market information is transmitted near instantaneously. Markets are now characterized by multiple venues.
Keep in mind though, like my entries are not going to be your entries, obviously. So I don't even know why you're asking me.
Among other things, the proposal would require time-based metrics to be recorded at a more granular level, scope in more order types and sizes, and expand the scope of reporting.
Thinking about hopping on EVGo at some point.
Timely and reliable public information on the quality of order executions.
That's at like a technical double bottom. I put out a video earlier about it.
Drives innovation and serves investors so well. This outcome occurs when competitive.
Oh, AGFY is starting to spit numbers at me again.
In 2000, the commission
Just throwing that out there.
point when it said, quote, by increasing the visibility of order execution and routing practices, the rules adopted today are intended.
What's the deal with GWH?
With the means to achieve a more competitive.
Can you go watch my video on it? Like I don't want to be like, if you just read above you, people got like in trouble for like, I guess, instructing people to do stuff. Obviously I'm not instructing anything, but I don't want to sit here and, you know, be pitching GWH and why I bought it when I have a video about it. You can just go look at it. It's a battery company.
In operation, however, there have been challenges to fulfilling that vision. For example,
Yep.
the execution quality that particular
AGFY.
may differ with respect to different broker-dealers, yet because market center data is commingled in the reporting, the specific
22.5.
that a particular broker-dealer is receiving
I actually didn't do the Ortex on GWH
by that broker-dealer's
lately.
customers. As the proposing release indicates, extending Rule 605 reporting obligations directly
Ooh.
to larger broker-dealers would increase transparency into the difference differences in execution quality.
I took that as like a fundamental. Like, I like the business. And they're starting to short the shit out of it. Yeah, please like, sub, hit the bell if you have not already. 975 on Snap. Snap is pretty froggy at these levels, in my opinion. Just look at the gaps to the upside. I don't think it'll go all the way up. I mean, not now, but I think the ones that are close might be, you know, worth it. Might be possible, I should say. Sava's pretty much on. But just keep in mind, dude, like, basically all of this fucking movement is going to be, you know, worth jack shit at 2 o'clock. Like, whatever they do could just erase, like, an entire day's worth of gains. Or it could just magnify and throw a light on it. Like, for instance, my entry on GWH was 260 today. Now it's at 267 and a half. Let's be positive. No, I mean, I just want people to be, you know, like, aware. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to, like, give off hopium, you know what I mean? I want to be ready. I'm half tempted to buy fucking UVXY. I don't think so. While I do not necessarily agree with all parts of this, there's just so much value out here. I'd rather fucking DCA rather than like maybe make a few bucks on UVXYs. Oh yeah, I don't have control either. Yeah, I have like 0 control. But just because I don't have control doesn't mean that like I can't say that it's probably gonna be a little bit like volatile. I want to thank the staff of the Division of Trading Markets and Economic and Risk Analysis, as well as the Office of General Counsel, and the other countless staff members who have all dedicated a lot of time and effort to this proposal. I just have one question. I'm waiting for this fucking spin on the MACD. And, you know, this is at the proposal stage, but I want to make sure, see that you will... Yeah, I was looking at UVXY as a hedge. I'm back. Doug says I'm good to go. Any news on tops? No. But we are going to go ahead and we are selling, I believe it was nat gas to Europe. How's it going to get to Europe? That's what's going through my head. Hal could send us to the depths of hell. Oh, absolutely. No. Somebody in my, somebody, in here called it out, though, prior to it moving. I try to stay away from, I try to stay away from OTC. I mean, for the most part. I'm more focused on trying to, you know, execute what I'm in right this second, as opposed to taking on more trades. I can't pay attention to that many. If I take any more, I'm probably going to go ahead and, you know, my execution's going to suffer. So, kind of beat there. Cosm. Trying to cut the signal.
Thank you for the question. Is the former? Of course, we'll consider the comments on all the compliance days that we're going to put out. And I'm also happy to hear from the market how to think about these kind of different compliance days. And finally, I'm so happy to hear that you already think about adoption.
Vana, 530.
Thank you for the support.
Well, you know, we're happy to see all the public comment. I agree with you. It'll be interesting. You know, one request I have is as we think, you know, we have other things also.
Look at this fucking growth.
In the TM space, we've got the ones we've already adopted. I know I personally would appreciate if TM could keep a track of an updated time frame of letting me know of when the various compliance dates go into effect? Because I know part of it also is triggered off the Federal Register publication dates, which is, I think, a big X factor. I think it frustrates a lot of people that there's no consistency.
Bear with me. I see that somebody messaged. Bear with me.
The Federal Register. So, because of it's in essence a moving target.
Lost 404 on SPY. Yeah.
Sort of like almost like a timeline. We expect these are the dates.
What's Bitcoin doing?
Various compliance dates will go to effect.
Ouch.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Ueda. Commissioner Lizardo.
Thank you, Chair Gensler. Today, the Commission is proposing substantial reforms to existing rules and adopting new rules.
Bear with me real quick. I have a message from someone here.
In the U.S. equities market. By shedding more light on best execution and increasing competition among trading venues.
Lowell, you might have to message him, man. I'm sorry that I didn't see you sooner.
It will also expand the availability of decision-useful information to all market participants.
Sean, I don't know what you're thanking me for, but you're welcome.
By participating in our
Shit. No, what did I do? Tim just posted about Tim just posted about what you were saying before, Alan, about BBIG. So that tells me that it might be accurate.
These markets are generally fair, efficient, and innovative.
He's where I go for my BBIG news.
Investors benefit from narrow spreads, low transaction costs.
SPY trying up to 200. 1760 on Novavax. CRKN still has 100% up. Supposedly, now again, take this with a grain of salt. I have not yet been able to confirm, but I know somebody that is kind of like a BBIG whale, and he posted about Finman potentially joining the board and Ross leaving. Now, again, I have to confirm that, but that's what I'm seeing.
As more retail investors
SFT's now green. Heads up on SFT, guys. Remember that they just completed their merger with Lots.
Current market realities. In the context of equity market structure, this means ensuring that the order routing and execution system is transparent, competitive, and governed by
MMat 135
to protect investors. The key
yeah, I know.
Is whether certain conflicts and misaligned incentives place retail investors at a disadvantage.
I mean, I just bought it like 54 and something, 55 something, like, so I'm good. I can't just keep throwing money after it. Look at SFT. That's aggressive. Cosm.
Proposed rules to shorten the settlement cycle and to enhance short sale disclosures. The Commission also previously issued a request for comment on the potential
What's going on here?
benefits for investors of digital
very low turnover. 0.5.
To me, today's proposals
already above average volume on SFT. SFT could get fucking dirty.
To meet their financial goals, whether to raise capital for a small business or to save for retirement or for a child's education.
SFT.
Advance those interests.
I believe that this had short numbers as well. It has a lower cap. I don't know if this is a T+2 though with lots like integrated in it.
These reforms offer direct and indirect benefits to retail investors.
Under 65% utilization, short score is just under 91, and it's looking at just under 22% short interest on the float.
Today's reforms represent a thoughtful approach.
Like, that's fucking aggressive as hell. RSI is a 92. 36 on Boyle, by the way.
In the first element of this package of reforms, the Commission is proposing to update its order
Cosm is 29 cents.
Under Rule 605.
LIDAR is down to 84 cents.
This rule has been in place since the year 2000 and has been essential in making public
intentionally, I bet we could find the token wrap somewhere.
Including statistical measures of execution.
Wait, the token wrap for Torch?
But updates to it are long overdue.
Or which ones are you talking about?
The Commission is proposing to expand the scope of this rule
Cosm.
to require reporting by retail broker-dealers with over 100,000 retail customers.
Yeah, and please like, sub, hit the bell. I'd appreciate it. Oh, BBIG. I really wouldn't be surprised.
and the information required.
AMC blocks at 575.
Finally, the Commission is proposing a new type of summary report designed to enhance accessibility to these 605 reports.
2151 on GameStop, 5406 on Big, 2330 on Mullen, VRM 104.5, ADN just lost 2, SPY still sub 404. Trying to hold on to 18.1 on Bitcoin.
Go to the heart of the SEC's mission.
Tesla 159.
And I am pleased to support them.
Nasdaq futures are up 0.4. S&P are up 0.54. Dow's up 0.64.
I too am going to be supportive of this rule, and as we have further discussion today, supportive of each of these separate of these 4 separate rules.
Trying to grab a double bottom off the VWAP in the 200.
But I thank Commissioner Lizorga to put it in the context of the broader work also that we've already made.
Just lost 290 on the Qs.
As he said, on shortening the settlement cycle, about short selling.
Whoa.
And we put out a request for comment as well on digital engagement practices where the staff is still doing more work. Both the
Alan, just send me your number on Facebook, or send me your number on Facebook, and I'll copy and paste it to him.
So to this rule, I'm pleased to support it because I think it improves transparency on execution quality, and I think it will help individual investors as well as institutional investors, their ability to compare brokers and thereby enhancing competition on our market. Now, you've heard from others, I'll say it, this rule, this transparency rule, so-called 605, first adopted in the year 2000. It currently requires monthly disclosure on what's called execution
on
quality
Novavax.
from certain market centers, exchanges, dark pools, and wholesalers. So those are important hubs in our market. But in the 22 years since the rule was first adopted, our equity markets have been transformed in ever-changing ways, in technological ways, in business models, and market structures, 22 years. If the E-Trade baby, you remember that commercial years ago? If the E-Trade baby were actually born when this rule was adopted, he now would be old enough to legally have a beer.
8 bet 90 cents.
22 years.
What is up, Flex?
It's a long time.
How you doing, man?
This current rule of disclosures is not kept up with our markets.
Ooh.
And frankly, it gives an incomplete picture of execution quality. You've heard in some of the ways, but I think probably most importantly for individual investors particularly, the proposal would have metrics
Tops,
to
162?
execution quality. Currently, Rule 605 reporting entities
Tops.
disclose metrics related to price improvement. These metrics, however, lack key context. The key context is how does that price improvement calculated versus the percentage of the stock price or the percentage of the bid-ask spread. Industry professionals currently use a percentage-based metric called effective
slap in the ass on AMC.
Simply put, it's how much price improvement do you have versus the spread, or technically half the spread. I think everyday investors, retail investors if you wish, should have that easy access to what's called an EQ spread and other similar metrics. Further, over the 22 years, our markets trade at much quicker speed. And so we'd be updating some of the mechanics and the important pieces of this for markets that now move in milliseconds. Secondly, again, to help individual investors as well as institutional investors compare their broker-dealers, the disclosures would have to be done on execution quality for the larger broker-dealers, not just the market centers, but the broker-dealers, over 100,000 customers each, that the investing public actually hires and compares. You can compare one introducing broker to another introducing broker, and these larger broker-dealers cover about 99% of customer accounts.
Low on volume.
Though I think just 2 out of 3 transactions. I'm not going to go through the other individual changes that are made here. It'll be in my longer statement on the web.
Game's still looking pretty good.
I do want to mention one thing, is that also today's amendments would require market centers and broker dealers to produce summary reports on execution quality that everyday investors can read. Actually read. You see, under the current Rule 605 as it exists for 22 years, they look a little bit like the opening credits in The Matrix. Remember that movie? And Keanu Reeves, Neo? The reports today, you'd need to be somebody like in The Matrix to be able to read it. They're machine readable. They're not human readable.
Let's look at the Ortex
and so I really think this is a small but important change to make it easy to read disclosure information in summary form. Everyday investors can read it. That you're introducing broker.
On threshold still.
We'll have to put out this information.
130% cost of borrow approximately. 8.8 short.
It's a good way to be able to compete and decide which brokerage app you would be signing up for. Not to mention all the detailed information that Lauren and Kelly has shined put out earlier and Jessica spoke about. I think if adopted, it will really help transparency and facilitate everybody to be able to compare their brokers and what's best for you, the investing public. Tremendous amount of work went into a proposal like this. It's been actually discussed for years, but certainly I want to thank
How come we didn't do it years ago then?
Of trading and markets, economic risk analysis, the general counsel for sure, but the Division of Investment Management that also participated in helping here, Division of Exams and Enforcement. I think it was earlier said that a number of these today's proposals are also looking at the Office of the Investor Advocate, the Office of Small Business, and other offices, of course, all of the commissioners themselves and their front offices. How do commissioners vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Before voting yes, I will note that the Matrix did predate the last substantive change we had to 605, and since that was introduced, it came out in 1999. But yes.
Yes.
Look, I'm going to vote yes as too, and this is how we all work together well. It might well be that in the year 2000 they thought we were all neos, but I just have to say everyday investors could use that summary report rather than all the dashes and zeros and the like. But I'm glad to hear that we're unanimous, a second one that's unanimous today, and that it will be put on our website hopefully later today. Public, please weigh in, give us your comments through March 31st. It will go to the Federal Register, as Commissioner Ueda said. Sometimes takes a while to get in the Federal Register. I would anticipate it will get there by February 1st, but if any reason it's there after February 1st, the comment period will stay open for 60 days after it gets in the Federal Register. With that,
rent 357.
Commissioners want to go to the next one, or we are going to take a 10-minute break after the third one.
New high on tops.
Okay. Hashang, back to you. We're going to go to a rule that covers multiple items, but the minimum increment, which is
4426 on Sava,
is sometimes called tick size. The access fee. This is the fee that market participants may be paying
167 on tops, new high of the day again.
Access those exchanges, and transparency around what's called round lots and odd lots. But
GWH coming up on 270.
Right. Now, good afternoon, Chair Gensler and Commissioners Peirce,
168.
Crenshaw, Ueda, and Disaraga. The Division of Trade in the Market recommends that the Commission propose a number of amendments to various rules under Regulation National Market System, also known as Reg AMS. Since Reg AMS was adopted in 2005, the U.S. equity market has changed tremendously.
Crypto.
The proposed amendments today are designed to enhance trading opportunities for all investors, and also to promote efficiency, competition, and transparency. There are three elements of this proposal, as the Chair just described.
159.50 on
the
Tesla.
proposal would amend the minimum price increments, also known as tick sizes, and Rule 612 of Regulation AMS, to establish a variable minimum price increment model that would apply to the quoting and the trading of AMS stocks, regardless of trading venue. Second, the proposal would reduce the access fee caps and the
VIX 2236,
regulatory AMS,
pushing intraday highs.
Require national security exchanges to make sure the amounts of all fees and rebates
170
determinable at the time of execution. And finally, the proposal would accelerate the implementation of the round-lot and out-lot information definitions adopted in the 2020 under the Market Data Infrastructure Rules, or MDI rules, and amend the out-lot
RSI is
information
fucking
definition
88.
adopted under the same rules to require the identification of the best-priced out-lot order. Now, coming to the details, the first element of this proposal is tick size. Many AMS stocks are currently constrained by the minimum price increment of 1 penny
New high.
that is required under Rule 612. That is, these stocks could have a narrower displayed bid-ask spread if they were not constrained by the current minimum price increment of 1 penny.
172.
These tick constrained stocks make up a significant fraction of trading volume. An artificially wide
Tesla
spread increases
just shy
investors' trading costs.
160.
To address this issue, the division recommends that the Commission
EMAs are starting to spread out a little bit.
612 of regulatory MS to establish a variable minimum price increment for quotation and orders in MS stocks that are priced or greater than $1 per share based on objective criteria. More specifically, there will be 4 possible minimum price increments.
Novavax is doing volume just above the 2.
Average quoted spread during an evaluation period. First, the tick size would be 1 penny, as it is today, if the time-weighted average quoted spread for the stock was greater than 4 pennies. Second, the tick size would
I have no
be
idea
a
what the
half
fuck
penny
they're even talking
if the
about right now.
time-weighted average quoted
I mean, I
spread
do,
for
but,
the
like,
stock was 4 pennies or less,
fucking really loud,
but
Jesus.
also greater than 1.6 pennies. Third, the tick size would be 0.2 of a penny if the time-weighted average quoted spread for the stock was 1.6 pennies or less,
Ape.
but also greater than 0.8
Just
pennies.
cooling off on the
And finally,
RSI, it looks
the
like.
tick size would be
Low
1/10
turnover
of a
as well.
penny if the time-weighted average quoted spread for the stock was less than or equal to 0.8 penny. We believe this proposed amendment
TSLL is down to 944.
on the minimum price increment would enhance the quoting and the trading of AMS stocks
Why?
by reducing artificially wide
You're
bid-ask
selling
spread
fucking.
on stocks that
You're
are
selling dog
currently
toys. Why?
constrained
Why are people
or
hating on
near
your
tick
website?
Further, the division recommends that variable
Did you
minimum
steal like an
price
invention off somebody?
increment
Because that's how
apply
you,
not
you
only
know.
to quoting, but also to trading,
Fucking
subject
Cosm?
to certain specified
Blue pill?
exceptions. Today, exchanges and some ATSs are largely unable to compete in the same minimum trading increment with other over-the-counter market participants. Therefore, to level the playing field, the division recommends that all trades be executed in the minimum price increment that would be required under Rule 612.
Look at these orders
which
coming
I
in.
just described. The division recommends that the Commission propose 2 exceptions to this trading requirement.
Someone sent me an email on your website and just said your website looks like shit. That, you know who that is? That's somebody from, like, that you know in person, like, that you probably, like, posted it on Facebook or whatever, and they don't have the balls to tell you that they don't like it to your face. So they're gonna try to make you feel bad, about your, like, what you got going on, bro.
For AMS stocks priced at $1 more. The proposed reduction
Sucks that people are like that,
reflects
but it is what it is.
as well as the significant improvement in technology over the past 17 years since these access
434 on rig.
were adopted. Specifically, for AMS stocks priced at $1 more,
Yeah, I wouldn't even give that second thought, bro.
5 meals, or 5 cents.
Cosm?
If the stock has
Where the
a
fuck's
minimum
Rocket
price
Girl at?
increment of 1/10 of a penny, and otherwise the access fee cap would be 10 meals or 10 cents per 100 shares. If the stock has a minimum price increment greater than the 1/10 of a penny, namely 2/10.
I'll message Rocket Girl. 1 second.
Penny. For AMS stocks priced less than $1 per share, the division recommends that the Commission reduce the access fee cap for protected quotations to
Oh, there you are.
basis point of the quoting price from today's 30 basis point. In addition to reducing access fee caps, another aspect of proposal relates to the
AMC,
transparency
whole lot of
exchange fees and
sideways
rebates.
today.
The division recommends that the Commission propose a new
Cosm
section
trying to take it
under
again.
Rule 610 to require exchanges to make the amount of all fees and rebates determinable at the time of execution. Exchange fees and rebate schedules are complex, and in many cases, market participants are not able to determine the amount of the fees or rebate that would be applied to their orders because the fees and rebates are calculated at the end of the month and applied
We
retrospectively.
just lost 404, I believe, on
The
spot.
proposed new rule would require that exchange fees and rebates be determinable.
If this fucking goes like crazy, and you hit on, you know, just playing it like you are, I'm gonna be so happy for you.
The last element of this proposal is about the round lot and odd lot information. The division recommends that the Commission propose to accelerate the implementation of new round lot and odd lot information definitions adopted in the 2020 MDI rules.
Like, that's like walking around, you know, carrying them around in like a wheelbarrow.
Highly priced stocks are often priced better than orders currently in round lots. To address this issue, the Commission,
At least that's how I see it.
adopted the new definition of round lot. 100 shares for stocks.
I know you did. That's why I'm saying, like, that's like some like big dick energy.
Above $250, but no greater than $1,000. 10 shares for stocks priced above $1,000, but no greater than $10,000. And 1 share for stocks priced above $10,000. The division recommends accelerating the implementation of this round lot definition, and it believes they would accelerate improvement in transparency regarding the better priced quotations available in the market and the ability of market participants to access.
LiDAR is down to 84 cents.
In addition, as part of the
Or GM is their third largest holder. Intel is their fifth. They have BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street in it.
The division recommends that the Commission propose to accelerate the implementation of adding.
Again, please like and sub if you have not already. Every single one is greatly appreciated, and it's free. AVCT on Chat 102.
Investors to understand the prevailing prices and liquidity in the market. Furthermore, the division recommends that the Commission propose to require the identification of the best price outlawed orders available in the market,
Sava lost
which
44.
would allow market participants to better monitor the execution quality of their broker-dealers, particularly for smaller outlawed orders. Taken together,
DUAC 2191.
these recommended updates would promote price transparency, competition, and efficiency.
MJXL is all the way down to 45 cents.
Of investors.
I might have to buy more.
I will now turn this over to Kelly Riley,
Undecided.
in the Market Supervision, who will discuss proposed changes in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Gush is pretty much on, 64 cents up.
Commissioners Purse, Crenshaw,
Hard down on cosm.
As Sean just described,
SDIG is now up a fraction of a penny.
change to regulation NMS.
Did someone call it? No. I said cosm.
Minimum pricing increments under Rule 612. Second, the proposal would reduce the access fee caps under Rule 610 and propose a transparency requirement for.
Oh, antics. On that note, Ortex is giving me data on AGFY though.
Would accelerate the implementation of the round lot and odd lot
Just so you know.
definitions that were adopted in 2020 as part
54
of the
cents on Big.
Structure rules.
571 on
Revised
AMC.
Definition of odd lot information to include a new best odd lot order. The Commission has not revised
UVXY is under 7.
or 612 since they were adopted.
Morgan
in
Stanley
2005.
says oil market should
The division
return
believes
to a
that these
deficit
rules
by
should be
mid
updated to
2023.
reflect the current trading environment. The division also believes that the partially modifying the implementation schedule to the market data infrastructure rules.
It just hasn't been fucking reading accurately. And they still haven't fixed the options on it.
For the first change, the division recommends that the Commission propose to amend the minimum pricing increments, also known as tick sizes, under Rule 612. Currently, quotations for NMS stocks priced equal to
Visa will invest $1 billion in its business across Africa as the technology giant seeks to push adoption of digital payments across the continent.
Price less than $1 per share may not be quoted in increments smaller than 100th of a cent. Division recommends the Commission.
My home run altcoin is SafeMoon, so that's great news for me.
Effectively calculated and varied to reflect differences in trading characteristics for each NMS stock. The proposal would address the issues related to NMS stocks that are currently tick constrained. It would help prevent other stocks from becoming tick constrained. It would also reduce the transaction costs for many stocks without harming display liquidity in or execution quality of NMS stocks that may be higher priced and or trade with wider spreads. To achieve these goals, the proposal would
Oil 36.41, TBLT 217, LiDAR about 85 cents, IDEX 2021, Snap down to 969, Vana 518. Yeah, it did. So here, I'll pull it up for you, bro. AGFY. So it's showing me $7.1 million market cap. under 8.5 million shares on float.
As Sean described, under the proposal, the floor minimum price
22.52% of the company is short. Utilization's only 59.11, but the cost to borrow is showing me 226.
And 1 cent, depending on the time-weighted average quota spread of NMS stock. The minimum pricing increment for quotations and orders at NMS stock price less than $1 per share would remain at the current level. We also recommend that the Commission propose to amend Rule 612 to require
Stress in China's $750 billion offshore dollar bond market has eased to the lowest level since Evergrande's debt woes. A handful of hedge funds are turning their focus back to Tether. Fuck Tether. Fuck Tether. I was talking about fucking Tether like a year ago. I actually put out a video on it.
For trading in NMS stock by imposing the same minimum pricing increments for trading throughout the national market system.
What are you saying LFG about, bro? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Competition and equal regulation between trading in the OTC market and trading on exchanges and ATSs. With respect to the second change in the proposal, the division recommends that the Commission propose to reduce the access fee caps in Rule 610.
Oh, cost bar on AGFY, yeah.
Rule 610 imposes limits on the fees that can be charged to access protected quotes and was designed to prevent fees from constituting an excess.
It doesn't make sense. It never made sense the whole fucking time.
For NMS stocks priced equal to or greater than $1 per share, a trading center may not impose any fee for the execution of an order.
No, I don't think that you were losing your mind so much as the regulators weren't regulating. They still aren't, to be quite honest. Like I don't know why like the OCC hasn't gone like through the options. Kind of pisses me off. If the OCC fixes the options, might be interesting. Obviously, don't quote me on that, but it just. The float is, or the cap is very, very small. And if they fix these options, then obviously that should put some like a little bit of pressure. And if they add new options, then you know anybody could use those options for gamma. NXTP is up 31%, 45%. Now. Adro said something about NXTP, if I'm not mistaken. Something about their licenses.
While also preserving the ability of the agency market business models to charge fees for access. In addition, to facilitate the ability of market participants to understand and calculate the total price of a transaction in an NMS stock at the time of execution, the proposal would amend Rule 610 to require exchanges
an hour till fucking mayhem.
All fees and rebates determinable at the time of execution.
Novavax 1758. Well off the highs today. Trying to get some strength off the VWAP. Probably on the 2 right now. Ooh, hard down. I have this call on in case they start talking about crypto.
And therefore are calculated at the end of each month. This timing impedes the ability
They're not really accomplishing much right now.
Including investors, to evaluate the total price of the trade at the time of execution, and is an impediment to market participants' ability to evaluate best execution and order routing. To address these concerns, the division recommends that the Commission propose a provision that would require the exchanges to make the amounts of all fees and rebates at the time of execution. Lastly, the proposal would accelerate the implementation of the round lot and odd lot information definitions that were adopted under the market data infrastructure rules. As originally adopted, the market
trying to draw a decent trend line, but it's not fucking not doing it for me.
Defining round lot to include smaller sized orders and higher priced stocks, and by defining odd lot information to include information about orders that are smaller than a round lot, the price better than or equal to the best round lot quote.
I don't even know how I draw that. Never mind.
Schedule, however, that was adopted, these definitions will not be implemented until later stages of the transition.
SoFi 7% up.
Accelerate the implementation of the round lot and odd lot information definitions. This would improve.
Pound strength is up. Dollar strength is down. I do like to see that. Tops. What are we doing? Consolidating after we just moved up. That's good. Tesla, Nvidia, and SoFi are the most mentioned tickers on Wall Street Bets. Thank you.
This would be a new data element that would identify
Large bets starting to turn bullish now. We're gonna see no rate hike at all. I don't know.
Available in the market and provide useful benchmark for investors.
Antics, I have the same mindset as you do about AGFY.
These amendments, namely varying and lowering the minimum
Just my opinion, though.
for quoting and
What the fuck
trading
do I know?
MMF stocks, reducing the access fee
Tops
cap,
is gone.
requiring greater transparency regarding
Stop.
and accelerating the dissemination of information about better priced orders would enhance trading opportunities for all investors. They would also serve to help ensure that orders placed in the
APE is
national
up 5%.
market system reflect the best prices available to all
It was only up
investors.
a couple percent
I will
before.
now turn it over to Jessica Watcher,
Where's
our
Tops?
Director
Tops.
of Division of
It should be right
Economic
the fuck
and
here.
Risk Analysis to discuss the economic impacts of these proposals.
Boyle, just under 36.
Thank you, Kelly. Chair Gensler and Commissioners.
Where are you,
Under
fucker?
current Rule 612, stocks with
200 top.
prices at or above $1 can be quoted at an increment of 1 penny and no finer. The proposal would introduce tick sizes that vary based on the spread of the stock.
Tesla has surpassed 1 million
Spread
calls,
is the difference between the best bid
or
and
1
offer.
million options, 50% are calls.
And it would lower
Thank you
the
very
tick
much, Greg.
size for those stocks with narrower
SEC's
spreads.
Gensler, today's markets are not as
We believe that
fair
these
and
changes
competitive
lower
as possible for
transaction
individual
costs by
investors.
enabling liquidity providers.
I mean, we've only
Those
been saying that for
proposals
what,
and
2 years?
exchanges to better compete on the basis of price. Currently, in some stocks, the tick constrains
Iran
liquidity
removed
provider
UN
competition.
Commission. Oh,
1
removed
cent
from
is
UN
the
Commission.
minimum tick size, and the average spread of a stock falls between 1 and 2 cents, for
I
example.
wonder if there's going to be any fallout from
Then it
that.
must be that mathematically the spread spends time near that 1 cent barrier. That means that spreads cannot be lower, even if competitive forces would make them so. By lowering the tick, the proposal provides more room for liquidity providers to compete. However, for stocks for which the spread is relatively wide, a tick size of 1 penny is
Cosm,
unlikely to impede
18%.
competition, because there are already many levels at which
God
liquidity
damn.
providers compete.
God damn.
Possible that
Congratulations.
increasing the tick size would lead to
Congratulations
lower
for
market
those of
quality
you that
for
have been
these
DCing the shit
stocks.
out of
For
this.
reason, the proposal only changes the increment for stocks.
New
with
FTX
spreads.
CEO is getting paid $1,300 an hour,
Also reduces
and
access
customers will
fees.
foot the bill.
Some reduction in access
Oh,
fees
man.
is necessary given the reduction in tick sizes. For example, with a tick size of, say, half a penny, which is
Again, please like, sub.
a fee of 3
I would
tenths of a
definitely
penny,
appreciate that,
which
and
the
it is
current
free.
Cap on the access fee.
Look
The
at fucking
fee
Cosm.
takes you most of the way to the next tick size. Thus, to mitigate
970 on
distortions
Snap.
on routing and quoted prices, this proposal reduces the fee to a maximum of 1/10 of a cent or 1/2 of the tick size, whichever is lower. As you've heard, the proposal also sets a minimum increment for trading as well as quoting.
Cytokinetics experimental heart failure drug got a negative vote from panel of advisors to the FDA, but in a twist, its shares are climbing.
This change
I bet you it's like a low
sets the liquidity
float,
provision off
low cap
exchange
company,
to be similar
right?
to those on exchange.
No rate hike.
We expect the proposal to come with compliance costs to implement the new tick regime. Also, while we expect reducing the tick to benefit investors on
Keeping rates
average,
the
those
same is still
transacting
going up
large
inflation.
orders may find it more
I wouldn't be
expensive to
surprised if we
trade.
got like a 25.
Applying the minimum pricing increment to trading as well as quoting could lead to the loss of some price improvement, though this could also be made up for in
Yeah,
greater
I could do that.
competition. In closing, I thank my
Let me go ahead and create a poll.
Markets in the Office of General
As per
Counsel,
request.
with whom we have worked closely during the development of this proposed rule.
Thank you so much, Hashang, Kelly, Jessica. Of course, earlier I knew it was Kathleen on the 605 rule, and I apologize. I was thanking Kelly then as well. But and I thank all the divisions for all your incredible work. We'll talk about that. But Commissioner Peirce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Jessica, Kelly, and Hao-Shang. The proposal would amend discrete elements of Reg NMS that have received significant attention from market participants. These changes would include finer variable tick sizes for quotations and orders, and notably
There we go.
trading.
Alright, if anyone wants to go ahead and hit that poll, that'd be dope.
The access fees that
A little bit of crowd psychology.
for access to protected quotations. In addition, the proposal would accelerate certain elements of the market data infrastructure rules, including the new definitions of round lots and odd lot information. The proposal also, as you heard, would establish a consolidated best odd lot order that would provide information about the price, size, and market of the best priced odd lot buy and sell orders.
I hope that this isn't fucking double top. Guys, we've seen a lot of double tops recently. Just be careful.
I'm persuaded that some stocks trading on our exchanges are tick constrained. Whether the proposal gets the new variable tick size,
because if it comes down here, that could form another shoulder, and then, I mean,
similarly, although I would
kind of
prefer
obvious
that the commission get out of the rate setting business altogether, doing so would require a significant overhaul of our markets, perhaps even more significant than the one we're contemplating today. Moreover, given the continued existence of the order protection rule, which forces market participants to access markets without regard for the price of entry, the commission probably does have a role to play in preventing excessive access fees. Again, public input will be essential to thinking through whether the reduction in access fee caps is calibrated at the right level. Indeed, the difficulty of this determination is one of the reasons I would like to be out of the rate setting entirely. The proposal, however, does appear to be a reasonable attempt to set those caps at a level that doesn't create unnecessary disruption in the markets. I also am eager to hear commenters' views on the acceleration of some of the changes in the market data infrastructure release. That rulemaking set out a detailed implementation timeline, but the Commission's recent loss in litigation
2153 on GameStop, 23.5 on Mullen. Try to get 404 on SPY.
Is accelerating these requirements reasonable? A couple features of the proposal do give me pause. First, the Commission could have made it easier for commenters to perform the necessary analysis
290 on the Qs. Tesla just tapped 160 and then gave it up.
Of how they expect these changes to affect the market. As with the Rule 605 amendments, the proposal does not lay out the Commission's view as to how this rule will interact with the other rules that we're considering today. Commenters seeking to understand how the entire package fits together have to draw these connections on their own, and as difficult as that
again, please like, sub, hit the bell.
To do so, or to identify where
I won't really fucking vote on my own poll.
Clarification might be helpful.
All right, add in a 25 there. I'm voting on 25.
So sweeping in their effect, different commenters are likely to come to different understandings of the interplay between the different rules.
I'll end the poll like right before the like right before it's read.
Comes to thinking about finalization. Another element of the proposal that causes me concern is the proposal to mandate uniform trading increments across the market for NMS stocks. Although I certainly understand the rationale, I'm not sure that I agree with it. It's true that wholesalers and ATSs are able to provide execution at finer price increments than exchanges, but the release doesn't really explain why the variety in the offerings of different types of market centers is a bad thing. Indeed, one might
just need some supply underneath it too.
Of some firms to provide trade execution services at finer increments than others has stimulated innovation by firms that may not have been able to compete with these established players otherwise, and that it's done so while improving the investor experience. The release shows little concern for how this provision may deter further innovation. Moreover, this concern with eliminating competitive disparities between exchanges, ATSs, and wholesalers does not seem to be
2154 on GameStop still, 574 on AMC.
In particular, other
VRMS 106.
Reforms appear to establish
40420 on SPY.
Exchanges and certain ATSs over other firms providing execution services. The Commission may need to
Qs 290.
To its theory of competition.
Just shy of 160 on Tesla.
Regulations. I do have a few questions in
connection with
this proposal. First,
I'm just not getting my hopes up going into the reverse split.
What function that's supposed to serve?
Thank you, Commissioner. Kelly, would you like to take this one?
Thank you, Commissioner Carson.
4065 on Coinbase.
I think the division believes that this
NASDAQ is up 0.33, S&P is up 0.4, and Dow is up 0.5 for futures.
Information about the very best odd lot order, the price and the size and the market where that odd lot order is. It would allow investors to know what is the very best price available in the market and where it is located, and should help
TSLL 948.
Conduct trading.
135.5 on 136 on mmat.
We think it would be a very useful piece of information information for the market to have.
Is that something
This
that
looks like
you've
it's trying.
heard a lot of demand for from market participants?
Oop. Spoke too soon.
I think that we have heard that there is that
Cosm has
information is
about 15%. There we go.
People do want to have this information, and I think that providing this metric that is similar to
tblt 218.
And how it would be calculated and provided to the market would be also
About
widely,
16% on Cosm.
used and accepted.
Thanks, Kelly, and I'll look forward to hearing what commenters have to say about that. Hao-Sheng, now that we're on number 2 of the TM rules, I can ask you for
Cosm.
a little bit of insight into how you think the minimum trade.
Again, please like, sub, hit the bell.
affect the
I
data
just see people coming in and out, so I gotta keep saying it.
Rule 605 reports, and will it be readily apparent to users of those reports what the trade size increment is?
CONL 577.
Indeed. Now I think it's a good time to discuss these two together. Kind of again on the big picture, 605 is about heterogeneity across different market centers and broker dealers in their execution quality, whereas the proposal we just discussed,
Sava lost 44.
is about
AI and IoT. We're looking good coming into today. They are slightly red.
Access fee, etc. that everybody could access. On the specific kind of interaction, for example,
DUACW up 12.
Earlier question, because the tick size release includes the best outloud order in the core data, and that is also part of 605 reports.
270 on GWH.
In addition, to extend that, the tick constrained stocks now would trade at a narrower spread and a better
GWH is getting fucking shorted, and I bought it as like a fundamental play because I like the business, but I noticed that they were getting heavily shorted.
One could invert the tick size.
They're looking at. So disclaimer, I'm already long, to be clear.
Whether it will be explicitly tagged somehow.
Now this was brought to market by Bill Gates and SoftBank.
It's really aggregated across the sample period a month. So
85 utilization, 20% short. Short score of just under 85, 84.76.
But I see that Kathleen is here. So Kathleen, would you like to weigh on this one as well?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. So also on 605, because these are detailed reports, it's going to be symbol by symbol. So you could look at kind of
VRM, heads up.
symbols to kind of figure out, or you know.
Yeah, Muln's doing everybody good. Coming up on 24 cents.
Okay, well that's helpful. I mean, I think it will be.
The high of the day was 24.20.
Confusing because of the fact that tick sizes can change over time, and so that may be something that we want to think about.
Wait, what are you saying, Dan, about?
Flag a change, for example, but we can talk about that.
404.30.
Think about the comments
on SPY.
So one final question, and that is.
I mean, not everyone's green on Muln. I'm not green on Muln. Today I'm green on Muln.
Could be for enhancing competition for retail orders, and I think that
I have no problem like letting everybody know that Muln and BBIG are my bags.
Similarly, have a positive effect.
It's fine.
Would it make sense to wait with the
I know that I'm not alone on that,
final proposals,
and that kind of makes me feel a little bit better.
Until, well, at least with the order protection, I mean the order competition rule. Would it make sense to
Top's
wait with that
trying to
until
push this trend, I think.
See what the effect of these
trying to push the 48
changes are. Should they be adopted?
Commissioner, again, because all the competition rule is not yet presented, if I could defer this one again, but on your question about
I'll pull Muln up in a second.
605 is about the competition across different market centers.
It's like, see, you have a better average than I do.
On the unified set of rules, and these rules are set by the proposal we just discussed about tick size, access fee, and run-out definition. They can
honestly, I stopped fucking DCAing it. Like, I don't know, how much higher than it's at now. I didn't buy it on the lows. I might have had a small order, but nothing that was going to touch my average.
So that no market center is able to price and order.
Cosm. This looks like it's trying to base again for another little push.
Whereas the 605 report is
tblt 218.
It's more directly about the
Snap 969. Fauna 517.
But I'm happy to also pass on to Kelly and Kathleen if you want to weigh in.
Cosm.
It may be tough for them to weigh in. If you didn't want to weigh in about why we should just try these first before doing something much more
Sava 4433.
Substantial, which we'll talk about soon.
Last AMC blocked come through is at 573.
To try to front run you on that, but I do think that it's something that we should consider through the comment period, whether it would make sense to try some of these incremental changes before
MJXL still hanging out at 45 cents.
Pretty dramatic change to market structure. I don't have any additional questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Peirce. Commissioner Crenshaw.
Thank you, Chair Gensler. As you've already heard from my colleagues, this proposal has three main components: varying and lowering the minimum pricing increments, or tick sizes, for quotes and trades in certain.
Yeah, I'm much higher than you guys. I just stopped throwing money at it because it was pulling like a muln. You know what I mean? Like,
of information about smaller orders.
It is what it is. I mean, I still have a good amount, but my average is pretty ugly.
Benefiting from, quote, fair competition among exchange markets and between exchange markets and markets other than exchange markets, end quote. Fair competition requires entities performing similar functions to be regulated similarly, and extending the minimum tick size to trades executed in
Trying to hold on to
non-exchange
404
markets,
here.
namely ATSs and off-exchange wholesalers, should help provide a more level playing field across venues.
EMAs are getting in line?
With respect to the specific pricing increments in the proposal, many market participants have suggested that trading in tick-constrained stocks would benefit from a
Yeah, I think you guys are
tick
like
size.
a lot lower than I am. I just stopped fucking DCAing it. I started playing other things.
There are trade-offs to lowering the minimum tick size.
Let me look.
While it allows for more efficient pricing, a smaller tick size also adds complexity and increase the likelihood that a market participant, quote-unquote, jumps the queue by posting an economically trivial price improvement to get ahead of other orders on the exchange.
We have 24 cents on muln, by the way.
Will be vital to ensuring that the minimum tick sizes strike the right balance between those competing concerns. The second set of proposed changes involves access fees for protected quotations. The current caps on access fees were adopted 17 years ago and were designed to prevent fees from constituting an excessive percentage of the share price.
My muln average
However,
is
the markets have evolved dramatically during the intervening
158.
time, and the fee caps have not been updated to reflect lower transaction and trading costs. Furthermore, as my colleagues have explained, the changes to the minimum tick size make updating the access fees more urgent. Because if the fees stay the same, while the minimum tick size
I just felt like I was throwing good money after bad money.
fees become a greater portion of the cost of executing a trade and can undermine price transparency. In addition to lowering the fee caps, the proposal would require that all exchange fees and rebates
4106 on Coinbase
at the time an order is executed. In recent years, the exchanges have developed complex fee and rebate schedules,
this is a little bit aggressive.
many of which include
Heads up on
tiers or
CLNL.
other incentives based on a broker-dealer's trading volume. One of the many issues with this
577.
problematic model is that because the fees are calculated based on monthly volume, broker-dealers and their customers do not actually know.
Remember,
what the
CLNL
fees
is
are
1.5
until
times
after the month's end.
Coinbase performance.
This uncertainty
Tops,
has
what are we doing
implications
here?
for transparency and best execution analyses. Transparency at the time
Double bottom
of
off the
execution
VWAP, maybe?
should help broker-dealers make better order routing decisions and could facilitate a broker-dealer's ability to pass through the fee or rebate associated with the transaction. This is a model that some customers may prefer, but which is difficult to implement at present, in part due to fee uncertainty. It should also help customers gain insight into whether a broker-dealer may be routing to certain venues based on fee or rebate that venue assesses. While this change has the potential to mitigate certain issues around
Boyle
volume-based
under
fees and
36.
rebates, I continue to have
TBLT
concerns about the model
217.
more generally.
T2 pretty much flat. Snap 968. Vaughn down to 513.
Firms at the expense
Off of its size.
smaller and mid-sized firms, making it difficult for the smaller players to compete.
Rent is holding
From an investor
360.
protection standpoint, the need to qualify for a given tier may influence a broker-dealer's routing decisions at the expense of seeking the best execution for a customer. These issues may be lessened, but are unlikely to be eliminated through added transparency. I believe my concerns in this area are shared by some of my colleagues, and I look
AI
forward
and
to
IoT
working with
still
them
down.
to address this issue more comprehensively.
EWAC is at 2189.
quotes in higher priced stocks frequently
Tops.
offer prices that are better than the round lot and BBO. However, information about these orders is currently excluded from
MVSC is down to 190.
meaning the investors
Again, they did get a
missing out on the
government
opportunity
contract like
for
last
a
week.
better price. The last set of proposed changes in this release accelerate and build upon certain common sense changes that the Commission adopted as part of the market
Gush
data
has
infrastructure
150.
rulemaking. Since that package was finalized and the SEC has worked toward its implementation,
Works is down to 51 cents.
continue to increase,
ACB's
and odd lot
at
quoting and trading rates
$1.10.
have remained high,
NXTP has
particularly for
37%
higher-priced
up.
stocks.
Vlon is
The proposed changes, the
fucking
reduction of the
moonbound.
round lot size, the inclusion of the
113
odd lot
up, 112.
information in core market data, and the creation of a best odd lot order data element
Tusk has 7% up.
will help investors take advantage of this better priced liquidity that is available.
Slapping the
in
ask on
markets.
AMC at 571.
As of June 2022, odd lot volume as a proportion of total exchange traded volume was approximately 19%
SOXL
for
is
all corporate
3
stocks
cents down.
and approximately 7% for all ETPs, higher than the levels observed in the data from 2018 and 2019.
Tesla is
Given the
having a
increasing
fucking
prevalence
tough time
of
getting
odd lot
back above
orders in the
160.
markets, I believe these are common sense changes that are long overdue.
We lost 404.
Thank you again to
403.73.
who worked on this rule, which is really three elements. So I'll
Bitcoin's
extend
sliding
triple
up,
thanks
though.
to this team, and thank you in advance to all those who submit comments, in particular with respect to the
Okay, that's a
optimal
push. That's
minimum
not a
quoting and
slide.
trading increments. I look forward to the comments, and I'm happy to support.
Thank you, Commissioner Crenshaw. Commissioner Ueda, before I hand it over to you, I wanted to let you know the worm rule we adopted actually did get in the Federal Register on November 3rd, apparently. So thank you to the Federal Register. But Commissioner Ueda.
Oh, great. Yeah, I don't think our website currently has got the link to the Federal Register, and so yeah, I wasn't quite sure. So anyway, thanks.
See, they're even fucking confused about their own rules.
So today, the Commission is proposing variable minimum pricing increments.
Just shy of 1340
quoting and
on
trading
ETH.
of national market system stocks, a reduction of access fee caps, and an improvement in the transparency of certain better priced orders. Due to the technological
Tesla
changes,
coming up on
since
159.
regulation NMS was adopted, including the massively increased speeds and processing power used in electronic trading, the market standard known as the tick size
UVXY is down to 692,
For
I
a
should say.
national market system,
VIX
having an
2233.
established tick size that is a minimum price
289.74 on the Qs.
asks, orders,
Um,
or expressions
The
of
futures on the
interest.
Qs are up
It makes
0.48.
sense to encourage
S&P's up
liquidity
0.54
as
and
interest
Dow
rate
is up
stability of market
0.62.
participants to gain an execution priority over pre-existing limit orders through an economically insignificant difference.
Tops.
However, if an established tick size is too large, it may place an effective floor price on the provision of liquidity and preclude competition that may result in lower transaction costs for traders.
Rig.
Thus, it would appear that there
Low
is an
turnover
optimal
still.
range for tick sizes. Identifying that optimal range is a bit complicated, though, from a regulatory perspective. Indeed, the optimal range may be different depending on the technical characteristics and capacities of trading institutions, as well as the characteristics
Coin
of the
4105.
including price.
I wouldn't expect, or I don't,
appears
I would be
right
surprised if that
for
ended
variable
like
minimum
around,
pricing
like above
increments
42.
and a reduction in tick sizes in many
It depends on
circumstances.
how crypto goes. I
The
think
majority
at
of
the
current trading volume
at 2
appears to
o'clock
be tick
when we get the
constrained,
data.
meaning that the effective spread cannot be reduced below 1 penny.
Cosm
In other words, the tick
16% up.
size prevents competitive
Muln new
forces
high
from
word.
further
Let me go ahead
reducing
over there.
quoted spreads. At the same time, there
Most
have
traded
been technological
contracts. Let me
advancements
read
that
that.
enable trading and order
Most traded
routing systems to
contracts.
market
Tesla
participants to handle the
puts,
increased message
call.
traffic that could occur if smaller or variable minimum price
Sounds like they're
increments
fucking
were implemented
strangling
for
Tesla
NMS
again.
stocks. Thus, it is appropriate for the Commission to consider whether any regulatory changes are
The last few months,
necessary.
whenever he would post that,
One part of the
it just seems like
proposal
it's fucking
would extend
puts
the
and
minimum
calls on
tick
both
size
Apple and Tesla.
beyond
That's it.
a constraint on an order, bid, offer, or indication of interest.
And then every now and then there'll
also
be like
limit
an odd duck in
the
there.
execution of trades. However, the arguments for an optimal tick size for
Okay, it looks
orders and
like
other
some kind
expressions
of
interest
tech
do not
companies are
apply
getting
equally
higher
to
calls than puts.
execution improvements.
I like that.
For example,
Goldman
As the
Sachs
optimal
considering
release
bonus
size,
cuts of 40% or
size,
more for
could discourage
investment
liquidity
banking.
provision within orders by effectively eliminating time priority. But that same argument would not apply to improved execution. In addition, one can imagine workarounds to improving an execution within a given tick size constraint by, say, executing half the transaction at a lower price and the other half at a tick size one step up. While the proposing release contends that requiring the minimum pricing
SoFi has
would
8% up.
enhance competition among trading centers by
AM
ensuring that all
15%
trading
up
centers
again.
would be able to compete in the same price increment.
Pound strength is looking good. Dollar strength is slipping.
How important the supposed enhanced competitive effect would be, or precisely how practices might evolve to give effect to this enhanced competition. Overall,
Cosm
the benefits of applying a minimum
16.18
tick
up.
size to executions as opposed to orders
24.30-ish here on Mullen.
is less
A
obvious.
little bit of a push.
And I look forward to public comment on this.
LIDAR's all the way down to 84 cents.
Another part of the proposal would reduce access fee caps.
515 on
While
Vana.
this change may make sense in the context of
Just stopped the
smaller tick
52-week
sizes,
high on
the overall
RYAM.
lowering of fees will likely result in a reduction of rebates, which could have
Brent has
unintended
370.
consequences
Just lost it.
and shift the competitive playing field in unpredictable ways. I hope that the public does comment on this issue as well. Overall, while I do not necessarily agree with
Alright, these
all
guys are just
proposed
fucking...
proposals,
I can't listen to that anymore in the background. It's giving me a headache. XDC is up 8% in the last 17 hours. 24 hours, sorry. 5% in the last 17. Sorry. Sava 44.5. Mullen 24.5-ish. Mullen 24.50. We are over average volume already, and turnover isn't that bad. 150.5 on Gosh. Revlon is up like 117%, 116. Just under 159 here in Tesla. MNTS is all the way down to 94 cents. Just as a reminder, they do have a contract with Tesla. In case you didn't know. 53 cents on BBIG. Slip below 404 on SPY. Going for 25 cents. Rig. I can't leave Mullen right this second. Slap in the ask on AMC at 572. Coin 41.37. Heads up on CO10. Game is doing it today. Up 25. Where's Cosm? Where is Cosm? Boyle 36.5-ish. NWTN about 12.5. Snap 969. Carvana 517. Did I pass comms? Yeah, I did. Cosm's 13% up off of its highs. 572 here on AMC, 2156 still on GME, 198.5 on ADN. We do have 404 back on SPY. Bitcoin's in a nice little push though. $24.80 on muln. Good volume as well. And as I mentioned, low turnover. 0.6 up on Dow futures. S&P is up 0.51. NASDAQ is up about 0.4. Coming up on 25 cents. Tesla is 159. Alright, later, Khalid. Sorry I didn't see that. Doing out. That needs to swing up. Shy 25. Just tapped it. Tops chilling at 161. Brig 435 and a half. Half hour. Half hour till mayhem. AM about 15% up. 103.69 on dollar strength. $36.6 on Boyle. Cosm off of its highs. $2.19 on tblt. $9.76 on Snap. Vana 5.19. Cosm back to the 48. AVCT 103. Not much movement there. Sava 43 cents up. 44.59. Sober hanging on to $1. Slapping the ass on AMC at 5.75. Just a reminder, and obviously not financial advice, yada yada yada. If you do not set a, if you're not setting a an order to exit, if you're just selling at market, you're not helping the, helping the price move up. Just want to go ahead and throw that out there. If you put down an order and it slides up, then that'll obviously have price discovery. But if you're just throwing it at market, it's just going to go to whatever the fuck it's at. I just know that a lot of people are probably doing that without even realizing it. 21.64 on GME, 5.75 on AMC, 24.85 on muln. Was leaving 25 cents now, maybe zero. Morgan Stanley. I don't know. I don't want to. I'm not gonna go ahead and I'm not gonna sit here and guess though. I'd rather just wait and react. I'm just thinking, maybe like a 25 would kind of help them out the most. But at the same time, they might be baked in. They might have that already baked in. So, I mean, like, it's... If I were to guess, like, a while ago, then it might pan out. But for me to do it now, I mean, like... I don't know. I don't want to be, like, changing my trading plan that much. I'd rather just adjust. Rig, 436.5. Someone just bought 10,000 shares of AMC at 575. There's some pretty big blocks coming through on it. Just no fucking price movement. Ooh. Wait a minute. Didn't Tops have or Cosm have like a pretty fucking similar chart? Yeah, look at that. Am I fucking crazy? 1766 on Novavax. Trying to follow it up. Ape, just under 91 cents. Comms and Cosm, where are you at? There you are. Look how similar that is. 578 on AMC. A lot of blocks coming through. $107 on VRM. More blocks. $404.50 on SPY. Heads up on VRM, guys. $24.82 on muln. Where's Tesla? Tesla's coming up to 160. Comms. Wait, hold on one second. Mullen, what's happening at 3 p.m. tomorrow? Big buzz going on about Mullen. I don't want to fucking put times and stuff on stuff. Or times and things like that on Mullen. Now, Cosm had a press release tomorrow at like 10 in the morning or some shit like that. That's different because that's, that's stated. But I don't want to put like assumptions and shit like that in anyone's head. Comms. Alright, give me 1 second. So here's Tops. Up 18.5. 437 on rig. Novavax has 1770. Coin 4163. AGFY now 4% up. AMC blocks at 579. $103.67 on dollar strength. So she's still sliding. Cosm lost lost some of its gains. Still well up though at 11% up. 36.5 on Boyle. TBLT 219 up. Sorry, 219 total, 4% up. Snap is at 984. That's 4.5% up. Carvana 527. I'm sorry, I just have so much Carvana. I gotta take a look. Big APVO volume. What up, Wiki? No, you didn't miss much, dude. You told your boss you aren't making enough money after your combo. He told you you should have the same combo with the owner to tell them they aren't paying. Yeah. I mean, if you believe you're worth more, then it is what it is. Now, I will say, though, your job is pretty dope where you could sit there and do this all day. Where the fuck did comms go? Hold on. Comms. What do we got going on here, Mike? What do we got going? We'll go cross action. 579 on AMC. Cosm 31 cents. 219.5 on tblt. Hard down on comms. Crossing the MACD on Vana. I gotta check out Tesla too. Vana, trying above VWAP. Up is up 12.7 on the day. 528 on Carvana. 580 on AMC blocks. 579 on AMC blocks. 580. Jesus. FOA 135. A whole lot of sideways. 530 on Vana. GWH. Fuck yeah. Alright. Grab that at 260. That's a dub so far. I'm saying that going into this fucking Fed talk. 15% on IINN. This was a low cap, low float last time I looked. I haven't looked at it in a little while though. Revlon sells 100% up. muln. Word. I'm working my way. Tesla, just under 160. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Get out of me, swamp. $18.290 on Bitcoin. Still sub 40 on XRP. Not surprised by that. 1346-ish on ETH though. muln. Qs have 291. Tesla's about to touch 160, it looks like. 580 on AMC blocks. 1 second. I had something going on with my phone. I hate when people do that shit. $25.70 on muln. Bear with me. Rig new high of the day. Word. We're pushing. We are pushing. Look at fucking muln go. I love it. 26. Do I hear 26? Going for it. 581 on AMC block. Somebody just bought 30,000 AMC at 582. SPY 405.26. Fuck yeah, muln. Get out of here. $21.85 on GME. Yeah, and the turnover isn't that high either for how cheap it is with that kind of volume. AMC blocks at 583. $26.5. I feel like I'm missing something. Unless they're gonna fucking run this as a scalp. If they let shit go like this, and the Fed talk is a catalyst for the market, it might get a little bit wild. Now, it could totally take all the gains away as well, but it kind of works both ways. TLT just lost 107. $162 on tops. Yeah, rig is at 440. Congrats if you're in that, since like we first started talking about that. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, I saw it. 442. $41.80 on Coinbase. SFT is only 2% up. Dollar strength dropping still. Cosm 6% up. Just under 220 on tblt. 986 on Snap. Vana 528. Rent 25% up. CONL still chilling at 577. IoT just flash green. AI still down though. Hard down on muln. APCX is all the way down to 76 cents. $21.93 on DUAC. I personally think that became like a much harder trade when Elon bought Twitter. They're supposed to be getting news though tomorrow. I think that Trump he announced that he was going to do something. Don't quote me on that though. Definitely look at that. Low volume on IINN. $584 here on AMC. What do we got going on? 445 on rig. Nice. 106.5 on VRM. $18,320-ish here on Bitcoin. 291.30 on the Qs. Tesla's still having a hard time getting over 160. On top of the MACD though. Just looking at the twist, that's all. Just under 26 cents here on muln. AMC blocks. 584. And please like, sub, all the buttons if you have not already. BBIG is at 5302. Just we lost it as soon as I was about to say it. Never mind, cancel that. Let's see. Tops 161.3. 1781 on Novavax. Alright. Are we getting froggy now? Look at the fucking game. That's some good volume for, or considering the average, and it's a low turnover as well. It might be a Shanghai special though. I forget why, like, I even put it on here. Your AVXL is just under 9. 135.5 on mmat. Remember, everyone, next 10 minutes is algo trade. Yeah. This is gonna be a shit show. Make gains, take gains. Yeah. I mean, with what happened yesterday, though, and people, you know, getting in trouble for bullshit, I mean, I've never watched them, so I can't, like, exactly say what it was. But don't tell people how to trade, unfortunately. Like, even if it's, like, you know, just reminding them to be careful. I don't know. It's like walking on fucking thin ice. Even though you're not doing anything, you're just, you know, saying, like, hey, heads up. Someone might still try to give, like, a hard time. It would be bullshit, but I figured it was worth mentioning. Just under 26 cents on muln. 21.71 on GameStop. 582 on AMC. Tesla 159.73. Oh. Is anyone, like, doing any kind of YOLO action? I'm just curious. Big money shifting expectations 25. I don't know. To me, there's probably so much fucking baked in already. Coin 4140. Ape. Ape's moving. Cosm 31 cents again. Boil 36.68. LiDAR still under 85. Snap 985. Vana 525. AMC blocks at 581. Rent 364, 22% up. MBLY, fucking another day with 7% up. CONL 577 still. Sava 44.25. IoT up, AI down. 5 minutes left. 26.40 on muln here. SPY dropped 405. PBTS. Fucking Shanghai. Watch out for a double top. RSI is a 66.8 on 8. Mullen 26.20. Cup. Where's the handle though? Where is the handle? Just shy of 405. VIX is at 22.19. Tops 162. Blocks on AMC at 584. PBTS, yeah, 4% up. More blocks at 584. More blocks at fucking 584. Jesus. AM off of its highs. That's a good amount of shares. Cosm 31.11. TBLT staying under 220 here. 984 on Snap. 528 on Vana still. Alright, I'm just gonna chill until after this drop. Oh. We have 405 on SPY. Slapping the ass on AMC. 585. 586. Oh, 87, alright. Just under 22 on GameStop. Alright. This should be fun. It always is. Can somebody get me the data so I don't have to switch off the screen for everybody? I mean, I will if I have to, but might as well ask. I really wouldn't be surprised if they tried to fuck with this and just like erased all the gains from this morning. Yeah, please like and sub if you have not already. I would appreciate that. Tesla, where are you? Alright, let's go. Bitcoin's dropping. Ooh, get out of me, swamp! Muln has 25.75, 25.70. Anybody want to try to feed me some insight on what that was? If not, I'll look, but... Ouch. Do I want to do some reversals, though? I'm gonna look at it. Nobody responded. $50. $4.37 on rig. $4.35. Hurting. See, the crazy thing is that like these could flush like this, and then Powell could start talking, and it could just rip right back. And nobody would bat an eye. Cosm, just under 31. You have 31. Nope, get out of there. Snap down to 963. Vana 504. AI and IoT down. APCX, 83 cents. SPY. Trying to push back. Oh, I should end that poll, shouldn't I? Tops dropping hard. Gush is down. Vestig, what are you doing? 51. 51. Alright. 104 on VRM. 25.29 on muln. 574 on AMC. 21.40 on GME. Wow, Bitcoin just lost like $400. Tesla down to 157.50. Here we go. $81.90 on Blackstone. $0.53 on BBIG. Look at the RSI in this bitch. 18.5. Where should I take advantage of this shit? Oh, you know, what's TSLL at? TSLL 927. Tesla 157. Bear with me, guys. Come on, you fuck, hurry up. Sometimes I hate this shit on my phone. Actually, most of the time I hate this shit on my phone. Big just broke 53 cents. MNTS 93 cents. Tesla's RSI is a 22.5. $17.33 on Novavax. EV goes down to 547. Coin, $40. Is this ripping? Okay. Looks like they pulled the rug here on CJJD. Ooh, look at fucking pound strength. Pound strength got fucking yanked. Blocks on AMC all the way down to 568. RNAS, Golden Cross. So, just alright. So just to be like, so you have it like for sure. Yeah, like a gold cross is when the 48 goes over the 2. I see what you're saying. You're saying like the price action is over. You gotta wait until the 48 comes with it. Nice little pop though. Low turnover. Cosm. Oops. 31.8. 571 on AMC. 572. tblt unch. Snap down to 959. Vana 513. GoCo's all the way down to 1510. Sava trying to hold on to 44. AI is down to 13. Oh, it is over on the Yahoo? Is it an SMA or is it an EMA? Because I use EMAs. I'm just curious because that could be, you know, why we're confused. Lucid is at 772. Oh, 820.50. Word. Oh, moving average. Okay, so that'll be different. Moving averages. The correct way is a 50 over the 200. So yours are probably correct. Mine are EMAs, exponential moving averages, and they usually move a little bit closer to the action. However, like calling out a gold cross, they're supposed to be on an SMA. I like them. I've always used them. But to each their own. Trying to hold 400 on SPY. I feel like as soon as Powell gets on, they're either gonna fucking eat up, like, to pretty much just like where we were, or it's gonna get substantially worse. I really just don't feel like there's a middle right now. I don't know why. It's just weird gut feeling. Weird gut feeling. I'm just like scrolling back and forth just to make sure that there's nothing fucking going like ballistic. Look at game. It's a little ripper. SFT slightly red. SoFi still 7.5-ish up. Ape holding on to 5.5 up. Weren't we kind of expecting this move? Yeah, I was. However, I could also see a move up though, like on like a rebound when he starts to talk, because I don't think that the volatility's like done there. It might be, but we'll see. 83.79 on LiDAR. Nice little recovery on Carvana. Double bottom off pivot. Oh. Don't fuck with me, Vana. Fed raise 50. Yeah. Shit's about to go down. Not like, you know, in the market. I don't know which way it's going to go. But they're making money more expensive. RMET is up 11.5. I personally think that this is fucking terrible fiscal policy, but it's like we're behind the 8 ball. Like, they already fucked up. So there's like really no getting that back. Honestly, like, it wouldn't take that many policies, and they could have probably done a lot better. One enormous problem, in my opinion, is the fact that they let these firms use cryptocurrency on their balance sheets. That probably like delayed all of this shit by a handful of months. Kirk. Nile. No. Where's Tesla? Here we go. Finding bottom. I gotta get him up. 1 second. YouTube. Powell live live today.
And Domino's, we're tipping you.
Bear with me, guys. Trying to get this up for us. Three, two, one. All right, let me skip. AMC's on. GME's at 21.47. Got my county exec's ear, hoping for a phone call later. Let's hope. Won't hurt. Your AVXL stood there and endured that. Can you copy it and paste it or no? Here, I'll look it up. Well, I can't look it up because I have my phone here trying to stream this. $9.69 on Snap. All right, what did he say? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It looked strong before. He's talking about Ape. Somebody just bought 63,000 of AMC at 577. Rent back to 20% up. Another 20,000 shares on AMC. 103 on ABCT. Really no movement there. GWH 266.5. $148 on Gosh. 148.69. SDIG pretty much flat. Probably sideways till Powell comes on in 9 minutes. Mullen's bouncing. Word. Word, word, word. Yup. Good shout. $400 on SPY. Where is Tesla? 157 still. It's loving that little range today. Rig didn't fall that bad. Still a solid day. 4060 on Coinbase. AGFY really didn't move too much. Still chilling at 82 cents. Ape just under 91 cents. Cosm under 31 cents. T2 just dropped 144, chilling at 141 right now. 963 on Snap. Armet is having itself a fucking outing here. Barely even fucking phased right there. AI down to 13. APCX down to 81 cents. SPY just lost 4. Trying to push 4. Keep it. Come on. Out of me swamp. There we go. Bitcoin, what do we got? Falling knife at the moment. $105.5 on VRM. Low volume, low turnover. Fucking VN. Oh, okay, never mind. I was thinking of VTNR. VNTR. I've played this before. I could swear that I did. 570 on AMC. Declining in employees. So they are consolidating there, and their enterprise value is projected to lower substantially. Also, keep in mind that with inflation, you know, obviously that's even less. $21.44 on GME. SPY's just moving sideways, trying to confirm 4. 92 cents on MNTS. Guys, remember, MNTS has a SpaceX contract. Brig 435. Novavax 1743. EVGO is under 550. Coin about 40.5. PGY down another 2%. That's at 67 cents. SFT pretty much flat. Cosm. Come on, pal. I want to see 420 by Christmas. I don't think that's really, you know, too far out there of a request. 35 on Boyle. Ivana wants to. Come on, hurry up. $52.5% short. Come on. MNTS just dropped 92 cents. Someone just bought 49,000 shares of AMC. What the fuck is this?
Before I go into the details of today's meeting, I'd like to underscore for the American people that we understand the hardship that high inflation is causing, and that we are strongly committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal. Over the course of the year, we've taken forceful actions to tighten the stance of monetary policy. We've covered a lot of ground, and the full effects of our rapid tightening so far are yet to be felt. Even so, we have more work to do. Price stability is the responsibility of the Federal Reserve and serves as the bedrock of our economy. Without price stability, the economy doesn't work for anyone. In particular, without price stability, we will not achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all.
He just admitted he fucked up.
Today, the FOMC raised our policy interest rate by a 0.5 percentage point. We continue to anticipate that ongoing increases will be appropriate in order to attain a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to return inflation to 2% over time. In addition, we're continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. Restoring price stability will likely require maintaining a restrictive policy stance for some time. I'll have more to say about today's monetary policy actions after briefly reviewing economic developments. The U.S. economy has slowed significantly from last year's rapid pace. Although real GDP rose at a pace of 2.9% last quarter, it is roughly unchanged through the first 3 quarters of this year.
Hard
Recent
down on
indicators
8.
point to modest growth of spending and production this quarter. growth in consumer spending has slowed from last year's rapid pace, in part reflecting
Dollar
lower
strength,
real disposable income
bit of a shot.
and tighter financial conditions. Activity in the housing sector has weakened significantly, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. Higher interest rates and slower output growth also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. As shown in our summary of economic projections, the median projection for real GDP growth stands at just 0.5% this year and next, well below the median estimate of the longer run normal growth rate.
CONL,
Despite the slowdown in
5
growth,
to
the labor
7.
market remains extremely tight, with the unemployment rate near a 50-year low, job vacancies still very high, and wage growth elevated. Job gains have been robust,
sat down to about
with
50.
employment rising by an average of 272,000 jobs per month over the last 3 months.
Saba 44.
Although job vacancies have moved below their highs,
AI just lost
the
13.
pace of job gains has slowed from earlier in the year. The labor market continues to be out of balance, with demand substantially exceeding the supply of available workers. The labor force participation rate is little changed since the beginning of the year. FOMC participants expect supply and demand conditions in the labor market to come into better balance over time, easing upward pressures on wages and prices.
Yeah, these are DCA days for me.
The median projection
statistically, the
in
market goes up.
SEP for the unemployment rate rises to 4.6% at the end of next year. Inflation remains well above our longer run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in October, total PCE prices rose 6%. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices.
Someone just bought 100,000. Oh, that ain't fucking million
November,
shares? Jesus
the
Christ.
12-month change in the CPI was 7.1%.
No, can't be.
And the change in the core
1,
CPI
2, 3,
was 6%.
Okay.
The inflation data received so far for October and November show a welcome reduction in the monthly pace of price increases. But it will take
Futures are in a
substantially
shitter.
more evidence to give confidence that inflation is on a sustained downward path. Price pressures remain evident across a broad range of goods and services. Russia's war against Ukraine has boosted prices for energy and food and has contributed to upward pressure on inflation. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 5.6% this year and falls to 3.1% next
Is it
year,
on muln?
2.5% in 2024, and 2.1% in 2025. Participants continue to see risks to inflation as weighted to the upside. Despite elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. But that is not grounds for complacency. The longer the current bout of high inflation continues, the greater the chance that expectations of higher inflation will become entrenched. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are
Sub 40 on
acutely aware
Coinbase.
that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by a 0.5 percentage point, bringing the target range to 4.25% to 4.5%. And we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. With today's action, we have raised interest rates by 4.25 percentage points this year. We continue to anticipate that ongoing increases in the target range for the federal funds rate will be appropriate in order to attain a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to return inflation to 2% over time.
Come on, Mullen, don't let me down.
Over the course of the year, financial conditions have tightened significantly in response to our policy actions. Financial conditions fluctuate in the short term in response to many factors, but it is important that over time they reflect
Spy trying to find a floor.
the policy restraint that we're putting in place to return inflation to 2%. We are seeing the effects on demand in the most interest-sensitive sectors of the economy, such as housing, It will take time, however, for the full effects of monetary restraint to be realized, especially
all-time low right now, or roundabout for
in light of the
MMTS.
cumulative tightening of monetary policy and the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation. The committee decided to raise interest rates by 50 basis points today, a step down from the 75 basis point pace seen over the previous 4 meetings. Of course, 50 basis points is still a historically large increase, and we still have some ways to go. As shown in the SEP, the median projection for the appropriate level of the federal funds rate is 5.1%
Apple down to
at the end of next
142.
year, a half percentage point higher than projected in September. The median projection is 4.1% at the end of 2024 and 3.1% at the end of 2025, still above the median estimate of its longer run value. Of course, these projections do not represent a committee decision or plan, and no one knows with any certainty where the economy will be a year or more from now. Our decisions will depend on the totality of incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and inflation, and we will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting and communicate our thinking as clearly as possible. We're taking forceful steps to moderate demand so that it comes into better alignment with supply. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Reducing inflation is likely to require a sustained period of below-trend growth and some softening of labor market conditions. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the long run. The historical record cautions strongly against prematurely loosening policy. We will stay the course.
Preserve my meds as long as I can.
To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I will look forward to your questions.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thanks for taking my question, Mr. Chairman.
Fucking CNBC.
You just talked about the importance of market conditions reflecting the policy restraint you put in place. Since the November meeting, the 10-year has declined by 60 basis points. Mortgage rates have come down. High-yield credit spreads have come in. The economy has accelerated, and the stock market's up 6%. Is this loosening of financial conditions a problem for the Fed in its effort and its fight against inflation? And if so, do you need to do something about that, and how would you do something about that? Thank you.
So, as I mentioned, it is important that overall
155, 50-ish
to reflect
on
the
Tesla.
policy restraint that we're putting in place to bring inflation down to 2%. We think that financial conditions have tightened significantly in the past year, but our policy actions work through financial conditions, and those in turn affect economic activity, the labor market, and inflation. So what we control is our policy moves and the communications that we make. Financial conditions both anticipate and react to our actions. I would add that our focus is not on short-term moves, but on persistent moves, and many things, of course, move financial conditions over time. I would say it's our judgment today that we're not at a sufficiently restrictive policy stance yet, which is why we say that we would expect that ongoing hikes would be appropriate. And I would point you to the SEP again.
Novavax is launch.
Our current assessment of what that peak level will be.
Coinbase still under 40.
As you will have seen, 19 people filled out the SEP this time, and 17 of those 19 wrote down a peak rate of 5% or more, in the fives.
DXY 103.91
for what we think the peak rate will be. You will also know that at each subsequent SEP during the course of this year, we've actually increased our estimate of what that peak rate will be.
tblt unch.
And today, the SEP that we're published shows that, again, that overwhelmingly FOMC participants believe that inflation risks are to the upside. So I can't tell you confidently that we won't move up our estimate of the peak rate again at the next SEP. I don't know what we'll do. It will depend on future data. What we're writing down today is our best estimate of what we think
She's looking jumpy.
Peak rate will be based on what we know. Obviously, if the inflation data come in worse, that could move up, and it could move down if inflation data are softer.
All right, let me read this message. Let's see. Check these out. Let me know what you think.
Gina Smiler, New York Times.
Sounds
Thanks for
like
taking our questions. The SEP, like you mentioned, suggests that the Fed
I'll look at it,
will
man.
another 3/4 percentage
Right after
points worth of
close.
rate increases in 2023. I wonder if you would foresee that being in 25 basis point increments, 50 basis point increments, sort of how you see the speed playing out going forward. And then I wonder
Bitcoin?
what you're looking at as you determine
Trying to put in a floor.
when to stop.
That would make sense.
As I've been saying, as we've gone through the course of this year,
Here we go. Come on.
as we lifted off and
Boot in our alley. Let's do
the
it.
course of the year, and we saw the how strong inflation was and how persistent, it was very important to move quickly. In fact, the speed, the pace with which we were moving was the most important thing.
22.6
I
on
think
VIX.
now that we're coming to the end of this year, we've raised 425 basis points this year, and we're into restrictive territory. It's now not so important how fast we go. It's far more important to think, what is the ultimate level? And then at a certain point, the question will become, how long do we remain restrictive? That will become the most important question. But I would say the most important question now is no longer the speed. So, and
There we
that
go.
applies to February as well. So I think we'll make the February decision based on the incoming data and where we see financial conditions, where we see the economy, and that'll be the key thing. But I mean, but for that decision, but ultimately, that question about how high to raise rates is going to be one that
Microsoft
we make,
just
looking
flash
at
green.
our progress on inflation, looking at where financial conditions are,
Turn on that
and making an assessment of whether policy is restrictive enough. I've told you today we have an assessment that we're not at a restrictive enough stance, even with today's move. And
I think
we've
we're about
laid
to
out
flip.
our individual assessments of what we would need to do to get there. At a certain point, though, that we'll get to that point, and then the question will be, how long do we stay there? And there the strong view on the committee is that we'll need to stay there, until we're really confident that inflation's coming down in a sustained way, and we think that will be some time. Now, why do I say that? If you look at you can break inflation down into three sort of buckets. The first is goods inflation, and we see now, as we've been expecting really for a year and a half, that supply conditions would get better, and ultimately supply chains get fixed, and demand settles down a little bit, and maybe goes back to services a little bit, and we start to see goods inflation coming down. We're now starting to see that in this report and the last one. Then you go to housing services. We know the story there is that housing services inflation has been very, very high, and will continue to go up actually as rents expire and have to be renewed. They're going to be renewed into a market where rates are higher than they were when the original leases were signed. But we see that the new leases that the rate for new leases is coming down. So once we work our way through that backlog,
let's see,
that inflation will come down sometime next year. The third piece, which is something like 55% of the index, PCE core inflation index, is non-housing related core services, and that's really a function of the labor market largely. The biggest cost by far in that sector is labor, and we do see a very, very strong labor market.
What is up, Mark?
We haven't seen much softening, where job growth is very high, where wages are very high, vacancies are quite elevated, and really there's an imbalance in the labor market.
EV goes down to 541.
So that part of it, which is the biggest part, is likely to take a substantial period to get down. The goods inflation has turned pretty quickly now, after not turning at all for a year and a half. Now it seems to be turning.
Yeah.
But there's an expectation really that the services inflation will not move down so quickly, so that we'll have to stay at it, so that we may have to raise rates higher.
I'll be pissed if this fucking double tops. A lot of things don't get me mad, but that would get me mad.
High rates, and why we're expecting that they'll have to remain high for a time.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, please like, sub,
Thanks for taking
all
the
that cool
question.
stuff.
You
It's free.
described GDP growth in the SEPs as moderate or modest, I believe. Yet it's really approaching stall speed. 0.5 percentage point is not much. You described labor market unemployment
90 cents on
representing
MMTS.
some softening, but it's nearly a full percentage point rise, and that's well in excess of what has historically been associated with recession. Why wouldn't this be considered a recessionary projection by the Fed?
We're already in a fucking recession.
I'll tell you what the projection is. I don't think it would qualify as a recession, no, because you've got positive growth. The expectations in the SEP are basically, as you said, which is we've got growth at a modest level, which is to say about a 0.5 percentage point. That's positive growth. It's slow growth. It's well below trend. It's not going to feel like a boom. It's going to feel like very slow growth, right? In that condition, labor market conditions are softening a bit. Unemployment does go up a bit. I would say that many analysts believe that the natural rate of unemployment is actually elevated at this moment. So it's not clear that those forecasts of inflation are really much above the natural rate of unemployment. We can never identify its location with great precision. But that 4.7% is still a strong labor market. If you look, you've got the reports we get from the field
with a double bottom here.
are that companies are very reluctant to lay people off. Other than the tech companies, which is a story unto itself, generally companies want to hold on to the workers they have because it's been very, very hard to hire. So, and you've got all these vacancies out there far in excess of the number of employed people. That doesn't sound like a labor market where a lot of people will need to be put out of work. So that there are channels through which the labor market can come back into balance with relatively modest increases in unemployment, we believe. None of that is guaranteed, but that is what their forecast reflects.
Thanks, Nick Timoros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, I want to follow up on Gina's question. The decision to step down the pace of rate rises appears to have been socialized at your last meeting, largely before the past two CPI reports showed inflation decelerating in line with the committee's forecast this year. You just now talked about making decisions meeting by meeting and being mindful of the lags of policy. Does that mean, all things equal, you would feel more comfortable probing where the terminal rate is by moving in 25 basis point increments, including beginning at your next meeting?
So I haven't made a judgment on what size rate hike to make at the last meeting. But what you said is broadly right, which is having moved so quickly and having now so much restraint that's still in the pipeline, we think that the appropriate
You're right there. Come on.
is to move to a slower pace, and that will allow us to feel our way and and get to that level, we think, and better balance the risks that we face. So that's the idea. It makes a lot of sense.
Big
it seems
cup,
to me,
hopefully a big handle.
If you consider how far we've come. But again, I can't tell you today what the actual size of that will be. It will depend on a variety of factors, including the incoming data in particular, the state of the economy, the state of financial conditions.
ADN still on too.
No, as a just a matter of practice, the SEP reflects any data that comes out during the meeting, and participants know that they know this, that they can make changes to their SEP during the meeting, well in advance of the press conference, so that we're not running around. But that's not the case. It's never the case that the SEPs don't reflect an important piece of data that came in on the first day of the meeting.
Still sitting at 40 for Coinbase.
Hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thank you for taking our questions. I'm wondering if we could talk about the projection for the unemployment rate. Why has the Fed raised its unemployment projection? Is it because the model suggests that a higher terminal rate would automatically cause a higher unemployment rate? Or are you seeing signs that the labor market
This is fucking testing this level.
No, it's not about the strength of the labor market. The labor market is clearly very strong. It is more just that, by now, we've continually expected to make faster progress on inflation than we have ultimately, and that's why the peak rate for this year goes up between this meeting and the September meeting. You see the fact that we've made less progress than expected on inflation, so that's why that goes up, and that's why unemployment goes up, because we're having to tighten policy more, and so it didn't go up by much in the meeting, I don't think, but that's the idea is.
APCX down to 81,
tighter policy,
79.
probably higher rates, probably held for longer, just to get to where the kind of restriction that you need to get inflation down to 2%.
In order to get to that number, how much of that could be caused by layoffs versus vacancies trimming or changes to the labor force population rate?
It's very hard to say.
52 on big.
You can look at history, right? And history would would say that in a situation like this, the declines in unemployment would be more meaningful, I think, than what you see written down there. But why do we think that is the case? So I'll give you a few reasons. First, just is that there's this huge overhang of vacancies, meaning that vacancies can come down a fair amount, and we're hearing from many companies that they don't want to lay people off.
Just broke 52 on big
because it's been so hard. I mean, I think we've it
51,
feels like we have a
38.
structural labor shortage out there, where there are 4 million fewer people, a little more than 4 million, who are in the workforce available to work than there's demand for workforce. So the fact that there's a strong labor market, means that companies will hold on to workers, and it means that
22.9
it
on
may take
VIX.
longer, but it also means that the costs in unemployment may be less. Again, that we're going to find out empirically, but I think that's a reasonably possible outcome, and you do hear many labor economists believe that it is.
Reach the top of the previously
we'll see
guided Delta Airlines and supposed to just. Are there earnings today?
Thank you, Colby Smith with the Financial Times. How should we interpret the higher core inflation forecast for 2023 in the SEP? Does that not then suggest that the policy rate currently forecasted for next year should actually be higher than the 5.1 medium estimate penciled
Tesla's
in?
trying here at 48.
Well, I think that's why one of the reasons it went up was that core came in stronger this year. Yeah, what you see is our best estimate as of today, for how high we need to raise rates, to how much we need to tighten policy to create enough.
What is this?
Restrictive policy to slow economic activity and soften the labor market and bring inflation down through those channels. That's all that is the estimate, best estimate we make today.
I have no idea who that's to, Alan.
As I mentioned, we'll make another estimate for the next SEP, and we'll, of course,
No, not
between
Alan.
meetings,
It's Sean. I'm sorry.
publish it.
I just read Alan's name.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. I wanted to make
Fucking
sure I
rigged.
understand specifically what's going on in the SCP, because you all expect rates to go higher, but you're also more pessimistic about what inflation is going to look like next year. And I was just wondering, given that we have seen some cooling in inflation, is that primarily because of wage growth, that you expect wage growth to be sort of a headwind?
And we're going into next year with higher inflation than we had thought, right? So we're actually moving down to the level that we're moving down to next year is still a very large drop in inflation from where inflation is running now, well more than a 1% change in inflation. But remember that the jump-off point at the beginning of the year is higher. So we're moving down still by a very large chunk. I don't think the policy's having any less effect. It's just starting from a higher level at the end of 2022. So we're getting down. I believe the median is 3.5%. That's a pretty significant drop in inflation.
DXY up.
And where's it coming from? It's coming from the goods sector clearly. By the middle of next year, we should begin to see lower inflation from the housing services sector, and then the big question is how much will you see from the 55% of the index, which is the non-housing services sector, and that's where you need to see. We believe you need to see a better balancing of supply and demand in the labor market, so that you have. It's not that we don't want wage increases. We want strong wage increases. We just want them to be at a level that's consistent with 2% inflation. Right now, if you factor in productivity estimates, standard productivity estimates, wages are running well above what would be consistent with 2% inflation.
Where are
Hi,
you?
Chappelle. Neil Irwin with Axios. Some of your colleagues have been pretty explicit that they can't imagine rate cuts happening in 2023. That's certainly not implied by the SEP. But futures markets have priced in some easing in the back half of next year.
40-30
what's your
on
view of the
point?
likelihood of any kind of rate cuts next year? What circumstances might make that plausible?
Our focus right now is really on moving our policy stance to one that is
EMAs are in
restrictive
line.
enough to assure a return of inflation to our 2% goal over time. It's not on rate cuts. And we think that we'll have to maintain a restrictive stance of policy for some time. Historical experience cautions strongly against prematurely loosening policy. I guess I would say it this way. I wouldn't see us considering rate cuts until the committee is confident that inflation is moving down to 2% in a sustained way. So that's the test I would articulate. And you're correct. There are not rate cuts in the SEP for 2023.
Cosm broke the downtrend.
Steve Matthews with Bloomberg. Let me ask you about China. In the last few weeks, China has abandoned its COVID policy and been reopening pretty strongly. I'm wondering if you see that as disinflationary because you're seeing supply chains improve, or inflationary because it obviously brings a lot more demand globally, improves the global outlook for growth and for commodities prices.
And so you're
17
right,
up
those two
on
things will
Brent.
offset each other. Weaker output in China will push down on commodity prices, but it could interfere with supply chains ultimately, and that could push inflation up in the West. It's very hard to say, how much how those two will offset each other, and it doesn't seem likely actually that the overall net effect would be material on us. But to your point,
Xella performance moving, but
challenging
Xella isn't.
situation
I don't know.
We've seen waves of COVID.
I have no idea what
all
you're
around
trying
the
to
world
say.
Can interfere with economic activity. China, a very critical manufacturing place for
preferreds?
manufacturing and exporting. Their supply chain is very important.
I didn't know that they had a preferred.
And China faces a reopening. They've backed away from their COVID restriction policies. There could be very significant increases.
MBSC down to
in
187.5. Remember, they did just get a government contract.
But again, it doesn't seem like it's likely to have material overall effects on us.
Hi, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Thank you for taking
Look
my
at
question.
the title. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at.
I wondered if you could comment a bit more about
Excel.
yesterday's inflation report. I mean, it showed inflation cooling in all three of the categories that you laid out at Brookings.
Convertible
Are
notes.
you confident
I don't
that
even
you're
have to
seeing
click
real
on it.
progress
It's gonna say
on getting
convertible
inflation
notes, I
under
bet.
control? Are you still worried it could slip into some kind of unentrenched, upward spiral? Thank you.
Right. So the data that
STIG
we've
is
received
now
so
below
far
50
for
cents.
October and November, we don't have we have some remaining data. To
They
get
were on
in November,
threshold,
but
I
they
believe, as
clearly
well.
do show a welcome reduction in the monthly pace of price increases. As I mentioned in my opening statement, it will take substantially more evidence to give confidence that inflation is on a sustained downward path. So the way we think about this is this. This report is very much in line with what we've been expecting and
Look at
hoping
the cost
for.
to borrow
And
on
what it does is
STIG.
it provides greater confidence in our forecast of declining inflation. As I mentioned, we've been expecting significant.
Sean, can you hit
forecasted
the bot and
significant
see if there's any deficiencies on it?
Overall inflation and core inflation in the coming year, and this is the kind of reading that it will take to support that. So really, this gives us greater confidence in our forecast rather than at this point changing our forecast. In terms of the pieces, we have been expecting goods inflation to come
SPY
down
coming back up
as
to
supply
4.
chain pressures eased. That's happening now. Housing services, as I mentioned, there is good news in the pipeline as long as new housing leases show declining inflation. That will show up in the measure around the middle of next year, so that should help. And the big piece, again, is core services ex housing, which is very important, and we have a ways to go there. You do see some beginning signs there, but ultimately that's the
5170
big, more
big.
than half, as I mentioned, of PCE core index, and it's very fundamentally about the labor market and wages. If you look at wages, look at the average hourly earnings number we got with the last payrolls.
Rig
report.
is just fucking
You
chomping.
don't really see much progress in terms of
No fucks.
average hourly earnings coming down. Now there may be composition effects and other effects in that, so we don't put too much weight on any one report. These things can be volatile month to month, but we'll be looking
Muln
for
27 word.
wages moving down to more normal levels where workers are doing well and ultimately their gains are not being eaten up by inflation.
Rig, go for 440.
There's excuse me, Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. There's a little bit of a disconnect between the optimistic view you just expressed about the economy and the changes that you've made in the SEP. And I'm wondering if you're reacting to the fact that the markets have loosened financial conditions, or if you feel the Fed may be a little bit behind on inflation, whether
LGV,
the recent disinflation
multiple
we're seeing
hots
is transitory or not.
Mullen might just
and how this
blast right here.
affects the idea of a soft landing if you're projecting just half
Big
a
E up,
percent growth.
maybe
for
big
this
handle.
So, if I think I got your question. So, one thing is to say is
We have 400 back on SPY.
and getting into a pretty good place now. We're restrictive, and I think we're getting close to that level of sufficient. We think sufficiently restrictive. We laid out today what our best estimates are to get there.
All right.
And it boils down to how long do we think this process is going to take. And of course, we welcome these better inflation reports.
I kind of want to
like
pull up what what he was just talking about, but I can't fucking bring down one like this.
So that's all. That's the point I would make. It's we see
that'd be like fucking criminal.
Goods prices coming down. We understand
401 on
what will
SPY.
happen with
Just lost it.
Housing services, but the big story will really be the rest of it, and there's not much progress there, and that's going to take some time. I think my view and my colleagues' view is that this will take some time. We'll have to hold
107 on Vroom
at a restrictive level for a sustained period, so that two good monthly reports are very welcome. Of course, they're very welcome. But
Tesla
we need to be
157 and a
honest
half
with ourselves that
ish.
there's inflation. 12-month core inflation is 6% CPI. That's 3 times our 2% target. Now, it's good to see progress, but let's just understand we have a long ways to go to get back to price stability. No, I wouldn't say that. No, I don't say that. I mean, I would say this.
He asked him about a soft landing.
To the extent we need to keep rates higher and keep them there for longer, and inflation, moves up higher and higher, I think that narrows the runway. But lower inflation readings, if they persist in time, could certainly make it more possible. So I don't think anyone knows whether we're going to have a recession or not, and if we do,
We're in a fucking
whether it's going
recession.
to be a deep one or not. It's not knowable, and certainly, lower inflation reports, were they to continue for a period of time, would increase the likelihood of a. So I would put it this way: of a return to price stability that involves significantly less of an increase in unemployment than would be expected given the historical record.
Q's 287.
Hi, Chairman Powell. Brian Chung, NBC News.
455 cents on
Americans in
SPY.
pain earlier this year as the Fed hikes rates.
Mullen's
but
coming
the Fed
down,
now expected
looking
to
for some
raise
support
rates
off
higher
the
than you thought
24.
when you first said that. Just wondering where we are in that pain. How would you describe that to Americans if the projections on unemployment
Tesla 157.25.
find themselves, that would be 1.6 million Americans out of jobs.
So the largest amount of pain, the worst pain, would come from a failure to raise rates high enough, and from us allowing inflation to become entrenched in the economy, so that the ultimate cost of getting it out of the economy would be very high.
I'm gonna argue that
in
we're already
terms
there.
of, employment, meaning very high unemployment for extended periods of time. The kind of thing that had to happen when inflation really got out of control, and the Fed didn't respond aggressively enough or soon enough in a prior episode, 50 years ago. So that's really the worst pain, would be if we failed to act. What we're doing now is, it's raising interest rates for people, and so people are paying higher rates on mortgages and that kind of thing. There will be some softening in labor market conditions, and I wish there were a completely painless way to restore price stability. There isn't, and this is the best we can do. I do think, though, that and markets are pretty confident, it seems to me, that we will get inflation under control, and I believe we will. We're certainly highly committed to do that.
All right, time to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Grady Trimble with Fox Business. You've reiterated
Yes,
today,
sir, it
and
is.
the committee has reiterated its commitment to that 2% inflation target. I wonder, is there ever a point where you actually reevaluate that target and maybe increase your inflation target if it is stickier than even you think?
Good question.
That's just so changing our inflation goal is just something we're not thinking about. It's not something we're not going to think about. We have a 2% inflation goal, and we'll use our tools to get inflation back to 2%. I think this isn't the time to be thinking about that. I mean, there may be a longer run project at some point.
Powell really hasn't pissed
but
me
that's
off
not
until
where we
this
are
fucking
in the
meeting.
Committee. We're not considering that. We're not going to consider that. under any circumstances. We're gonna keep our inflation target at 2%, and we're gonna use our tools to get inflation back to 2%.
Cosm under 30 cents.
Nicole Goodkind, CNN Business. As you monitor wage growth and unemployment data, I wonder if you're paying close attention to a sector or even income level. Like, how do you factor potential exacerbations of inequality into your risk calculations, especially given the K-shaped recovery of 2020?
So I would go back to the labor market that we had in 2018, 19, 20. So what that looked like was
AVCT 104.5.
For people at the lowest end.
Yeah, please don't forget to like, sub, hit the bell. It's all free.
The gaps between racial groups.
44 is 77 on Saba.
Their smallest in recorded history. All of that because of a tight labor market. A tight labor market which had inflation running, just a tick below 2%, and the economy growing right at its potential. So that seems like something that would be really good for the economy and for the country if we can get back to that. And so that's what all of us want to do. We want to get back to a long expansion where the labor market can remain strong over an extended period of time. That's a really good thing for workers in the economy.
Gosh, 150.
And we'd love to get back to that. That's what our goal is. There's in the near term, we have to use our tools to restore price stability, but we can't. What we have to think about is the medium and longer term. If you think about it, the country went through a difficult time. I think much more difficult than we can think it would happen here, but it really set up our economy for several decades of prosperity. So price stability is something that really pays dividends for the benefit.
Did anybody catch that? Did that make any
economy
sense?
And the people in it over a very, very long period of time. And so when it is lost for whatever reason, it has to be restored, and as quickly as possible, which is what we're doing.
That made no fucking sense what he just said. I'll dig into it when he's done. But
we do.
Jesus.
Yes, we absolutely do. We look at it's our regular practice to talk about unemployment rates by different groups, including racial groups and that sort of thing. We do.
Out of the swamp, Spy. Out of the swamp.
Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. What would you do if the economy slows so much that we enter a recession
Trying to establish a bottom
before
still.
we see strong, consistent signs that inflation is slowing? In other words, stagflation.
So I don't want to get into too many hypotheticals, but it's hard to deal with hypotheticals. So let me just say that we have to use our tools to support maximum employment and price stability.
Trying to push the two.
I've made it clear that right now the labor market's very, very strong. You're at
Spy to the
50-year low. Where you're at or above
VWAP?
maximum employment. In 50-year low in
Here we
unemployment.
go. Come on.
Vacancies are very high. Nominal wages are very high. So the labor market's very, very strong. Where we're missing
Time to go.
is
Let's
on
go.
the inflation side, and we're missing by a lot on the inflation side. So that means we need to really focus on getting inflation under control.
Go ahead.
And that's what we'll do. I think as the economy heals,
Out of this fucking swamp. Let's go.
goals come more into
Green.
into play. But right now, clearly the focus has to be on getting inflation down.
Fuck yes. Let's go. Let's snap at. I have calls that I want to fucking unload. Rig is at 444. Oh wait, I have fucking. I have a rig call.
You spoke a little bit ago. You said that the U.S. it looks like we have a structural labor shortage in the economy. Could you expand on that? Talk a little bit more about that. And really, are you talking about getting Congress action on increasing like legal immigration, things like that? Thank you.
So what I meant by that, the structural labor shortage, is if you look at where we are now, as I mentioned, if you just look at demand for labor, you can
Coin
look at
back above
vacancies
41.
plus people who are actually working, and then you can take supply of labor by are you in the labor market, are you looking for a job or have a job, and you're more than 4 million people.
139 on MMat.
We don't see, despite very high wages and an incredibly tight labor market,
Cosm
we don't
has
see
30 cents again.
participation moving up, which is contrary to what we thought.
Spy.
So the upshot of all that is the labor market is actually it's 3.5 million people at least smaller than it should have been
Vana?
based on pre-pandemic, just assume population and reasonable growth and aging of the population. Our labor force should be 3.5 million more than it is, and that it can there are lots of easy ways to get to bigger numbers than that if you go back a few more years. So why is that? Part of it is just accelerated retirements. People dropped out and aren't coming back at a higher rate than expected. Part of it is that we lost 500,000 people who would have been close to 500,000 who would have been working, who died from COVID. And part of it is that migration has been lower. We don't prescribe, it's not our job to prescribe things, but I think if you
Let's
ask
fucking go.
businesses, pretty much everybody you talk to
Let's
says
go.
there aren't enough people. We need more people. So I tried to identify that in my
VRM
speech I gave a month
1088.
ago, but I stopped short of telling Congress what to do because they gave us a job, and we need to do that.
AVXL. Where the fuck are you, AVXL?
Chair Powell, Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. You say you expect growth of just 0.5% next year.
Fuck
Given
me.
that you've said the process
Fucked
of
up there.
raising rates and getting
Cut it too early.
inflation back under control will be
AVX.
painful, have you had discussions within the committee and addressed how long and or how deep of a recession you would be willing to accept?
No, I mean what we do is we make our forecasts and we publish
Low
them
turnover.
quarterly.
1.14.
And, if you look at those forecasts, those are forecasts for slow growth, for a softening labor market, by which I mean unemployment goes up, but not a great deal.
Low
and you see
volume.
inflation coming down. You see rates going up a lot. You see inflation coming down. Those are those forecasts, and that's really what they show. We're not. We all, of course, we don't talk about this kind of a recession. and
Ape
that
just
kind of
under 90
recession.
cents.
We make those forecasts. The staff runs, and you will see this if you look at the old teal books.
DocuSign still at
runs,
60.
Alternative simulations of all different kinds at every meeting, and we look at those too. And those will explore different things, but that's just upside and downside scenarios.
sorry, I
Of
just
course,
had
that's
fucking
responsible practice.
too
that
much
we carried
leverage on
for-
this, too,
for many decades.
to not look.
But no, we don't. We haven't asked ourselves that question.
Hi, Jean Young with Market News. I wanted to ask about the SEP again. If you are reaching peak rates around 5% in the first half of
Rent
next year,
21.5.
and inflation
Big
starts
news
to
incoming
decline
from out.
materially,
Whoa.
that would seem to make the real rate gradually more restrictive. Is that something that's built into the
Now you have me
projections
curious.
into models? Is that something you would want to see?
No, I really
So
want to know.
We do know that, of course. That's something that we know and we'd see. But as I mentioned, we wouldn't. I wouldn't see the committee cutting rates until we're
Sava
confident
almost
that
45.
inflation is moving down and it's sustainable.
AI and IoT both up now.
That would be my test. I don't see us as having a really clear and precise understanding of what the neutral rate is and what real rates are, so that it would mechanically happen like that.
Mullen.
Really, it'll be a test of for cutting rates. I think in the event it'll be a question of, do we actually feel confident that inflation is coming down in a sustained way? Thank you very much.
All right, so he basically said his one sentence really fucked me up. He said that because of this pullback with the C word, it's putting us in a good position to benefit longer. I just can't fucking understand that for the life of me. Again, please like, sub, hit the bell if you have not. Cosm, okay. Cosm. Oh, yeah. Right back at it. Fucking double bottom off the pivot. She might get lost. $442 on rig. Novavax 1751. What is up? How are you? 45% up on game. No burger on SFT today. Sean, I wish that you didn't say that he had like big news, because now I'm like really curious to find out what it is. Sava 4470, IoT up, AI almost on 10 cents down. We have data tomorrow too, don't we? Core retail, and Empire State. One second. That's fucked up. I mean, I'm happy that he's confirming, but it just fucked up. $320.59 on Netflix. I gotta start trusting my own fucking chart on Netflix. I could have bought another fucking put today on that. It gets fucking really, really close to my red line on Netflix and then just falls. I could have played that for a couple dollar move. Oh well. You need to verify more. Where did you get that, DD? That's my question. Tops 154. Rig 440. Novavax 1750. EVGO 549. Coin just under 41 bucks. Fuck me. Oops. What's up with Ape? Low turnover. Light on volume. MMAT 138.5. Low volume, low turnover. Cosm 3150. Let's go fucking Vana. MNTS back to 95 cents. TLT back to green, almost 108. Qs are 288.30-ish. ETH is now down. Only a couple bucks though. A lot of orders coming in on AMC, but they're right on the bid. Nasdaq is down 0.01%. S&P's down or up. 0.09, and Dow is up 0.04. $21.33 on GameStop, $5.74 on AMC. VRM 106, ADN 194. SPY still over 4. I'm chilling with that. Heads up on VRM, guys. $26.34 on muln. Tesla just under 158. Again, please don't forget to like, sub, hit the bell. All the free stuff. Novavax. Remember, they do have, Novavax does have a nice little gap in the chart. Also, heavy short interest and nothing but good news. And disclaimer, I'm already long. Just shy of 90 cents on 8. MMat 138. Foxo up 2. Cosm just off 32 cents. We have it 32.14. 35.30 on Boyle. Cosm. AVCT 106. Has anyone heard anything about AVCT recently? I was totally buying the rumor, sell the news, and the news just never came. MindMed 269. Old Prague is up 3%. Facebook is up 1.7-ish. Tesla 157.30. Thank you, Mark. Yes, please like, sub, share. We lost 400 on SPY. Huge rally tomorrow. I don't know. I'm just playing like the DCA game. I'm just gonna keep DCAing and DCAing and DCAing, and it is what it is. I just don't want to put too much leverage on. That way I don't end up fucking over leveraging myself. Like, nobody wants that. EVTL. Heads up on EVTL warrants. We've seen that when this goes, sometimes, you know, the warrants will just fucking fly. Just throwing that out there. Obviously not financial advice, yada, yada, yada. You guys get it, though. 45 cents on MJXL. That's 2 times cannabis. It's a levered ETF. AVXL, 4 cents up. Tops, 150. Rig, 439. Novavax, hair up. Coin, 40.35. 145 on game. It's up 45%. Whole lot of nothing on AGFY. Same there. MMat. Cosm. Let's see, can we do another leg or nah? tblt is pretty much on. LiDAR's all the way down to about 83 cents. Snap, 958. Vana, 522. Sava, 4460. I have to make a fucking other entry in AI. Bear with me. I'm gonna at least look at it. Decisions. Where the fuck is AI? Have a wider reward that I wanted to, or risk reward, excuse me. Fuck it. Fuck, I don't know what I'm gonna sell there. I got to the screen and I was like, not this, and yeah. I have a little bit of exposure, but not as much as I want. fucking sideways on PGY. Cosm 31.34. Boils at 35.20. 5.24 on Vana. Mullen just under 26. She's going. Let's see a short and double bottom. Bear with me. What is this? What's up? I don't... Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good volume and low turnover. $17.17 on Novavax. $139 on mmat. PDT 35 minutes. Thank you very much, Mark. I appreciate that. 52.30 on big. We are down in the 398s on SPY. Tesla's still struggling here. I don't think that's going to be a prolonged fucking period, though. I might be biased, though. Roll in. Fighting for 26. I gotta go to Tesla real quick. Ooh. RSI is a 34.5-ish here on the 30-minute. RSI is low on the 15. 5. I mean, it should be across the board. VIX is down to a 21.55. That was in the 22s before. Like all day it was in the fucking 22s if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Bitcoin is down now. Q's 285.66. SPY trying to come back up. $5.72 on AMC, 21.08 on GameStop, 52.33 on Big. MNTS 94.64. An alarming number of new homeowners are discovering they owe more of their mortgage than their home is worth as surging interest rates and... Yeah, we just fucking hiked more. About 250,000 Americans who took out a mortgage this year to buy a home are now underwater, meaning the home is worth more or less than the loan they took out. I mean, that sucks. MLGO. MLGO, where the fuck is it? Ridiculous fucking volume. No, I'm not gonna do it. It's tempting. It'd be more tempting if there were options. I mean, that's just hardcore gambling, though. I mean, you can't even fucking read it. You can't even see any bars. Novavax went green again. RSI on Coinbase is a 41. Got some gaps to fill now on the upside. Word. I just got to stick with my trading plan, and my trading plan doesn't account for gambling. I do kind of want to do it, but it's not my trading plan. Again, anyone new rolling in, please like, sub, hit the bell. It's absolutely free to help me out with these algos. Vana 525. Remember, about 52.8 short on Carvana. Gold Cross as well. Trying to hold on to it. Just above VWAP. Rent still holding 20% up. $104.5 on AVCT. 153 on GSET. U.S. crude oil. Wait, I'll you know what, let me scroll down and then I'll read that. All right. U.S. crude oil stockpiles rose by more than 10 million barrels last week, the most since March 2021. Okay, crude inventories increased by 10.2 mil in the week ended December 9th. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Just shy of $3.99 here in SPY. Right up to 400. Right up to 4. Users have been withdrawing massive amounts of USDC from buying. Yeah, was it like fucking like $8 billion or some shit like that? There's a couple of $1 billion in 24 hours. I know that. Like, it was a fucking staggering amount. Oh, 902 million? I could have swore I saw something that said a couple billion. Maybe not. Coinbase dropped 40. Today was another one that just fucking flew by. 523 on Vana. Snap is at 953. Binance has already seen a net outflow of over $3 billion in crypto assets in the last 7 days. Oh, okay, maybe that's where I got confused. I don't know. SPY. $25.5 on muln. Bitcoin and ETH both down. Cosm, word. So we can find this shit. Novavax is now down. Coinbase got 40 back. The fuck is this shit? Tomorrow on pre-market, I'm fucking with my watch list. A little yup, maybe we'll get a handle. VIX has 22 back. Tesla just under 157. Thank you very much for that, Mark. Yes, 15 minutes if you're dealing with PDT. Policymaking officials' median forecast of the 2023 peak for Fed funds rate went up to 5.1. Wow. All right. It's another fucking 50 basis point hike. According to blockchain intelligence platform Nansen, net outflows amounted to an eye-watering. Yeah, I saw that. Mullen, 25.5. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a rough day tomorrow, and then we had a rally Friday either. Just throwing that off the wall. Just because we'd be getting the T+2 data from today on Friday. Again, completely speculation. $141 on mmat. Kind of expected some kind of bullshit today. I'm not surprised. That's it. If we dip, that's good for your retirement at least. I'm operating off the fact that statistically the market goes up, right? Like, it's just how it works. Statistically, the market goes up over time. Now, keep in mind, we did just print 80% of all USD over the last 2 years. So why the fuck is the market down as much as it is? Because we just printed so much, so much currency. You would think that we would at least sustain like the same levels if we weren't growing. I don't know. I think that they're going to go ahead and they're going to figure out cryptocurrency pretty soon too. But again, that's just my speculation. The fuck do I know? And mad up to 143. It just really doesn't fucking make sense to me that we've dropped as much as we have and we've printed 80% of the currency. Like, 30% of the currency, 40%, okay, I get it. But 80%? Something is fucked up there. At least that's the way I think about it. Double bottom right here, maybe? Just under 400 on SPY. Tops 150 even. Novavax barely green. Muln. Seen a little green there. Want to do something here before close or what? I feel like these small and mid caps are going to be pretty nice here soon as well. I think that they're like this is where they're most levered up. The small and the mids. Looks like Cosm is doing a share audit. Yeah. That's fucking pretty sweet. muln. FIE January calls, gaining IV. Super trend on muln. I feel like we just fucking like dropped when they dropped that statement. We dropped and then we just fucking pushed right back to where we were. I mean, obviously some things are taking their time, but it looks like we have pressure to run it right back. I'm assuming the like the price change or like the percentage change. In like a shortened time period. I mean, I don't know the exact. I used to never use them until somebody, like, I don't know, somebody had it on or something, and then I just threw it on just for shits and giggles. Again, please like and sub. Absolutely free to help me out with these fucking algos. That would be dope. Vana, 532. $580 on AMC, 2115-ish on GameStop, 2624 on muln, 105.5 on VRM. We have 400 on SPY. 400 and change. And where is comms and cosm here? If they're doing an audit, cosm might do something. I mean, I don't know that trade as well as some others, but I can only really go off what I hear. There's 30 people in here, and I have one like short of 40. It'd be dope if you guys could help me out. Well below my average, though. I wonder how long this is going to stay under 42. Coinbase is not like 40 to 42. You're going to have natural resistance at 34. Trend following indicators similar to moving averages. Word. Somebody disliked that because I said that. That's funny. That's fine, as long as you engage, which you obviously did. Pound strength, 124. And dollar strength still sliding. Very good. And if you are dealing with PDT, you still have 6 minutes left. Rent. DM. Word. 1 second. That's awesome. That is awesome. It was just a picture confirming the cosm news. GoCo dropped 15. Sava 44.32. A couple minutes left here. About 4.5 minutes. MMATTTYT. Are you saying like Maddie talk to you tomorrow? I'm sorry. You lost me, bro. We lost 400. Bitcoin Dream. Oh, mmat. Okay. See, that's all you had to say. If I can find it. That'd be dope. Fuck it. I'm just gonna put it up top. Low turnover as well. It had light volume today, though. SPY still shy at 4. And what is Tesla gonna do for us? No. 90 cents on MNTS. UVXY is down to 693. Muln has 26 cents. BBIG all the way down to 52. Fighting for 4. And you have a minute and a half left if you're dealing with PDT. Hopefully this is creating a floor off the bottom. I mean, if not, I'll just keep DCAing over and over again. MNTS just dropped 90 cents. Whew. Again, please like, sub. I'd appreciate it, guys. And I will be on tomorrow at 7:45-ish if you're new. Probably going to stay on for a few minutes, too. mmat 145. Novavax just flashed green. Go 553. Sean Thomas sent a photo. The commission adopted rules to enhance investor protections against insider trading, new disclosure requirements, and cooling off periods. All right. Chillin' day. Chillin' day. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I am going to hang out for a few minutes. But if you're new, thank you very much for your time. And I will be live tomorrow if you want to hang out. Alright, what's the fallout going to be like here in after hours? Massive run tomorrow. I mean, it could go anyway, bro. I don't want to make any kind of predictions. This is just speculation. Later, Wiki. Later, Mike. Like, I just don't want to go ahead and just throw out any kind of speculations after the Fed just talked. I mean, we could see some crazy shit here in after hours for all we know. You know what I mean? I actually wouldn't be surprised by that at all. SFT up to the 200. Remember, they did just finish that business combination with lots. Muln. What's up with Muln? I can't believe this fucking closed below 52. If this goes under 50 cents at some point, probably gonna have to fiddle with my trading plan. Just a wee bit. Sitting on a fuck ton of support. Yeah. Launch. Mmat's starting to slide down. Novavax launch. Fuck, where's Carvana? Cosm up after hours, so is comms. Here it is. Down after hours. 520. Chilling. SPY slightly up. Still at 400. Bitcoin's green again. No Tesla. Still down. Ooh. I would like to get back above 404. Alright guys, I hear Bella upstairs crying, so I gotta go see what she's up to. I will catch you guys tomorrow. I mean, chances are I'll be like checking out the chart all night tonight, but I mean, you guys know how it is. Catch you at 7:45, guys. Later.